What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, July 9th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a little preview for SEC Media Days coming up next week. We now know who the Texas Longhorns will be bringing to Dallas with us. Plus, an update on a conversation we had on the show yesterday. Just how elite is the talent on this Texas football roster going into the 2024 season. We've got some NFL to talk about. Joe Burrow with an interesting proposal for the future of NFL scheduling. Is this a good idea or not? Bucky and I will debate. We've got some Texas baseball recruiting updates. We've got some Texas women's basketball recruiting updates. We've got some fun stories to get into, some fun videos to play, and a hell of a lot more between now and 10 o'clock. What's going on, my friend?
It is a beautiful day here in Dripping Springs, Texas, USA, America. And as we get ready, it'll be day number 2 in Dallas next week. So I'm excited about that. Really excited about talking some SEC football and where this football team stands as we get ready for it's just around the corner when guys will report to camp. NFL guys are starting to report to camp. The rookies are getting there. So when that happens, it's just around the corner for the 2024-25 season.
Yeah, I'm with you. It kind of feels like Media Days is sort of the unofficial start to the football season, right? I mean, for some, it's like, dude, until the first game is played, I don't think it's football season. But for us, it really cranks up when Media Days gets here. And hell, there's going to be football played in August, right? The NFL preseason will start. And obviously, you've got college football week 0 starting on August 24th. And then the first major college football Saturday is the final day of the next month. So it's right around the corner, man. And we are counting down the days to be done with the off season because this thing's been going on for too damn long.
Oh no, it really has. I'm interested in baseball, but not until September, October do I really get real interested in baseball. Start of the season, yes. Middle of the season, no. End of the season, playoffs, for sure. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated, and we do want you to be safe out there and do be careful. And thank you to you and your families, as a matter of fact. And by the way, for those that we're still pushing, remember, cancer screening now, still July. We don't have that much time left before you get to be too busy for anything. But once the football season starts, that's when everybody says, well, can't do it now. I got football this week. I got a football game to watch. I got more football to go. I got to go with my boys somewhere to watch games. So mine's is August 2nd. I got my screening on August 2nd. So we need to find out when you folks are getting yours. This was not just a flash in the pan by us talking about it at Sue Patrick last week. We're really serious about men and women getting their cancer screening this summer, and especially in the month of July and August.
Absolutely. And a quick shout out and a quick prayer to the folks dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. Barreled through the Houston area yesterday morning. We're up to 8 deaths that have been tallied so far. Still millions of people in the Houston, Galveston area without power. And it's going to be days, if not longer, until they're able to get everybody with power down there. And, we're talking about Houston in July. So, yeah, it was rainy. It was windy. The storm cooled things down for a little bit, but it's going to be hot and it's going to be humid, and folks are going to be without air conditioning and electricity and good running water, and it's a mess down there. Crazy. I was on the Weather Channel all day yesterday, Buck, and just, my folks are lucky. Like, my parents moved from Galveston to Houston. Now, they're still without power, but their neighborhood that they lived in Galveston that they just moved out of 2 months ago got hit pretty good. And just some of the videos and pictures in Houston and in Galveston and just up along the coast, Matagorda, I mean, it's rough. It is rough. So
it came through the night too, didn't it?
Oh, man, yeah, overnight and into yesterday morning. And once again, still more than 2 million people without power in the great state of
Lots
Texas.
of prayers to those folks.
Here's some drone shots I saw on Twitter. I mean, this is Houston. Like, look at all of this water. And Houston, as most people know, is not a city that drains all that well.
No.
And they are prone to flash flooding. And obviously, you get a hurricane coming through and making landfall right around you. It usually spells for disaster. Matter of fact, the mayor of Houston did declare a state of disaster and a state of emergency yesterday. So just wild scenes, man. And, thinking of obviously folks affected by loss of life and obviously folks who are dealing with out power for at least right now, but maybe for the foreseeable future. I mean, house damage, structural damage, power lines down, trees down, more than 1,200 flights canceled in and out of Houston yesterday. So, man, the damn weather guessers, not to turn this into a weather guesser bit, but this was a storm that was not supposed to come to Houston or Galveston, and I guess you can't always predict storms like this.
Yeah,
took a turn and hit one of the biggest cities in our country. So, thinking of y'all, man, it's going to take some time for that city and that whole area to get back on track. That was tough.
Dry out. It will dry out in a hurry, and it will be a mess in a hurry.
Yeah, exactly. So. Thinking of y'all, man. Had some buddies, checked in on my people down there yesterday, and thankfully the people I know are safe. But no power for tons of folks in the greater Houston area. So
no such thing as high ground in Houston, huh?
It doesn't feel that way. I mean, there are certain spots that are safer than others. But and look, they've had worse storms. I guess that's a silver lining is they've dealt with worse down there. But it's going to take a little bit to get everything back on track, and just, God, imagine not having power for days in the summer. I mean, we talk about our friends at Woods Comfort Systems all the time, and it's like, yeah, if your AC's bad, then get it fixed. Those guys will come out today. Well, Houston, they can't come out. Yeah, you got power lines down, and you got water everywhere. Yeah, so it sucks, man. It sucks. So thinking of those affected, we know we have a lot of people from the Houston area who tune into our programming all the time. They might not be tuned in today because they got other things to deal with and bigger fish to fry. But, man, just scary scenes down there yesterday.
And it's always it could be worse. It could have been a direct hit. Yeah. And they, when they tell you it's not coming, and then all of a sudden within hours, you could get some of it. But people in Houston have to always be prepared. They have to be prepared for just torrential rains, period, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the scary part of this is early into the hurricane season, right?
Yeah, you're right. Kind of the start, right.
It's scary to think that there could be another one or two storms like this that pop up. They're only on the letter B, Hurricane Beryl. They go in order. So we could I don't even want to think about it. I'll knock on wood before saying any more, but praying for folks. And it hit Texas, not only South Texas, it hit folks in East Texas, and it hit folks in Louisiana. You had tornadoes. We're not the Weather Channel. We know y'all can get more weather info elsewhere, but just wanted to mention that we're thinking about the people affected by that storm yesterday.
Wow,
that was heavy. All right, Buck. In less than a week, we will be in Dallas at SEC Media Days. It'll be the first really official event for Texas as a member of the Southeastern Conference. And yesterday, the SEC announced the representatives for each of the 16 teams that will be with us at the Omni next week. And it will be 3 players and the head coach for every team. So for the University of Texas, the announcement came down yesterday. Steve Sarkisian will be there. Quinn Ewers, Kelvin Banks, and Jade Barron, your 3 player reps there for the Longhorns. What do you think of the folks that Texas will be bringing up?
Well, they're bringing 3 of the stars. You talked about people that make a difference. Those are 3 right there that will make a difference, offense and defense, and leadership too. So that's a great group right there to bring with. You don't need any more. You don't need to bring the kicker just for the hell of it.
Yeah, I don't know how many kickers get invited to media days anywhere, right? They're just too weird.
What are they going to talk about?
Yeah,
I don't. Kick it into the net.
Exactly. Like, what questions do you have to really ask the kickers? Like, unless we're talking about Justin Tucker, where he's an opera singer on the side.
Oh,
You don't
yeah.
really care too much about the personalities of these guys. But yeah, they're some weird dudes, man. Like, I know
They are.
sometimes special teamers don't get talked about enough. I'm willing to acknowledge that, but I don't want them to be talked about at media days. Give me the star players on offense and defense, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been around actually one kicker that wasn't weird, and that was Phil Dawson. He worked out with the offensive linemen. He worked out with guys. He's just one of the guys. Every other one I've been around from Boston College to Illinois were just strange cats. Didn't want anything to do with them. Hey, just make your field goals, okay?
Yeah, go to the other field and practice your kicks, and then when we need you, we'll call you. But otherwise,
and don't miss.
Yeah, just stay over there. Man, I always love talking to Casey Studdard about kickers because he just dunks on them. He's like, dude, they're not real people. They're not important. They don't matter. And it's like, geez, man, tell us how you really feel. Like, God bless it.
Yeah, they want to be one of the guys. They all want to be one of the guys, but they're not because they're not like real people.
Yeah. Hey, Bert Auburn's important. We won't disagree.
A tool. He's a tool.
He's a tool? You're calling him a tool?
They're tools.
God. I mean, I thought he was weird. I wouldn't say he's a tool, though. I'm taking that personal shot at the kid.
That's what they are, man.
You're saying the position. They're just tools on the football field, not tools personality-wise?
Oh, they're personality tools, too. They do weird things. They got weird things going on.
Yeah, they definitely do. But no Bert Auburn. Yeah, look, each team was only allowed to bring 3, right? I'll be curious.
Just out and out, those are the best.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the quarterback, right? 11 of the 16 teams in the SEC are bringing their quarterback, and you've got a 3-year starter at quarterback. Quinn's one of the captains, one of the leaders. Like, no surprise at all that he's there. Kelvin Banks is the best player on your team, and he's going into his 3rd straight year as a starter for you. He's one of your captains, and he's potentially a top 10 pick in the NFL draft next year. So no surprise there. And then Jahdae Barron was a guy who was one of the best players on the defense last year, a guy who a lot of folks, myself included, thought was going to leave for the NFL and make it 12 Longhorns who were going to get drafted in April. But he decided to come back. He's a senior. He's been in the program for a while. He's one of the guys who stuck around through the dog days of the Steve Sarkisian era, and he's a leader and a captain on this team.
No, he has to go, yes.
It feels like the obvious 3 if you're Texas, and I don't think anyone's going to complain at all with who the Longhorns are bringing. And all these guys are interesting. All these guys are good. All of these guys are leaders, and I'm excited to get the chance to talk to all of those dudes, plus Steve Sarkisian, next week. Notable omissions, Buck, because I looked at the lists of the other 15 schools and who they're bringing to Dallas. And I mentioned a moment ago, 11 of the 16 teams are bringing their quarterback. One of the teams that's not bringing its quarterback is Texas A&M. Connor Wegman is not going to Dallas. And once again, there are 5 schools not bringing a quarterback, but the other 4 schools that aren't bringing their signal caller all have first-year starters at the position. You've got Tennessee with Nico, and that's a little bit of surprise that he's not going, but still, it's his first year as the starter there. Like, all right, give it to the upperclassmen who have been there, done that. But Tennessee, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, and South Carolina, those are the other 4 schools who are not bringing a QB next week. All 4 of those schools have first-year starters at QB. So the only team that has a returning starter at quarterback who is not bringing that quarterback to media days is Texas A&M. Is there anything to that?
Well, I mean, I think it just shows you that position is up for grabs. Even though, Connor Wegman, even though he's the perennial starter that they think is going to be the guy and most likely will be the starter, but a brand new coach wants to get to know everybody. And he's probably quite frankly, he's not ready to bring. I don't even know. I mean, are they bringing 3 guys?
Yeah.
They are?
They're bringing 3 guys, and they're bringing 3 upperclassmen, and Connor Wegman's going into his redshirt sophomore season. So
that kind of makes sense to bring an upperclassman that you're going to take your upperclassman before you take a guy that you really don't know, And what if he's not the guy? What if he gets in the fall camp and he's not the dude?
Well, if he's not the dude, or if he gets hurt again, then it's not going to be a good year for Texas A&M.
It's not going to be, because they're like Texas Tech. They're missing a quarterback by the week. So
yeah.
And this kid seems to get hurt a lot.
Sure, and that's not a shot at A&M. That's just kind of how football works, right? You lose your starting quarterback, and that could spell doom for you. Now, because Connor Wegman missed a lot of last season, a guy like Jalen Henderson, who's the backup, he's got some playing time. He's got some experience, so it's not like they'll be throwing in a true freshman out there to have to play.
But they're going to bring guys that have played. They're going to bring guys that have, were there in the spring. The guys aren't trying to heal up. They're going to bring guys that played in the spring, the leaders on their team, whether it's offensive linemen or something. They're going to bring guys that have some experience around stuff like that. Not guys that are trying to, still get out of the tub and make the club. So
yeah, they're bringing an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, and a linebacker.
Yes.
Yeah, just lame. I'm being selfish now. I want to hear from the quarterback. We're going to get to talk to these Aggie reps, and look, I'll be excited to talk to the three guys who are there, and I'm looking forward to the chance to speak with Mike Elko for the first time. But
hey, find me a running back that's played in this system a little bit.
Give me a skill position player. I know Elko's a defensive coach, so he's going to bring linemen and a linebacker, but come on, no QB, no running back, no receiver.
Lineman?
Yeah, I don't want to
talk to that guy.
Come on, man. So there's no QB controversy in College Station. Connor Wegman's the dude, and if he stays healthy, he's the dude. And hell, you look at some 2025 NFL mock drafts, you're seeing his name mentioned in the first round. He's a 5-star recruit, hadn't put it together yet, mainly because he hadn't been able to stay on the field. But if he does have a great season, then he could be a first-round pick next season. So to me, it's interesting. He should be there. Maybe that's media guy being selfish, wanting a story here. But if I'm an Aggie fan, I'm like, why are we not bringing the third-year quarterback?
I'll leave my linebacker at home.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I found that weird. The only school with a returning starter at quarterback who isn't bringing their starter to media days is Texas A&M.
Was Mike Elko around there when Wegman was a freshman? When he was trying to be quarterback, he was?
Yes.
Well, he should know that cat. He should know him. It's not like he should know who the dude is.
No, he wasn't. I beg your pardon. Because he was at Duke for 2 years, and Wegman's been at A&M for 2 years. So he would have been recruiting Wegman. He would have gotten to know Wegman, because Wegman committed to A&M pretty early on in the process, and I'm sure was making a ton of visits and met the coaches and everybody else.
Yeah, but he doesn't really know him as a – Yeah, I could see that a little bit.
So, yeah.
These other guys are probably upperclassmen that he knows from when he was back there.
You've got a redshirt junior. You've got a senior.
Okay.
And actually, you've got a sophomore. Torian York, the linebacker who's going, is only a sophomore. So that makes things more interesting to me.
Yeah, I bring my quarterback before I bring my sophomore linebacker.
Yeah. And you've got teams, like Jake says, let's get 11 SEC teams are bringing a quarterback. There are teams who are bringing first-year starters at quarterback. Oklahoma's bringing Jackson Arnold, who played in the bowl game, but obviously Dylan Gabriel was the guy for most of the year in Norman last year.
Well, they have to bring that dude.
They could. Some coaches would shy away from that and be like, no, it's too much for our first-year quarterback. We don't need him to. And I respect Venables for doing it. I'm glad Jackson Arnold's going because I want to talk to that guy.
Yeah, it's more leaning on the side of they're going to bring – they don't want their quarterback thinking about leaving a young quarterback. If he's a stud in recruiting and he's a stud, you're bringing that dude.
Right. So maybe this is me making a whole lot to do about nothing, but I was pretty shocked to not see Connor Wegman's name on the list of representatives going there. And once again, you got a true sophomore linebacker.
Yes.
He's a very good player, don't get me wrong, but a true sophomore linebacker getting the nod over a redshirt sophomore returning starting quarterback.
A true defensive head coach with that true defensive linebacker.
Well, should I go Skip Bayless here? Do we have leadership questions about Connor Wegman?
I don't. I just
What's going on with Bronny's knee?
I just don't know if he knows him well enough. He doesn't feel like he knows that guy well enough. He didn't see enough of him competing in the springtime. He's too busy trying to heal himself while these other guys are running around doing push-ups and everything else, and winter workouts. That guy was in his room sleep.
Yeah.
The quarterback was up in the dorm sleeping, you know?
I hope not. Well, I kind of hope so as a Texas guy, but for A&M's sake, I hope not, and I
No, he
don't
was
think
at
that's
those
the
winter
case.
workouts. He's in there he wasn't working out, but he's in the training room. Believe me, when those guys are up at 6, his ass was there at the training room getting those heating pads on him. So, but he wasn't jumping around like the others, and so the head coach got to see those other guys, and so he's in tune a little bit more to them.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see. We'll see. Torian York was a freshman All-American linebacker last year, so takes a lot as a sophomore to get invited to your team's media days.
And that's in any case.
Yeah, in any case, absolutely. So I thought that was weird. Once again, I mentioned Nico Iamaleava. I got to learn how to pronounce that dude's name. I don't know if anybody really knows how to pronounce that dude's name. The Tennessee quarterback, he's another guy that I would have liked to have heard from just because Tennessee's expected to be really good this year.
Who's Florida bringing? What are the Gators bringing?
They are bringing.
He's gone. They're bringing that quarterback.
They are bringing Graham Mertz, who is a returning starter at quarterback. Obviously, Billy Napier will be there. Boy, that's look. I don't really know how the media folk work in the SEC, right? But I assume there will be multiple questions asked.
They're pretty blunt, I gotta believe.
People are going to ask Billy Napier about his job status, right?
Yes.
Like that's a given. People are going to be like, "Hey, coach, you know how hot of a seat you're on. How do you deal with that this season?" I mean, you have to ask it. It'd almost be lazy to not ask. I don't know if I'm going to be the guy to ask it, but someone's got to ask it.
I don't like asking about guys' jobs. I'd rather just ask about your season, how you feel your season is going to be.
Hey, coach, when your team comes to Austin in November, do you think you'll be there with them?
Yeah. You think you'll be left at the airport?
How about that? You and I will have a one-question interview with Billy Napier, and that will be the question that we ask. And he'll get up and walk right out.
No, all you have to do is talk about the history of Florida football. He will know exactly where you're going.
Yeah.
And people around you will know. Your team has won a couple national championships. The program has not been quite the same. What's your year going to be like? It better be like 9 wins, coach, or at least 8 wins, or you're probably not going to be there. You probably won't be there for the Texas game. But let's talk to you now.
Florida's got the toughest schedule in college football.
Wow.
According to Phil Steele and according to, I think, anybody with the brain. I mean, it is just absolutely insane because they've got a gauntlet of an SEC slate, including a game against Georgia, including a trip here to Austin. Wow. And they also have, how about this, for 3 of your 4 non-conference games. And I respect the hell out of Florida for scheduling these teams because they're doing what I want Texas to do. Florida is playing non-conference games against Florida State, Miami, and UCF. Like, you should be playing your in-state rivals in non-conference games.
You got to compete with them in recruiting. You can't not play them when those other guys are recruiting the same guys you're recruiting. And then the player that you want says, but you're not playing Miami and you're not playing Florida State. I'm not going there. I'm going to those schools.
Sure.
So
and a lot.
That's the way Florida. That's the way the state of Florida used to be, and it should be that way.
I'm with you, man.
Those 3 teams should be playing each other.
A lot of schools would shy away from that too.
Of course they would.
I respect.
Yeah. With the scheduling that they have, of course.
Yeah. They have like one. I think Samford is their 4th and final non-conference game.
Is that a week 11 deal, week 12 deal?
I can't remember when it is, but
of course it's then. That's what the SEC does. That's the one thing about joining them. Now I can say, that week 11 game when we're playing Texas State or something, I like that a lot.
Well, shoot, the way you talk about Texas State, you'd probably be scared that that's a loss.
Why would you be playing them? You're right.
Yeah,
why would you play them?
Texas.
Incarnate word.
And there you go. I'm a little disappointed in Texas because Texas did schedule some some relatively easy games. But the easiest one is UL Monroe. But all 4 non-conference games for Texas are in the first month of the season, right? The first 4 games of the year are the non-conference games. So they had the opportunity to do the Week 11, mid-November cupcake game, and they chose not to do it. It's like that's a rite of passage, right? That was one of the things I was looking forward to the most.
Yeah, that is the SEC. That's what they do.
Yeah. Why can't we do that? Why aren't we doing that? What's going on here?
Put Baylor in there somewhere.
Oh, that's your cupcake game in Week 11?
Or it would be. Hell yeah. Plus, that would be the death blow to that group down there.
As long as Dave Aranda's there, yeah, it feels like an easy W for whoever gets to play Baylor. Yeah, look, I'm on the record. I won't go deep into it again because I've done that too much. That's what someone said. But I want Texas to play Texas Tech and Baylor and TCU, schools like that, at least one of them every year.
Sure.
So when I see Florida actually playing some of their in-state non-conference rivals, then I think it's cool. So I hope we get there at some point. Let me ask you this, based on CB's comment. CB asked if you're going to smell coaches the way you smelled Cliff Kingsbury back at Big 12 Media Days. Is there a coach that you are intrigued to smell?
I still got to get that fragrance of Sark. Odor of Sark. I don't know where I stand with him and what kind of breeze he has when he goes by. His wife dresses him really well, but I don't know if she tells him what cologne to wear. So I gotta figure. I'm still in the process of that year 3. So
Rugnet Odor?
No. No. I got to see. Sark is still on the hit list of what the dude smells like.
You've never smelled Sark?
No, he's gone by me, but I never got any. No, you just smell of man, I guess, going by. I want to know. I want to know. He's a clean dressing guy.
Yeah,
a clean cut. His wife does a decent job at time unless she puts him in that band outfit, or he's a band director outfit. Other than that, generally he's pretty clean. So I'll get a good whip of him, maybe through the hotel, away from all that stuff. Since they're probably staying at the same. No, they'll be in and out, so it's not like he's staying at the hotel.
Yeah,
I'll make sure I get a good whip of him.
Texas's day is Wednesday, right? They'll be there on day 3 of the 4 days of SEC Media Days.
Not like I want to smell Kirby Smart. Probably stinks. He smells like an old ball coach, I got to believe.
Is this the band director outfit you were talking about?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting fit, a game day fit for Sark rolling up to DKR.
Didn't he have the pants that kind of went with it with the stripe on it?
They might have been. I can't remember.
I don't think a grown man can wear pants with a stripe unless he's in the military.
Yeah,
or a band director.
It was an interesting fit. Well, let me see. Here's another one. This might be the one you're referring to. This picture's not nearly as high quality. Sorry for those of you tuned in on the app right now. Is this the one you're talking about?
The one. Oh, yeah, that's the one. That is the one right there. Yeah, forget the other one. The other one is clean. This one right here, ode to band director right here. This must have been where he thought maybe at halftime he was going to lead the band. I led the band at Lake Travis at halftime one year. I went and did a couple of practices with the band where I led the band in a song. Maybe this was his deal right here. He's supposed to come out at halftime and he forgot.
I can just hear Bob Cole right now. The show band of the Southwest today, led by Steve Sarkisian.
That's great. That's a great outfit if you're going to lead the band.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it's a burnt orange jacket. It looks like there's a little bit of a white stripe, no Jack White on the side, and then the pants are white with looks like a double burnt orange stripe down the side of the pant legs.
His wife is very stylish, but that was one that doesn't work right there.
No, that's one you'd like to have back. He's had some play calls he'd like to have back. This is a suit call I think he'd like to have back.
I don't think you're going to see that again. I don't think you'll double up on that one.
No, I don't think you should.
Unless it's Halloween.
Because we don't have a homecoming. Oh, Halloween, that's not a bad idea. Get Sark coming out with a mask or something like that. But we don't do homecoming.
Where you're the big band director and you have the big, like Florida A&M marching band when the band guy takes the field. The major, he comes flying out there, does a flip or something. That's what you have to have. You don't stroll out and walk up the stairs with that outfit on. You got to do. You got to do.
What if wifey says, like, this is what you're wearing today? I'm wearing it too. We got a match.
I'll just say, hey, listen, do you see that extra $5 million I just put on the bank account? Please don't make me wear that again. She may tell him that's why the outfits are what has got you to where you are. That was not good. That one was not a good outfit.
No. Does your wife dress you at all?
No. You know who dresses? The Ohio State Kirk Herbstreit. His wife dresses him for all the stuff that he does on TV.
Really?
She lays his gear out.
feel like he just wears suits, though. I mean, they're good-looking suits, so I guess she just picks out the suit.
And the color and the tie and everything. She does the whole work.
I've never seen him wearing a band director fit on
Oh, no,
College
he
Game
won't.
Day.
No, he's not. He's pretty conservative. He's not going to go that direction. But his wife does. His wife dresses him. Herb Street's wife been put his outfits on him for years.
Right.
But she does a good job.
Yeah, I think so too.
Her dress is pretty good.
Can you go back before we give some sponsor shout-outs here? I forgot. I know you've told the story of your Lake Travis band directing days, but how the hell did that come about?
I just thought I could do. Some games I was talking about. I think I can lead the band, and I'd like to lead a band one time. And the band director got in touch with me, and I went over to a practice and learned some rhythmic deals. And at halftime of a game, I think of a playoff game, I went down. I left the booth, went down, and directed the band in a song. So yeah, it was okay. I never got called back.
It was one and done.
It was a one and done thing. It was nice. It was kind of cool.
What were you wearing? Did they give you like an honorary band?
No, I just had my regular gear when I was upstairs.
What about, did you get the drum major?
The little sticklet?
I've had multiple siblings in the band, and I don't know what the hell they call it. The sticklet? There's no way it's the sticklet.
Are you sure?
No,
the baton or whatever it is.
I was gonna say baton, but that's for the color guard, right? And the twirlers.
Yeah, I wasn't a twirler. No. I wasn't a guy down in Houston who was national champion in twirling.
You were a
Calvin Murphy.
skater.
Calvin Murphy. I was in Calvin Murphy. I didn't come out and do that.
Oh, I forgot the great Calvin Murphy.
Calvin Murphy was a national champion twirler.
Speaking of weird suits.
Oh, that's right. See what happens when you start twirling?
Oh my. That guy does pre and post for the Rockets. So when I was covering the Rockets in Houston, I'd watch him all the time. And
you realize that's not a joke. That's a real thing. He was a national champion.
Yeah.
That's how good he was.
Not that there's anything wrong with that sketch.
That's a little strange, little man.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jerry.
All
right,
you're playing jacks and everybody's shooting hoops. What is the deal there, twirler?
Did you try to mess with the band while you were directing?
No, I didn't throw any cut marks. There was just certain rhythm that you had to stay into.
They weren't watching you. They had that song memorized.
Well, of course they did.
Yeah, you could have done anything up there. You should have started dancing or something.
Oh my goodness. Oh, dude, I was doing everything I could for not falling off the platform.
Oh, you were up top?
Well, you had to get up there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh man, I didn't even think about that.
They may come back. I mean, they need to get deep into the playoffs this year. They got a pretty good team coming back, so I may have to get up there and get on board this year. Maybe do a couple games.
I like that. See if you got to invite yourself this time, because it doesn't sound like they want you to be a part of it again.
It was an okay bit. It was a nice bit.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Somebody sent in the matching picture on the Coda text line. By the way, 512-222-9328 is the number for our Coda text line. You could send us pictures. You could send us videos. You could send us whatever
money.
The hell you want. I don't know if you could send us money there.
Huh.
We got to find a way, though.
They just flat out just send us cash.
I was gonna say you could super chat us on YouTube and send us a few bones that way. Here's the matching picture of Steve and L'Oreal Sarkeesian, Mr. and Mrs. Texas Football, and there's the suits that we were referencing a few moments ago.
No, dude, that's.
You're out on that?
I'm out. I'm okay with her outfit. That's good for anything. His outfit is good for one thing: Kentucky Derby Day or leading the band. That's it, man.
Come on, they're matching, and he's just walking into the stadium. It's not like he was wearing that on the sideline.
Dude, I don't even get on a bus for an away game with that outfit.
Oh, yeah,
that's nothing that's very cool about that.
What do you think his players said? Do you think they were like talking on the bus behind his back, like, "Hey, you see that shit Coach is wearing?"
Of course they are.
Yeah, just cracking up under their breath.
They're just young guys. They're gonna talk. It doesn't matter what he was wearing.
Where's Sark's bag? L'Oreal's got the handbag. Why does Sark not have a matching one?
Dude, if that dude came with a bag, then that would do it. All he needs is a bag. What he needed was some cowboy boots to go with that bad boy. Now we're semi getting there, but that has nothing. There's nothing Texas about that right there.
No, those are just some brown leather shoes. It looks like
like the Cleveland Browns or something. Like he belongs to the Cleveland Browns organization or something.
Yeah, that was a weird one. That's like, this is the picture where it's like first day of school and mom makes you take a picture next to her. And you're like, do I have to, Mom? I don't want to.
We're sending that out to grandma. Everybody's getting that picture.
Oh, it's on Facebook and everything. And you're like, Jesus. And then that's what Sark had to deal with on this day, methinks.
And there's somebody on his staff that knows him well and loves him dearly and appreciates the coin that they're making. Sat beside him at the locker and said, dude, as you're getting dressed, I hope they won that game.
Yeah, well, Varmint Punisher says that was year 1, so that was a 5-7 year. If it was in the first half of the season, they probably won it. If it was in the second half of the season, they probably didn't.
Well, believe me, that suit's you'll never see that outfit again. That's a one and done.
I hope you're right.
The archives. That's in the archives. That could be found at Goodwill right now.
Oh, well, I'd buy that. It's game worn.
Game worn Sark. No way.
Yeah, game worn Sark gear. Come on, man.
You are not buying that.
Probably an expensive ass suit too. If you find that at Goodwill for $20, hell yeah, I'm buying it.
It ain't just an expensive suit. That's the haberdasher did that. The whole thing. That's all hand sewn. The whole works.
If anyone can get me this suit, I will wear it on the show every day for a month.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'll get it tailored, and I will wear it every day on this show for a month. Even if we're at Sue Patrick doing a show, I'll be rocking
I truly will not. Sorry, L'Oreal. I'm sorry about that. I will not.
No, you've got to wear L'Oreal's fit to match me. Come on, we're partners in this deal.
Dude, I will not.
Come on, man. You got one of those bags.
And she's a stylish lady, man. She has but her guy having to dress like that, no, that's the first day of first grade where, hey, grandma's getting that picture. Everybody in the family is getting that one sent.
I'll tell you what, Daryl with a good idea here. Buy it and wear it to SEC Media Days.
Oh, how awesome would that be?
Look, we're new to the SEC. I'm a bits guy. I love bits more than I love my own family. What a bit that would be if I showed up
that year?
All 4 days.
Wow.
Just wearing that suit.
That is going to go over really bad.
What do you think we get kicked out? Like our first day there, it's like, these guys, we can't have Texas Sports Unfiltered at any more of our events.
Look at what those clowns are down on.
Oh my God.
I mean, I guess it worked. It didn't work. That first year was not good. So
no, maybe that was part of Sark's turnaround from year 1 to year 2. It's like, hey, we can't.
Let's get it over with.
Yeah, we can't be wearing stuff like this anymore because I'm already a laughing stock because my team went 5-7. I can't be giving people memes with the suits I pull up to the stadium in.
Dude, this group, just think of the stuff that they've gone through. Dude, they've gone through monkeys. They've gone through pole dancers. This is an unbelievable coaching staff that this university has an awful lot of faith in. There's a lot that is happening on this staff when they first got there that a lot of universities would say, nope, you can't bring that sideshow here.
Yeah, well, a lot of universities wouldn't have hired Steve Sarkisian because of his past, right?
Sure, you're absolutely right.
He obviously turned it around and was able to build up his image back at Alabama. So I'm not saying Texas was the only school that would have hired Steve Sarkisian, but a lot of schools would have been like, hey, we just can't take that risk. There's too much baggage there. And then, you talk about the pole assassin and the monkey gate deal that happened around Halloween during that first year. I will say this, that was a great thing for Texas because Jeff Banks was going to get a head coaching job that offseason. And because that story came out, I can't remember what school it was. Chip knows it. He's talked about it a lot on Chip and Zay. But that school got cold feet. They're like, oh, we can't hire that. That's a red flag. So that's why Jeff Banks is still here. If that story didn't come out, Jeff Banks would be somewhere else, and the special teams would not be as good as it's been these last couple of years.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of patience at this university with Washington State. That's right.
Yeah, it was at the time a P5 job. Now it's a Pac-2 job.
Pac-2. That's right.
Yeah, but yeah, like that's if that story doesn't happen, you're right. Some schools would have been like, "Hey, Jeff Banks, get out. We don't want to deal with you." But that's the only reason Jeff Banks is still here is because of that story.
A lot of schools would have said to the head coach, "You need to make some other decisions on your staff, or we can make that for you." I mean, that's just the way it is. But as I said, people here had total faith in the head coach that he knows the personality of the staff, he knows the families of the staff, he knows what kind of people they truly are, and that was important. And he's kept all these guys together, and that's incredible when you can do that, because as I said, in this society, it's a lot of people would say, nope, you can't bring that to our universities. We're not going to do that. But this staff did it. They've been successful with it. It's a family atmosphere around the university, and they're winning.
That helps.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, and continuity has been a great thing as well. I know Texas lost a couple of members from its coaching staff to other jobs, but for the most part, this staff is intact from when Steve Sarkisian got here. So
once again, that's just trust. That's sure. when you talk about CDC and the president and all type and the rest of these guys. That's trust in the people that you kind of oversee. That you're trusting them, they're going to make the right decisions, and the people that they brought with them are truly good people, and they're good for the university and good for the community. I mean, I wouldn't know if I would have said, dude, get these folks to get rid of this damn monkey. What are you kidding me? I mean, I would be like, wait, what are we running here?
That was a surreal story.
Yes, it was.
When it came,
and it was enough to turn around the whole thing as a university president, and having to have that get down to say that we can't have that.
God,
it's the University of Texas.
Not to be super negative because 2021 sucked, but yeah, I mean, there's so many things that went down that year that could have spelled doom, and it had a lot of Texas fans wondering if we had the right guy at head coach. And obviously, the team went 5-7. They had their longest losing streak since the 1950s.
Yep.
You had the monkey situation. You had Tavondre Sweat on a trip back from Iowa State, filming a post-game rant from Bo Davis and laughing under his breath. That was a bad look. I mean, all of that stuff went on in year one, and it's just did we make a mistake? We thought we were going to have Urban Meyer as our coach, and then this is what we ended up with? What in the hell is happening here? We didn't think this could get any worse. We thought we already hit rock bottom, and now we're
we just got through going through the shit with Tom Herman.
Yeah, we just went through Charlie and Tom Herman, and it's oh my God, this? Are we ever going to get this right? And then, look, Sark was never going to get fired after 1 year, but Texas stayed patient, and obviously 8 wins in year 2, and then boom, 12 wins in a playoff spot and a conference championship in year 3. So,
I mean, this is from the bottom up, and including, people that had to trust in not only in Sark, but like you said, coming off of Tom Herman and Charlie and, where it was a mess.
Oh, yeah, and bringing it full circle to the SEC, the announcement that Texas was headed to the SEC came down in 2021, and you're well, I won't speak for you. I was we're going 5-7 in the Big 12, then we're going to be 3-9, 2-10.
For me, last year was so big because, as I said, if it wouldn't have been, Texas would have rolled into the SEC as Mississippi State at best.
Yeah, that's what it was looking like when the announcement came down. It's oh, God. We've got the other sports kind of figured out, but football is the most important one, and we are nowhere close right now. And then now people are picking Texas to win the SEC, and they've got the second-best odds to do so in its first year. Amazing.
Yeah, and you've turned me from a 9-win team for me to 10.
You changed.
10 now, yes.
Beautiful.
I'm definitely on 10.
I love it.
And I'm with you on the Michigan game. That's a game. That's a win game. That's not That's not to go there for the first time and be competitive and have a close ball game. You should go there and beat them. They got a lot missing. This Texas offense, BK, and as we go and start to get into it, this Texas run game should be really, really special with these 3-year starters on the offensive line. This should be a dominating offensive line. I mean, they protected the quarterback so well last year with 2 or 3 great wide receivers. Now just think about them in the run game. They've got 3 guys. This sophomore running back out of the state of Florida is going to be a monster of a runner this year. And a lot of people don't even think he'll be, when it comes down to it, he'll get the most carries. I believe I think he will be the guy who will hold the mantle for this run game. I think you're going to have a big time running back. I mean, big like Eric Dickerson, big. I mean, big dude like that, big, where he's a punishing runner. Where last year, I think he took a lot of punishment because he didn't know how to take a hit. And as the year went on, you saw that guy became quite a runner. I think this year he will punish guys who will come up and want to go bone on bone with him. I think he will deliver on guys, and they will pay a heavy price for tackling him every time they tackle him this year.
He's boning guys, and then he's going to deliver on them.
Oh no, he's going to deliver a smackdown to guys who want to come up and try to tackle him this season.
Yeah, did he go to your fall school? I heard Wags and Rodney talking about that yesterday. Did we get C.J. Baxter enrolled into the Bucks fall school?
I think he will. I don't think in his sophomore year he will know how to take blows, but it won't be him taking blows this year. Yeah. It'll be him delivering blows to guys. Those are the guys that should probably end up at the fall school because they were going to go down awkward trying to tackle him, especially these one-on-one linebacker guys that will try to come and hit him from the side. It's going to hurt them to go on his shoulders and his thighs in that area. Ricky Williams was a different type of runner in his sophomore year. Here's a guy who's I'm not putting him on the same plane with Ricky, but a year into the program, a year into the weight room, a year into understanding where his running lanes are and angles guys will take with him at this level, he is going to dish out some major league punishment. Plus, he's got the speed to outrun guys. And we saw that last year.
We did, especially that big run against Kansas State on that 4th and short. Yeah, he's got home run ability, and he's big physical back, and hopefully he puts it all together this season. And hopefully he's not going down like a sack of shit. Hopefully the guys on the defense that are trying to tackle him are going down like
his first couple games, he went down like a pile of crap in a big old bucket. He didn't know how to fall. He didn't know how to take the hit. I mean, just out of high school. I don't care how good you were in high school. It's high school. You got linebackers, even in the Big 12, that will hit you, and guys will show that they'll put their faces in there. Now this guy, you put your face in on this guy as a sophomore now, and he's been a year into this program. I mean, you put your hand, you're going to come back with a nub. I mean, you're going to have a lot of guys tackling him on contact. Plus, you got the other runners in this program. This running game should be a pretty potent running game in the SEC. Because the SEC is going to have a bunch of runners in it. You know that, and some big offensive linemen. But as you said, this is what number 2 offensive line projected by Phil
Steele. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, is this in the nation or is this just in the SEC?
Nation.
Wow.
Yeah. Now Michigan will be a great test because Michigan has one of the best defensive lines.
Yes, it'll be tested early, but I expect this run game to be just to do well against everybody it goes against.
It should. It really.
I mean, it's got the capabilities to have 2,000-yard rushers this year.
It'd be nice. I mean, God, when's the last time Texas has had that? Has Texas ever had that?
I was a part of that.
2,000-yard rushers.
Yeah, with Ricky and Sean Mitchell.
Both had 1,000 in the same year. I wonder if that's the last time it's happened. Like Texas has had plenty of 1,000-yard rushers. As good as Rojo was, he never cracked 1,000 with Bijan.
It may have been Ricky and Sean.
Yeah, I had to go back and look that up. That'd be huge if CJ and Jaden Blue can both get over 1,000 this season.
And they're similar type runners to those guys. Jaden Blue's very similar to like Sean Mitchell.
Yeah, should have considered Vince Young here because VY would go for 1,000 and said B. So 04 the last time that's happened with Vince Young and Cedric Benson, the late great.
I said the word running backs.
Yeah, so 2 running backs. You might have to go all the way back though to the 90s when that happened. That'd be massive. All right, we got to give some love. We're having great conversation. We'll continue this. We don't need to shift gears, but we do need to pause for a moment and give a few sponsor shout-outs.
Let me say hello to our friends at Sue Patrick since 1975. Jay and Sue Patrick, an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of those Texas-themed gifts for sure. I'm reading, of course, Admiral McCraven's book. I'm on book number 2 right now. I read his first book, Make Your Bed, which is amazing. What an amazing man. You know, William McCraven, what an amazing guy. And I'll tell you, those books are at Sue Patrick. I think that's their number 1 seller right now is his book, Make Your Bed. I know it's number 1 bestseller out there. So You get all those things at Suit Package. How about those schedule glasses that Jay has right now for you? All the polos. Oh, there you go. SEC will be sporting those at Media Day next week. So I'm looking forward to doing that. But the hats, sporting that, look at that. Sporting that white. By the way, this white one is just as cool as the burnt orange one, as a matter of fact. This is the great golf hat right here. Keep that sun off of me. But they've got everything you want at Sue Patrick and more for sure. 5222 Burnett Road, plenty of parking, $49 or more on online. You get free delivery. It's awesome. And as you said, BK, you get your mom and dad get stuff online and they get it there in a hurry. It comes to them in just a matter of days.
Absolutely. Yep. Free shipping across the country and fast shipping as well. And yeah, they've got the best selection of Texas SEC gear that you can find.
You got those Jellycats too, by the way, if you're interested. I'm not interested in the Jellycats, but I know there's some of you out there that collect those.
Dude, you buy a Jellycat every time you go in there.
My wife has not put up the last Jellycat in her office. I'm going to put that. I'm going to hide it in her office somewhere and let her know that that Jellycat is still there.
Yeah, that tells me that your wife never really wanted them in the first place. You're just buying them for yourself and blaming it on your wife.
Absolutely.
Just like that laundry detergent, the Tyler Campbell laundry detergent.
That stuff is good. I've got it. I've had that smell in the house from the detergent. It works.
Got it.
Next thing I need is that luggage. You know what? That luggage will be at the 24th annual Mullet Open. That luggage is going as one of the big prizes.
Nice.
You know, we gave away that golf bag last year. What about that luggage? Wouldn't that make a nice prize for somebody to win?
Oh, great prize. You kidding me?
What if you were an Aggie and you played in the Mullet Open? Should that happen anyway? But I'm just saying.
You shouldn't be allowed to play at the Mullet Open. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about that. That luggage would be great as a big prize.
It would be. It would be.
We'll let the bag apes try to break that stuff.
They can't. Oh, dude, I had a bag ape experience during my last trip, the last wedding I attended. And it was the best bag ape experience I ever had.
Yeah, wait a minute. There's no such thing as a best bag ape experience.
Oh my gosh, it was here at Austin Bergstrom. I was checking a bag with some equipment because I did a show in Santa Fe.
Oh, you told them it was very delicate equipment?
I didn't tell them anything because I know when I tell them that just means they're going to be harder on my stuff. Right? Oh, you think your stuff matters more than anybody else? Boom.
Who are you? Who do you think you are?
Yeah, who are you, jabroni? Like, sit your ass down, get in line, and take your shoes off. No, the woman, I put my bag on the scale, showed her my ID. She's like, thank you, have a great day. And I said the same. I'm always super nice to the bag apes, right? Like,
no matter what, it doesn't matter.
Just for some reason, hoping that will make a difference. Right? Like, me being nice to them will mean they will be gentler with my stuff. And it usually doesn't do a damn thing. I don't know what it was, but this woman just very gently picked up my bag, took it a couple of steps back to the little conveyor belt deal, and gently placed it on the belt.
That sounds so good. That's why I'm so nice to my urologist when I go. And in August, I'll be the same thing. I'll be like patting him on the shoulder and saying, you know what? I missed you. I haven't been here in a year and a half. I should have been here more often. I'm glad you're here to handle my baggage.
That's going to be your line?
That's going to be, yes. I'm going to be extra smooth. Take extra care. I just turned 69. Be careful, dude.
Were you worried that if you didn't say something, he was going to start just hitting it or something?
I don't know. Maybe two-handing and doing all kinds, like sharpening a blade on it or so. I don't know.
Sharpening a blade on it?
Like the barbers with that belt. You know what I mean?
No.
Okay.
Well, not at all. Now I'm terrified to go in for those annual checkups. We're trying to encourage people to get screened, and you're talking about getting a razor blade on your Johnson, and I think I'm out on that. Everybody's out on that.
So they were good to your equipment, huh?
I did. I thanked her. I'm like, thank you so much for being nice to my bag. I literally said, like, no one else is ever nice. Everyone always throws it against the wall. Thank you for being respectful. And she's like,
little lady, she'd go back there and just place it on the bag.
Middle-aged broad, like, just that should have been nicer than calling her a broad. Middle-aged woman. That picked it up, put it on there, and I thanked her. She's like, yeah, no problem. Have a great day. I'm like, I never wanted to fly again. But of course, on the flight back in the Santa Fe or Albuquerque airport.
Albuquerque.
Chunked.
Really? Like, hey, here you go.
almost like she was going to see if she could break what was in there.
Oh.
And then, let me see. Did it work? Did I break it? Did everything work in there? She's probably disappointed that everything was, in fact.
Zippers are all out of whack and everything else.
A mess. All right.
Love
Long
it.
live read there. Got to give some love. I'm rocking the Covert Bee Cave hat today. We'll let you see and hear from our friends at Covert Bee Cave right now.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, yeah.
At BK, as we were talking about how I felt about this offensive line, I think this will be the top running game in the SEC.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, to go along with the passing game as it is, and I know what Sark does in the passing game, I think his play calling will open up this run game. I think it'll be the best in the SEC. I do. I think teams are going to have their hands full with these three runners, with this offensive line, and with the play caller when it comes to the run game. I think we saw what this group was like coming out of the backfield and making plays, including Jonathan Brooks catching the ball. I think they'll be even more established, and it'll open up the run game even more. The fact that these guys are pass catchers.
Man, that'd be huge if Texas has the best run game in the SEC.
Yes, one. How about year one coming into that year one with this three-year offensive line group that's been together?
That would be so massive, and to do it after losing Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson 2 years ago, and then Jonathan Brooks this past season. I mean, that would be sensational if Texas is. If they have a top 3 rushing offense in the SEC, sure. I would think that's a major.
I don't give Jaden Blue enough credit for being, he when I look at him as a runner, he reminds me a lot of Priest Holmes and the way Priest ran. I mean, because Priest had this uncanny ability to lull you to sleep with speed-wise. You always thought that he was 4'6", 4'7" guy. But, dude, that guy could absolutely fly. And this kid is the same. This kid has great speed. But what he does, that Priest, I think he's got great balance and strength. He's got great strength for a guy that's not real big. Now, somebody's going to say, well, he's 195 or 205 or whatever he is. But I look at him as a probably a 190 kid that's got unbelievable strength, and balance. So I just don't think I give him enough credit because I'm so busy looking at that studded as a freshman, So, but I think a lot of people believe he'll get more carries than the other guy.
Jaden Blue, yeah. I mean, at the end of last season, obviously Jonathan Brooks had torn his ACL, so he was out for the season. Sure. So excluding him, I thought Jaden Blue was the best running back on Texas at the end of last season. He's a year older. He's been in the program a year longer than C.J. Baxter has, so maybe that was a part of it. And now, C.J. Baxter has his sea legs under him. He's not making the transition from high school to college, so maybe he'll be able to take that second-year jump. But, I thought Jaden Blue was the best running back on the team at the end of last season. So, I'm one of those guys who I think if you ask me right now who's going to be the leading rusher for the Longhorns this year, I'd pick Jaden Blue. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's a starter, but hey, Jonathan Brooks wasn't the starter at the start of last season.
That's okay.
Yeah, they missed that one. It didn't end up costing Texas too much, but Jaden Blue. I just pulled up the Texas roster. Blue is listed at 6 feet 198. C.J. Baxter listed as 6'1", 218. So. Yeah, Baxter, there's your thunder and lightning right there. Baxter a little bit bigger, and he can run over people. Not to say Jaden Blue can't, but Baxter's got the extra size and strength to help there. And then, Jaden Blue's got a little bit of everything. But I really loved what I saw.
And they looked like they kept their weight during the course of that long season last year. That's what I mean, and kept their power. And as I said, the one kid just ran like a young running back. And now in his sophomore year, that guy knows where the blocking is. He knows who the better blockers on the offensive line. He knows what to expect. I just think he's a different guy. I think he goes in the SEC as one of the better runners in the SEC.
Yeah, last year.
And a thumper. One of those hard 3 and 4 yard runs. Good luck, folks, trying to tackle that cat.
No kidding. Yeah, last year, C.J. Baxter, 138 carries for 659 yards. It's 4.8 yards a clip. Jaden Blue, only 65 carries, 398 yards, 6.1 yards a carry. So Blue made the most of his opportunities. Now, some of those opportunities were late, kind of in garbage time, so maybe the stats are a tad bit inflated because of that. But C.J. Baxter got a little bit more run, and I would think he's going to go into this season as the starter for the Longhorns, but both of those guys will get carries. I mean, last year, 3 guys were getting carries for Texas.
Absolutely.
So we might see that. I mean, Trey Wisner was talked about a bunch during the spring. He might have some sort of role in this backfield. You've got Jarrett Gibson, one of the top running back recruits in the nation in this past recruiting cycle. So he's a guy who could come in year 1 as an early enrollee and make a little bit of an impact. You've got some dudes back there. So I'd probably go Georgia. I feel like I'd go with Georgia as number 1 in the SEC for a lot of different things. But they've got some guys back. Plus, they added Trevor Etienne from Florida, who transferred in.
That can go.
And he might be the best back in the conference, like, already. And you put him behind that Georgia offensive line, and it's like,
he's pretty good at Florida.
Yeah. So that could be scary. But, yeah, look, Texas absolutely has a chance to have one of the best rushing offenses in the league. And I like that prediction. That's a bold call by you, and I love it. I hope you're right. That'd be amazing. And you got Quinn, who's one of the Heisman favorites, and all of these receivers too. Like, if your run game is that good, that means you might have the best offense in the conference.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, I just, as I said, this offensive line, I thought they did such a great job of protection last year. When they had guys that got hurt, they put in guys that did a really, really good job. They weren't just suitable guys. Those are guys that could play whole games. That's not just going there for a series. And I mean, they had guys that were out for games. I think they did well. I think that staff found ways to really, really disguise and help out this offense and not miss a step.
Yeah, I agree. Hold on, I got to crack this open, man. We're an hour into the show.
Yeah, man. Get some Olipop in. It's time.
I haven't even had a sip of the greatness that is Olipop.
Yeah, I'm playing golf today. I need to have mine before I go out on the course. And plus, I'll have mine. I'll have, of course, my big hat with me, my mocktail when I'm on the course. But that stuff has all the ingredients I need before I start right there.
We are the show of the liquids.
We love liquids.
One of the best liquids in the world. Olipop, a new kind of soda. And it is a new kind of soda because it is soda, but it's actually good for you.
The root beer, does it taste just like root beer?
Tastes just like root beer. It's one of my favorite flavors. Yeah, I don't know how Olipop did it, but they found a way to make a soda that tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any sugar, very few calories, and there are ingredients in here that help support good digestive health.
Gut health, need that.
Oh, need that. You're supporting your taste buds when you drink Olipop because it tastes great, but you're also supporting your digestive health as well every time you get the Olipop. They've got 17 flavors. Our man Jake says grape is his favorite. Tons of options. You can pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Costco, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, wherever you shop in the Austin area or anywhere in the great state of Texas, you can find Olipop.
Loving it.
Yes, indeed. All right, the Coda text line, 512-222-9328 if you want to chime in there. Also hit us up on YouTube as well. And we'll get back into some Texas football here in a moment. Quick, funny video for you, Buck, today. Actually, we got a couple we can get into here. So we opened up the show talking about Hurricane Beryl and some of the damage that it's caused in our great state and also our neighbors to the right of us in Louisiana. But, you know, some people like to have fun with storms like this. It's crazy to me. They advise you to stay inside or evacuate the premises, but some guys just want to do their own thing. And here's some dude in the Houston area yesterday, and right after the storm had passed through, just riding a shopping cart down a busy street, holding some big blue tarp like it's a superhero cape. Everyone else is panicking during the storm, and then there's him.
This guy's out clowning, and a telephone pole hadn't fallen on him yet.
He's lucky. By the way, I don't know how he found a shopping cart where all 4 wheels go in the same direction. That feels like the biggest miracle.
Hey, it wouldn't happen to me no matter where I'd go.
Oh, you got the curse of the shopping cart?
Oh, yeah. I'm the worst. I just take a basket and say, I'll come back 6 times.
And look, we're all trying to be more green. We're all trying to be more energy efficient. How about this? Look at this way to get around. There's no more energy efficient method of travel than the shopping cart.
I dig the guy with the big shopping cart. That dude. This is a goof.
Come on, man. This is when life gives you lemons right here, you make lemonade.
Just have a little fun. He's using that thing as a sail.
I love how, he's using literally a tarp as his steer for this deal.
Wow.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. But a makeshift sail cart, that is human ingenuity at its finest right there.
There you go. Keep up the good work.
That is impressive right there.
Take that out on 10 and see how far you get.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, maybe yesterday there weren't you'd probably fall into water if you took that out on I-10 because there was a lot of standing water in some of the major highways and byways down in H-Town. And you said you're playing golf today, correct?
Yes.
Right. What would you do if one of the Texas cheaters had a golf swing like this? Check out this video of some dude on the driving range recently.
I would be like, dude, can you hit that after that third little deal right there?
Come on. This is his.
1, 2, hit it. No, you don't get to go 7, 8.
5,
No.
6. He goes like 5.5 swings before he actually swings and hits the ball.
No, I'd be in the cart sleep. I'd be walking down the fairway.
I don't what if he doesn't take that long though? Like you got guys like Patrick Cantlay on the tour who take forever because they just stare at the ball for 30 seconds. This guy might not stare. He might just get over the ball and then do this to where it really doesn't take that long for him to actually swing.
That's just gathering momentum right there. But I'd be laughing too hard. As long as he could take me laughing in the background, because I'd be laughing my ass off.
Well, laughing's okay, right? Farting is the one thing you're not allowed to do.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah. I mean, hey, swing your swing, man. If it works.
Do your thing, yeah.
If I could play golf, if I could be an 80s
First
golfer.
of all, if that guy's taking all that time to do that, can you imagine that guy on the greens, how long it takes him?
I think he's doing that with the putter, too, just
he's doing all around. That guy's laying flat on his belly, rolling around, trying to feel the contours of the green, eating grass off the greens. Yeah, he's doing something.
If that guy lays on his belly, Buck, I don't know if he's getting up.
Well, you know what? He doesn't have cutoffs. He's dressed like a real golfer. He must be at a country club. That's fine. It's not out there in his cutoff jeans, his flip-flop.
Little Happy Gilmore style there.
I like that action by him.
Yeah, that's I've never seen anything like this, but I don't know, man. If it works, it works. Like Rick Barry shot his free throws granny style and was one of the best free throw shooters of all time. Everyone gave him crap for it, but he was incredible at the line. This guy could play. He should be given lessons. I need this.
That guy sucks.
You think he's terrible?
He's awful.
How do you, figure out that this might work? It means your golf game must be so bad you've tried every other variation of swing, and nothing's working for you to the point where you feel like, I've got to try 5.
By the way, I think that club is a real wooden head club. It's not even metal.
Oh, it's a real wood?
Yeah. Look at it. Yeah. That ought to tell you something right there. He stole that out of his grandpa's garage.
That guy looks old and homeless. I mean, look at the hair and the beard that he's got.
Those are some khakis, all right.
No, they look like carpenter pants. He's got all the extra pockets on the side. What kind of shoes is he wearing? Those loafers?
Oh boy.
Hey, that's incredible stuff.
Don't show that guy anymore. That's horrible. Somebody's going to go out and start doing that.
Makes Charles Barkley look like he has a normal swing, doesn't it?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that is what we need right there. Yeah.
Well, at least today we're talking about some positive things with this. After we went through the panic of yesterday, people thought we were in a panic. We're just stating
recruiting sucks. Recruiting sucks right now. That's doesn't mean you're in a panic. That's just calling a spade a spade.
You got people already on your campus that you're depending on anyway.
Sure. The good news is you've got almost 5 months until the first signing day. So you have plenty of time to figure it out. But
this group will be in the top 10. That's all I need them to be in is in the top 10.
Yeah, I'd like for them to be higher than that, but I want to have my cake.
I did like to hear they're behind Rutgers.
Yeah, they're 20th right now, and they're behind Rutgers. They're behind TCU. They're behind all sorts of teams. They're behind Washington, first-year coach.
Rutgers must be getting all those guys from New Jersey and Ohio that they used to never get. Everybody used to go to the state of New Jersey. North Carolina would go into New Jersey. I mean, even goofy Boston College would go in there. Of course, Penn State would go in Jersey and get everyone they wanted. It must be happening now that Schiano's keeping kids in Jersey. Jersey's got some really fantastic, talented football players.
Oh, yeah. Well, remember when Rutgers joined the Big Ten, that was like the whole sell is like, oh, we get the New York and New Jersey TV markets.
Yeah.
And it's like, nobody gives a crap about Rutgers.
No,
nobody in Piscataway cares about Rutgers, let alone people in like the actual city. But there's a lot of talent up there, and there's resources.
Well, it did. I mean, it started when Nebraska would come up there. Who was it? Urban Fryer, I think he's from Jersey. And Nebraska came all the way to Jersey and got him out of the state of New Jersey. And that started this whole thing about Jersey and the players that they have in some of their high schools, some of their, and their Catholic schools there had a bunch of kids that were going all over the country. But most of them were going, as I said, North Carolina, Penn State. Nobody's going to South Carolina, Clemson. They weren't any good then. Just think about it. South Carolina is still basically no good. Clemson became good. It took Clemson a while, but North Carolina was a school everybody that would go into Jersey, would go into Ohio and get those players, But now Ohio State comes into Jersey, grabs players. Penn State, that's why Schiano wants that Penn State job so bad. He would go to Penn State tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And dump Rutgers.
A lot of people would go to Penn State tomorrow. And it's a big year for James Franklin.
God, I got to call them. We need to get Coach on.
Coach Franklin?
Yes, I'd love to talk to him.
Should we just get Keegan-Michael Key on instead? The guy who looks like James Franklin and does all of those bits, posing as James Franklin.
Is there a guy doing bits on him?
Oh, yeah. Remember one of the game days last year, I think it was at Penn State, and they had Keegan-Michael Key from Key and Peele dressed up as James Franklin and acting like James Franklin picking the games.
Yeah, well, James Franklin, I would say this is a year where he's got these two running backs. He'll have he had those great offensive linemen last year. He's got another good defense coming back. But, of course, they'll lose to Ohio State at home. And maybe they can beat Michigan this year.
No, they don't play Michigan. Remember, they only play Ohio State.
They play in Ohio State, and that's a home game, too, isn't it?
They don't play Michigan, and they don't play Oregon, who are like two of the top teams in the Big Ten this year. So, if Penn State misses the playoff this year, they should fire James Franklin.
Wow.
And I'm one of those guys who's like, dude, the grass is always greener. Like when I hear Oklahoma State fans complain about Mike Gundy, it's like, you know what y'all were before that, dude? Like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to move on from him? Because he wins 10 games a lot, and he gets y'all to conference championships every once in a while, and like he might be as good as you could do. And for Penn State, there's a part of me that's like, I've said this about James Franklin in the past, like the grass ain't always greener. That guy wins you a lot of games there. He's won a couple of Rose Bowls there. Like, Penn State, you're not Ohio State. You're not Michigan. Like, be careful.
But you also have won a national championship at Penn State.
You're right. But this year, like if he can't make the 12, I wouldn't say this if it was 4 teams, but a 12-team playoff when they don't have Michigan or Oregon on the schedule and they get Ohio State at home, then you got to move on because there are too many other coaches.
You have to beat Ohio State this year.
Yeah. Even if you don't, you can still make the playoff though. Like, yeah, at some point you'd like to get over the Ohio State hump, but like Ohio State's better than Penn State. So
yes, they are.
I wouldn't pick them to win that game, them being Penn State, but like make the playoff. You can lose 2 and still make the playoff. You might not lose more than 1. You shouldn't lose more than 1, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, their schedule is not playing Michigan.
I'll pull it up. Yeah. They open up with West Virginia, Buck, on the road, which is an interesting one. But they should win that, right?
Yes, they should, BK.
I mean, it's not easy. They got to go to USC. They got to go to Wisconsin.
What are they doing with the MAC teams back to back? What is that?
Oh, there could be a loss in there for the Nittany Lions.
No, hell no, it's not.
Bowling Green and Kent State, 2 in a row.
Kidding me?
Scary. That's got to be 10 wins right there for James Franklin. They
do have UCLA, USC back to back, and Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean,
dude, that's a 4-game. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty crazy 4-game stretch there. 5-game stretch. No, Washington with the new coach.
UCLA's got a new coach. UCLA, I think, is going to be terrible this year.
They've got Illinois, UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, and Ohio State. All those, that's 5 straight games. And do you want to throw in Washington now they're with their new coach? No.
They lose more than 2. James Franklin should be out.
Wow.
I'm saying it right now. I don't know what they'll do, but
they got 2 running backs that are outrageous.
Oh yeah,
I still can't believe we're still at Penn State that said we're going to stick it out here. We're not going to split up and go elsewhere.
Isn't that nice when you see loyalty in sports? Doesn't happen very often. Yeah, but it's good when it does happen. And yeah, those 2 guys have stayed loyal to Penn State, and the Nittany Lions are benefiting because of it.
Yes, they are.
Sure. All right, good college football conversation this morning. We're talking about everything. We're talking Texas. We're talking SEC. We're talking Big Ten. A lot of college football conversation as we inch closer and closer to the start of the season. Of course, a reminder, we will be at SEC Media Days next week. We'll be there all 4 days, Monday through Thursday, bringing you boots on the ground coverage, the best coverage you are going to find from SEC Media. We're going to have like 10 people up there. All right.
Nice.
So no other station, no other network, no other channel is going to have what we have next week, which means if you have friends tuned in elsewhere.
Why are they?
Why are they? They're doing it wrong. You need to be a better friend. I'm calling you out. You need to tell your friends to not listen to bad sports talk, because there's a lot of that in our city right now. Friends don't let friends listen to bad sports talk is something
for sure
that I always say. All right, we'll shift gears. We'll get into some NFL here momentarily, but before that, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
I talked to Dr. Danny the other day, Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians believe in surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adult. That means if you've got problems with the knees, ankles, feet, the whole works, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement, trauma care, rheumatology, and even more. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. And folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in this entire state. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Love to them. Love to Altstadt beer as well. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Whatever you have going on all summer long, make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness of Altstadt beer. So many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you're going to find in all of Texas, brewed in Fredericksburg with a German brewmaster, but once again, available all over the state. Your favorite bars, your favorite restaurants, your grocery stores, your liquor stores, wherever you drink beer and get beer, you can find the greatness that is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And our good friends over at Syntex Tickets, if you need all your tickets for anything, you talking about going up to Arlington for the All-Star event, Shelby's got them at Syntex Tickets. He's got everything that you need. Major League Baseball, the Rangers, the Astros, Broadway shows, everything that's coming to the Moody Center. Please go to Syntex Tickets and get yourself a great bargain right now over at Syntex Tickets.
SyntexTickets.com. That's the website. From your phone, from your computer. Super easy to get to, super easy to use.
It's going to be hard to get those SEC tickets when certain teams roll into town. Syntex Tickets will have plenty, folks.
They will. They always have, and they always will. They got
you
covered. They're your ticket headquarters for sports, for concerts, for shows, festivals, you name it. They've got it. Quick shout-out to Lulu's son, Buck, former Texas tennis player who was a part of the national championship team in 2021. I meant to give her a call-out yesterday, but I didn't. She just lost in the quarterfinals at Wimbledon, but her run to the quarterfinals was miraculous. She was a qualifier. She only made the tournament because she qualified, and she's only the 7th woman to ever make it to the quarterfinal after qualifying. First woman since 2010 to get that far in the tournament going through qualifying. She's from New Zealand. She's the first Kiwi to make the quarters at Wimbledon since 1959.
Wow.
So her story just came to an end. She lost this morning in 3 sets. But quick shout-out to Lulu's son. My apologies for forgetting to mention her yesterday because she won her 4th-round match over the weekend to make it to the quarters. Lost in the quarters today. I don't know why I keep saying corners instead of quarters. Why is that word so difficult for me today? I don't know. But awesome story for the Texas X. So tip the cap to Lulu's son.
How
it was
is
really fun to watch.
BK, how's the Joker? I mean, with his bad knee, is he after that surgery? Is he still hanging in there?
Yep.
You gonna win this thing?
He's still alive. He is still alive, and boy, he won. I can't remember if it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, but Wimbledon, like the crowd in England, they hate Novak Djokovic.
They've hated him since COVID, since all that deal when COVID hit.
Yeah, he was a pretty strong anti-vaxxer, and some people have forgiven him for that. Some people have not forgiven him for that. But yeah, for whatever reason, it feels like that the All England club does not take too kindly to the Joker.
Did he go back at him? Did he get after him?
He went after him. So he beat Rune the other day, and Rune is like it sounds like boo, right? So the crowd will sometimes chant Rune after he wins points, but Djokovic thought that they were saying boo at him, and I'm sure a lot of people were actually booing him during that match. So after he beat Rune in straight sets, he, in his post-match interview that was on TV but also, aired live around the court, he's like, I know what you guys are doing. You can't get to me. Like, I've been through more hostile crowds. I've been in tougher environments. I know you guys are booing.
In Wimbledon, he's letting them know.
And it ain't working. So he got after the crowd a little bit. I might cut that up and play it at some point.
That's not going to be good. They're going to be after him. He's just that good, though. I know he's playing on that surgically repaired knee, and he's just a little step off. But, man, he's still 90% better than most of them that he's playing against.
Oh, yeah. He's awesome. And he's the 2 seed in this tournament. Jannik Sinner, the 1. But Djokovic still alive in the quarters. He plays tomorrow for a spot in the semifinal. But I'm rooting for Joker, man. Like, I root for – in individual sports, I root for dynasties. I want dominance because that's why people care. You want to see if Federer's going to win again. You want to see if Nadal's going to win again. You want to see if Djokovic is going to win again. Like, I want records to be broken, and Novak's already broken a bunch, and he's got a chance to break a few more if he can win a few more Grand Slams in his illustrious career. So I'll be locked in to Wimbledon.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
A lot of the matches are in the morning, but that's okay. Works for some, I suppose. All right, NFL, Buck. We'll get to a ranking of the top running backs in the NFL momentarily. I'll let you know where Zeke Elliott falls on that list.
Last.
Actually, spoiler alert. Yeah, they only ranked 10. So
sorry.
He was not on the list. Oh, man, you think he's the worst starting running back in football?
I would say he's in the top echelon of being the worst starters.
Top echelon of being bad?
Yes, he has to be.
Yeah, I've just never heard it
His
worded
numbers,
like that.
we're not talking about where he was when he first came in the league. We're talking about where he is now and what we saw from him where he was last year.
Yeah.
He's not going to do anything for them. It's not going to happen. I don't know what the expectations are that, okay, when he's in their short yardage 3rd and 1, I expect he'll get it because I think he's special at that. When he's there near the goal line, if he scores a bunch of touchdowns, I expect that because Zeke Elliott just has a knack for doing that. The 2-yard run, the hard 2-yard run for a first down, or the hard 2-yard run, spinning and whatever to get me a touchdown. But that guy ain't going 35 for first downs.
He's fat.
He's just old and slow. I'm sorry.
Maybe a combination of those things. Old, slow, and fat.
Yes. It's just that part of his career. Mm-hmm. He's not going to get faster this year.
No, his last year in his first stint in Dallas was not good. And then he went to New England and was not good. And all of a sudden the Cowboys are expecting him to find the fountain of youth.
Well, I mean, unless are the Cowboys going to be a dominating offensive line again, where they open up these big mashing holes?
They've got one of the better offensive lines in football. I mean, they're not the best like they were, 5 or 6 years ago when they had 3 Hall of Famers, or at least 3 should be Hall of Famers up front. But they're still really good, and they spent another first-round pick on an offensive lineman this year, so they feel pretty good about what they've got going on up front, but I don't think it's enough to get Zeke back to like 1,500 yards.
That group is going to be in the market for a running back sometime this year again.
No faith in Deuce Vaughn as the backup?
No, that little guy, come on.
Come on, the deuce is loose.
This is K-State. Come on now.
Central Texas's own. About Malik
sorry.
Davis.
I'd like to believe in that, but that guy was injured in his rookie year.
That guy, yeah, he wasn't very good when he did play. So
No.
they're lining him up at wide receiver apparently in camp to see if maybe he could provide a little bit more of a spark out of the slot. Which, all right, and hopefully he's.
They already have a bunch of nobodies out there. They're fine at wide receiver. Why are they trying to? Because they don't think they're fine at running back. They just don't think he's a running back. That's what it is. And they're trying to get him out there as a wide receiver. I don't know. Hey, let that dude return kickoffs. Get him back there as a punt returner, and let's.
Sure.
I already have a guy who returns punt. They got an all-pro back there returning punts, don't they?
Yeah, Kavontae Turpin.
Yeah,
he's your return man. So there's no spot
Right.
for Deuce there.
They're just trying to find a spot for Deuce. Period.
Yeah, get him the ball. I mean, we saw what he did when he had the ball in his hands at K-State. Obviously, a lot different playing in the Big 12 versus playing in the NFL. But the speed, the agility, the quickness. I feel like some of that can translate.
Well, if he still has it, if they didn't knock all that shit out of him last year, because he was banged up, he didn't look very good last year. I mean, you can run and hide behind guys, but at that level of football now, they find you. You can't play hide and seek behind guys anymore.
He can't be a between the tackles runner in the NFL.
No, they blow all of that up.
Yeah. So, all right. Hell, we're talking about running backs. We'll get to that list right now. We'll get to Joe Burrow's scheduling suggestion a little bit later. But here is the NFL's ranking of the top running backs for 2024. Now, this is executives, this is coaches, this is scouts. It's a compilation of a bunch of different folks who were interviewed by ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, and that's how this list was put together. So let me try to pull it up here. My computer, of course, is freaking out right now, and that's not good for any of us. All right, I know Christian McCaffrey's number one. Any qualms with that, Buck?
None whatsoever.
I mean, that guy is far and away the best running back in the league. Okay, here we go. We found a non-paywall. No, we didn't. All right, number 2 on the list is Breece Hall, the New York Jets.
If he stays healthy, yes, that's fine.
Number 2?
Yeah, I'm fine with Breece Hall, yes.
Is he better than Nick Chubb, who's number 3? There's no way Breece Hall is better than Nick Chubb. That's ridiculous. Right?
Yeah,
Am I sleeping on Breece Hall a little bit too much?
I think so, but that's all right. Both of them, they're in the top, both of them in the top 5. Go ahead.
Yeah, so McCaffrey 1, Breece Hall 2, Nick Chubb 3, Saquon Barkley, number 4, new Philadelphia Eagle.
Well, yeah, with that group, yeah.
Jonathan Taylor, number 5.
No, thank you. I'll take the guy that you have down in Houston.
You take Joe Mixon over Jonathan Taylor?
Yep. Jonathan Taylor and his bad ankle and his bad foot. I would take Joe Mixon. I mean, as an all-around. We're talking about them as all-around guys coming out of everything. Just the best back. Yeah. I'd take Joe Mixon over Jonathan Taylor, yes.
Okay. Well, interesting.
He'll be healthier. He'll be healthier.
Yeah, I would put Jonathan Taylor ahead of Joe Mixon. Number 6 on this list, Bijan Robinson. Going into year 2. Already cracking the list of top 10 running backs in the NFL.
If they play him, yes, or they give him the ball.
Oh, my God, yeah. Can he actually get the ball, please? No disrespect to Tyler Algier, but let's go. You drafted Bijan in the top 10, and he's one of the most electrifying playmakers in the sport. Please get him the ball, Raheem Mostert. Number 7, Josh Jacobs, who's now with the Packers, longtime Raider.
Got to get his mojo back.
Number 8, Jahmyr Gibbs, another second-year player with the Lions. Number 9, golly, how about Derrick Henry falling all the way down to 9?
Yeah.
And then Travis Etienne in Jacksonville, rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, he has to be a little bit more consistent. I mean, he's an injury guy too. Gibbs is the guy who can really move up the ladder.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Saquon Barkley, nice. You know what your expectations are from Saquon Barkley if he's healthy behind the line of the Philadelphia Eagles and with their quarterback, with all the weapons they have. I mean, he can have a big year this year, and I'm sure they're expecting that.
So no mention of Joe Mixon at all in this top 10.
You
You
know,
said you would have him in the
I like
top
Joe
5?
Mixon. Yeah, I like Joe Mixon a lot. I like Joe Mixon as a pass protector, as a come out of the backfield guy, as a screen catcher. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I like his game. I think he's going to really do well with Houston.
Yeah, I like that fit. I think he is one of the top 5 receiving running backs in the league, but I don't have any problem with him not being in the top 10.
Yeah,
he's close.
He stays pretty healthy.
Yeah, I think he's close. Like I think he's in the 11 to 13 range, and he actually did get some votes in the top 10. So once again, this was a survey passed around to a number of different folks around the NFL. So some guys had, guys in the top 10. Some guys had guys not in the top 10. So Joe Mixon did get a little bit of love from some people.
Dude, Jonathan Taylor is always hurt.
He does get hurt a lot, but he's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think 1 and 2 are the ones that 2 and 3 are the ones you look at. Nick Chubb and Bree. I mean, those are the guys. Hall, those are interchangeable guys right there, and they're both healthy guys. And Nick Chubb stays pretty healthy. That guy can go now.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, finally was able to pull up this article. Yeah, Nick Chubb, number 3. Nick Chubb, somebody gave Nick Chubb the number 1 vote.
I was thinking they would. I think he would get some of those.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a monster. Like, if we're talking about just pure running in the league, I think he's the best right now.
Yeah, we won't know how good that guy is until he's done in the league. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. And what sets McCaffrey apart? I mean, McCaffrey's also an incredible runner, but we know, that dude could be like a number 1 receiver on some teams across the NFL, which is how good he is as a weapon in the passing game too. I mean, that trade, what a deal that was to go snag him from Carolina. Breece Hall, number 2. Once again, some people didn't even have him in their top 10. So I would put Breece Hall in the top 5 without question, but I was a little surprised to see him all the way at number 2. But he's also a great pass catcher. He had 76 catches last year.
Not that.
994 rushing yards. So didn't crack 1,000 yards, but if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, and yes, as of now, Buck, he is still the quarterback.
That guy's not going to be core. Don't worry about him. He's not going to be there. After game 1, he'll go in the beginning of the first series, and that's it. That's done with the career. This is it.
You think he lasts longer than what he did this past season?
Yeah,
he played like 1 series last year.
They're going to run the ball 3 straight times.
Yeah, just in case, just to make sure that they're like, hey, we'll be okay punting on this first possession. Just make sure Aaron Rodgers is on the field for the second one.
Absolutely, yes.
Breece Hall, he's a great weapon, and under the age of 25, tore his ACL his rookie year, so we didn't get to see him a ton.
Well, when he came back, he can go though.
He's a beast. He's a beast. There's no doubt about it. And if Rodgers stays healthy and that offense is as good as people think it could be, then, yeah, he's going to put up some gaudy numbers, and he'll be a very high fantasy football pick if that's your thing. I mentioned Nick Chubb was number 3. I'm having all sorts of trouble with technology. Well, we already gave the list of the top 10. No Zeke Elliott in that list, Buck.
God, they think Joe Mixon is like Zeke Elliott. I don't think so.
No, come on. He got some votes. Zeke Elliott did not get any top 10 votes. There's a big Zeke Elliott's bottom 5. Like, Joe Mixon's probably 11 to 15 on this list. So, big difference there. They don't think he's like that. He's in the honorable mentions category.
He's honorable mention, okay.
You've got Aaron Jones, who's now with your Vikings, UTEP guy, longtime Packer. You got Kenneth Walker.
Who should end up being a Cowboy, the Cowboy killer.
No, we would have every Cowboy fan was talking about getting Aaron Jones, but now why do that when you can have Zeke instead?
Yeah, really. Jerry was doing something. Remember, he wasn't just sitting around.
No, all in, Buck, all in. Don't you forget about that. Kenneth Walker, the 3rd for the Seahawks. Isaiah Pacheco, the Chiefs.
Wow.
Alvin Kamara, boy, he's fallen. That guy was in the mix for best running back in the league maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, and now he's beating people's asses in elevators and stuff.
Well, so is Joe Mixon.
That's true.
Those guys
Women.
cut for the same cloth there. Joe Mixon is on this list. DeAndre Swift and James Cook. Those are the guys who made the honorable mention category.
Yeah, I don't give Swift a lot of credit either. He had a nice year with the Eagles, right?
Yes, and he's now with the Bears.
Yes, with the Bears, yeah.
Signed a big free agent contract with them. So Bears are obviously an interesting team this year with Caleb Williams, the first pick in the draft, and that guy's as good as that. The Bears have accumulated talent, man. Like, the Bears suck. They always have, and they always will.
Yeah, they're building for no reason.
But God, they've got some weapons on the offense now. And if Caleb Williams is the first half decent quarterback they've had since
forever.
Yeah, I'll give Jay Cutler the half decent moniker, right?
Yeah.
And I know Rex Grossman went to a Super Bowl, but I would
Otto
not
Graham
say,
or something like that.
Sid Luckman. You got to go back to a Jew. That's how bad it's been.
Since Sid was there.
Yeah, we don't have too many great quarterbacks in the league these days, but Sid Luckman, the last great Bears quarterback, I think. Some would say McMahon, but whatever.
But
yeah,
Derrick Henry, boy, he dropped off. That's the longevity of a running back. I mean, after that first 3 or 4 years, dude, you can have all those compiled yardage, but I still would love to have him. And the Cowboys had an opportunity for that deal, and I think that's the one they blew.
I didn't want Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry, he was way because it's going to be too much money.
He's 30. Like, there are some guys. Look, Adrian Peterson just did it. Like, there are some dudes who can give Father Time the Tom Herman double bird, and they can kick it to the curb for a lot longer than others. And Derrick Henry has a chance to be one of those dudes, and I think him going to Baltimore is going to be huge because Tennessee didn't have a quarterback for most of his time there. Like, he was the offense. So
they were all geared up to stop him, and they couldn't.
Exactly. And, like, the last couple of years, a little easier to stop him. But now he's with a 2-time MVP and maybe the most electric playmaker in the league with Lamar Jackson. And, like, people have to be worried that, every time there's a play fake, it might not be Derrick Henry who has the ball. No one was scared of Ryan Tannehill. Okay, hey, Ryan Tannehill, I don't care if you throw it. We'll still stack the box. You're not going to beat us through the air. Sorry, dude. Will Levis, sorry, dude. We don't care. Like, we're loading the box. We're putting 8 guys in there. We're stopping Derrick Henry. You can't do that against Baltimore. So this could be the thing that is a resurgence for
all you have to worry about is the Baltimore curse of the running backs that get hurt before the preseason's over with. I get 2-a-days.
And Henry stayed pretty healthy for the most part, despite the tread on the tires. Like, that's been one of his best abilities is the fact that he's been available. So yeah, like I'm excited to see that offense in Baltimore because that was the 1 seed last year. And you're right, their starting running back got hurt in the preseason.
They all do. They're their starter, the second guy, the third guy.
Yeah, they still made it to the AFC title game, and they lost to the Chiefs because everybody loses to the Chiefs. But yeah, that could be a fun one there, man. There's some interesting. We had a lot of running back movement.
I think the most talk of any of the teams besides the Jets and Aaron Rodgers are the Ravens. And what they're going to be like.
Yeah,
when you got the MVP back, and you got the MVP back, so
let me pull up some Super Bowl odds because I know Baltimore's right near the top. Kansas City's still your favorite, obviously, and San Francisco's right behind them, which makes sense. But yeah, Baltimore is number 3 for best odds to win the Super Bowl. 59, I think, is the next Super Bowl that we've got. So
let me ask you, since there'll be a trip to Vegas. What's the Green Bay Packers odds with their young quarterback? I mean, I bet you that's got to be in the top 5 or 6 teams, right?
Let's take a look. Go to Vegas Insider right now, see what they've got.
The year they had last year.
So I'm actually seeing right now the Chiefs and the 49ers. Well, there's different sports books. We'll just look at FanDuel for right now.
Okay.
The Chiefs and 49ers are tied at plus 600. Baltimore's right behind them at plus 950. And you've got Detroit at plus 1,300. And then Philly and Cincinnati are plus 1,400, rounding out the top 5. You asked about Green Bay. Green Bay's at plus 1,900. So they've got the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. It looks like the 11th best odds to win the Super Bowl this coming season. They're right behind the Cowboys and the Texans. Cowboys and Texans have have the same odds right now, plus 1,600 on FanDuel.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd give the Packers I'd give just about everybody a better chance to win the Super Bowl than the Cowboys, but that's just, me going off the last 30 years and being wired the way that I'm wired. I guess. Feels like a lost bet if you're throwing money on any Cowboys team, but especially this.
No, not this team.
Cowboys team. Yeah, that Packers team has potential. They absolutely, they almost beat San Francisco. They obviously kicked the crap out of Dallas in the wild card game last year, but they went on the road and they had a second half lead in San Francisco.
They picked up a number of players in the offseason too.
And yeah, they did lose Aaron Jones, but they had a pretty good offseason, and that was one of the youngest teams in football. I think it was the youngest offense in football last year. And of course, the freaking Packers, right? Like, you finally think.
Yes, that's right. You thought they were going away. That was it.
For the first time in like 40 years, they're not going to have a quarterback. You go from Favre to Rodgers, and it's like there's no way they can get lucky again and have another great quarterback after those two Hall of Famers. And then Jordan Love is, 1 year.
He was awesome.
But he was awesome. Yeah, he was awesome, especially down the stretch in the regular year and in the playoffs too. He can build on that strong first year as a starter. Then, Green Bay is absolutely going to be a force in the NFC. And
these 49ers have to break through. This gap for the 49ers, if they don't break through this year, it's like they're never going to beat the Chiefs. You can forget about it.
I know. Well, I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they fire Shanahan, and then I'm hoping he just replaces McCarthy in Dallas.
Wow, there you go. There's the thought.
Total pipe dream, right? And the odds of all of those things going down in that fashion, very, very slim. But, yeah, if San Francisco, they don't win it this year, and they're like, man, we love you, Shano, but it ain't working. We keep getting close, but we're not winning, so we're going to move on. And then that guy becomes a free agent. Then, look, every team's going to be banging down the door to
get to him.
Guy. But if somehow, some way, the Cowboys Jerry can money whip him and bring him to Dallas, then, yeah, sign me up for that, please.
I would say that sounds like a good bet right there. Because the Jolly Round guy is not going to be the head coach there after this year. They're asking for this thing to implode.
He's lame duck, right? Going into the final year of his contract. Yes. So no extension talks. We're talking about Dak and CD and Micah getting extensions. Nobody's talking about big old McCarthy getting the new deal.
No, they're not.
That guy's got to he's got to prove it more than anyone to be brought back. So here's your.
And CD and these guys aren't done yet. They're still. We're getting ready to head to camp, and their deal isn't done.
Yeah, CD is hosting some youth football camp in the Metroplex in a couple of weeks.
When their camp starts, he won't be there. He'll be at his camp.
And someone on Twitter is like, "Oh, like Mijia's invited to this. People are going to get to ask CeeDee Lamb about his contract for the first time in months." And CeeDee Lamb took to Twitter. He's like, "I'm not answering any questions about the contract. This is about the kids. If you ask it, you're getting kicked out, basically."
Wow.
So CeeDee Lamb, well, good for him. Youth football camp, awesome. Teach the kids. That's a cool opportunity for the kids to learn from one of the best receivers in the game. But, yeah, no, this contract is not done, and it's not getting done for a while because the Cowboys are the Cowboys, and they drag this stuff out as long as they can so people talk about them as long as they can.
That guy is not coming to camp, and they want him to have a good year. I'm pretty sure he's going to be in decent shape, but my goodness, they need him. They need him to be on the same page with their quarterback.
Yeah.
Because their quarterback's coming to camp.
Whatever that was at the end of last year, because those guys had unbelievable chemistry.
Yes.
For 17 games in the regular season. Like CeeDee Lamb was the leading receiver in football.
And I'm totally surprised by now that nobody's found out what that was about.
Yeah.
It was about something.
Something happened. Someone slept with somebody or said something bad about somebody. And
you're absolutely right. That was not something that happened in the course of a week. From one week to the next week, something happened there.
It's bizarre.
And it really surprises me that in this world of we got a camera, we got a microphone, and everybody likes to talk, that nobody has talked about what that situation was all about. And if it happened in that locker room, it's amazing with the Dallas Cowboys that could stay quiet.
Right.
The
only thing that we kind of heard was what CeeDee Lamb's mom taking to Facebook to dunk on Dak.
Right.
Like that was the closest thing to real intel that we got.
Yeah, but I was waiting for more. I think I have to say it's got to be more than just that.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm still thinking it's more than just that. I just, like I said, it's Dallas. How is this kept so quiet? They can't keep a secret there.
No, you're right. You're right. It's just during the game, they were not on the same page, and on the sideline they were cutting, and Dak and CD weren't talking to each other, and when they were, it was like they were yelling at each other, and it's just like, what? Are these the same two guys?
That just lit up the league this year. I mean, lit it up.
I was waiting for like a Scooby-Doo situation where someone was going to come take the mask off of one of them, and it was going to be like Dan Snyder. I don't know, some random-ass person rooting against the Cowboys. Like, oh, it's Aaron Rodgers. That's CeeDee Lamb today. And he's beating the Cowboys again. Like, I don't know what it was.
Maybe we'll find out when we're in the city of Dallas. We need to scope that out while we're at SEC. If we have any extra time, we need to find out what that story was all about, because there's a story there somewhere.
Sure, I'll do some digging.
Man,
gotta ask Jordan, because Jeff Howe's out this week. Jordan Scruggs is co-hosting with Nick Harris, who covers the Cowboys today. Maybe we can find out a little more from him.
That's true. There's got to be more to it than that, than a week-to-week deal. It happened, that week of that game, of that particular game. They were not in sync whatsoever.
No, it was no one was in sync that day for Dallas.
Yeah, but those two butchered the league this year.
Yeah, you're right. It was frustrating to watch, and I'll never forget where I was watching first half of that game, and that was all I needed to see. All right, some sponsor shout-outs. We'll get to some Texas baseball recruiting news. Also, got to give some love to Vic Schaefer, because he picked up a big-time commits for UT women's basketball yesterday. So we'll get into some recruiting updates here in a moment. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
About 34 Wine and Spirits, the group there, AJ, Ricky Williams hanging out there at 34 Wine and Spirits right there on the Southwest Parkway. They are a wholesale distributor. You're having major parties, major functions, call on those guys at the Southwest Parkway. But if you want to go and pick up some really, really nice, whether it's your Allstat beer, your Jack Daniels, Tito's, the whole works, head on over to 34 Wine and Spirits. They have it all in stock just for you, for sure. Yes. They are on the move, that group right now.
Always, man. Those guys are hustlers, and they're doing a great job. And it's
they are.
Really, really cool to see good people have success. It's awesome. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Nice.
Hey, if you've got a business and you're looking for hats, you're looking for shirts, you're looking for stickers, signs, posters, whatever, reach out to our man Adam and the team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, because they'll take care of you. They're based right here in South Austin, and they can make whatever you need, and they can make it and get it to you very, very quickly. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Shoot them a DM over there, or reach out to our guy Adam, 512-300-9641. You can call him, you can text him, whatever. We've got our new TSU hats from him. We're going to be rocking some of those next week in Dallas. Once again, if you have a business and you want to make it stand out a little bit more, Waterloo Printing and Graphics, those are the guys to reach out to.
And our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, they'll be over to my house. I got to get it's time for my checkup. Yes. And you know what that checkup is for, BK? It's for what's going to happen in the winter. That's right. There's some things that they're looking at. That's right. With the heating system. If you get a system from Woods Comfort System, they come out twice a year and do that contract. And so it's my time to get ready for my heating. My air conditioning system is running perfectly. I mean, it's going to get warm again. We're expecting some rain, and you're getting some cool mornings, but it's going to get hot again here. We know that. We're just starting into middle of July, getting ready for August, of course, and we know what happens in August around here. But folks at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, if you've got something that's going on with your air conditioner, you're not quite sure, and it's not up to snuff, call Woods Comfort Systems immediately so that they can get somebody out there. I've got yes, it's just like every place else. They give you that time from 12 to 6 or from whatever it is, and you got to be around. But once they get there, they don't spend a lot of time. They get right to the problem. They get out of your home, and your system is fixed. Yep. And you want to make sure that thing is – I know we talk about what can happen to you during, of course, the summertime and air conditioning, but get ready to get your heating unit fixed. And if you got any problems with plumbing, they are doing plumbing now, and they do an excellent job.
Absolutely. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website.
70 years.
512-842-5066 is the phone number to get in touch with them.
I'm playing golf, so 7-Eleven. I'll be hitting my 7-Eleven today. Little Debbie's. I need to down. You know what I had? I had some eggs and bacon. My wife said the last time you went to play golf, you did not have anything to eat. Remember, the chef didn't show up last week at Austin Diner, and I'm sitting here having coffee and water before I went and played at noon, and that's all I had. And dude, I thought I couldn't even, it was a time when I didn't think I was going to make it up the hill to get to the golf cart. And so I had bacon and eggs and Little Debbie's today, brother.
I still can't get over that you were at a restaurant and the chef didn't show up and the restaurant stayed open.
Yeah, they were open and we were doing the remote. And I'm like, is the chef going to come? I said, well, I'll just have a cup of coffee, which was probably about my 5th cup of coffee because I'd already stopped at Starbucks, which now I should have got some oatmeal while I was there. But I got nothing. And the guy goes, the chef's not in this morning. I mean, why you call that? That guy's not a freaking chef. That's a cook. Hey, Cookie didn't show up. Don't call that dude the chef at Austin Diner. Dude didn't show up. So I go off to play golf with coffee and water in me for my meal of the day. And I'm like 4 holes left to play. I can't even get up the hill to get to the cart almost. I have to walk around to where it got to be flatlands.
They have cart girls. Why didn't you buy some food out there?
Want anything off the cart?
Come on, get you a hot dog.
You know what? If I'd had my instant toaster, I could have stuck it in a plug somewhere. I haven't got that thing going yet.
On the golf course? You're going to bring a toaster to the golf course? What are you talking about? They already make it for you. You don't have to do the work. Just order from the cart girl.
By the way, how about my wife is saying, get that damn thing out of here.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
What? There was a gift.
She doesn't care.
It's disrespectful.
She's like, they'll like it at Goodwill.
Oh, no.
How long do you think that thing would last at Goodwill? That's the first thing off the shelf at Goodwill.
Doesn't she know you got that from our friends at Sue Patrick?
She knows where I got it. She goes, the same place you keep bringing those jelly cats. She goes, the jelly cats are okay. The hot dog bun toaster wiener maker is not good.
She doesn't like wiener makers?
She doesn't want that. She doesn't like the George Foreman grill. We don't have that on our counters. And I for sure can't put that thing on the counter.
No wieners.
Can you imagine that? Somebody walking in and saying, hey, what's that? That's a nice appliance. It's a wiener maker. It's a wiener toaster.
It's a great conversation piece. Come on, man.
It'll be around the homeless camp. It'll be a good one too. When they're plugging it in some corner place using their electricity. She wants it out. I'm sorry. I told Jay yesterday, I said, my wife is not down with the wiener maker.
Then I'm no longer down with your wife, man. That's tough.
Wow. That's you can't get rid of a gift.
No, you can't get rid of a gift.
It's going to be great at the Mullet Open. Somebody's getting that.
Oh, you're doing that? You're giving it away?
Of course.
All right. You're giving it away to a good cause, I guess.
There you go. Thank you very much.
So I'll give you some credit for that.
I only eat hot dogs at the ballpark, so.
Not on the golf course.
No. Oh, no. I don't care how zero energy I have.
Got a bag of chips. Like, they got other food.
Dude, I got some M&M. I got some peanuts. Okay. Richard had some peanuts. I got some nuts. So I got some nuts in me. That wasn't enough. That's enough. When it's 100 degrees out, a handful of nuts is not going to, that's not going to suffice as energy for your, hey, remember this machine here is 69 years old. And if you don't have anything straight through the night and you just have coffee and water and you were expecting to get about 3 eggs over medium or an omelet and the chef doesn't show up. The chef, that dude said the chef's not here. I'm like, what chef? That guy's just a swabby Cookie. Where's Cookie at? Oh, he didn't make the bus. Oh, that's great.
Cookie. So instead, you ended up with
these nuts.
Yeah, I ended up with these nuts.
You had Richard's nuts to eat instead?
It did not fuel the tank. I guarantee you that's not enough.
Oh, okay. Eating someone's nuts is not going to get it done, huh?
So I had eggs and some turkey bacon this morning. Paulie will be bringing me he always brings me a taco to this event here. So I'll have a breakfast taco. I'll be so full of crap there. I'll be ready. Somebody's getting their ass whipped today.
There you go. You're putting in the call?
Oh, I'm making the call.
I'm taking some money from your buddies?
Dude, I'm going 3 birdies today. Back. I'm back today.
Okay. All right.
By the way, where I played it last week, I didn't tell anybody. It was Barton Creek Country Club, Fazio. Dude, it was hard. That was hard sledding. That's for grown folks.
Yeah, and you're not
for
grown.
Old folks.
You never had a bar mitzvah, so you're not grown. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, it was. Let me tell you.
So hold on. Let me make sure I have your diet right for today. So you're going to be having
already had eggs.
You're going to be having wieners, nuts, and a cream pie today. Do I have?
I don't know. I had scrambled eggs, turkey bacon this morning, my coffee, lots of water, and I will be having a breakfast taco, and then I will be having Little Debbie.
Oh, you'll be having Little Debbie.
I'm having Little Debbie, yes. On my way, I'll hit a 7-Eleven. Little Debbie's will be there, and I'll be full.
Amazing.
And I told you there's a corner store out here that's doing fake Little Debbie's for 50 cents. It's not the same.
No, don't shop at any imposter convenience store. You go to 7-Eleven. That's it.
Yes.
And we got a couple of people commenting saying that, 7-Eleven Day is on Thursday. So there'll be some free Slurpees at 7-Eleven.
Nice.
Later this week, as they do every year on 7-Eleven. So get ready for that. All right. A few minutes left before we hand things off to Wags and Double R for Chaos Theory. Quick shout out to Vic Schaefer. Big news on the recruiting front for Texas women's basketball. The Longhorns picked up a commitment from the 4th-ranked player in the country.
Sweet.
For the class of 2025. Aaliyah Crump is her name. She's from Minnesota. This is not an in-state commitment. This is like about as far away as you could possibly be.
Minnesota! Very nice, Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate that. 5-star. She's 6'1", a guard. She averaged 25, 7, and 3.
25?
25 points per game as a junior in high school. She led her team to a state championship in Minnesota. She was named the Minnesota Basketball Player of the Year, and she chose Texas. I mean, she had offers from everywhere, and she picked Vic Schaefer and the Longhorns yesterday.
Good job.
So great news there. Yeah, 5-star, one of the top players in the country. And I did look at a way too early ranking for this upcoming season. So Aaliyah Crump still has a year in high school. She won't be on the team this year. But I did look at way too early top 25 for this coming year. Texas, number 2, behind only the defending champion, South Carolina Lady Cox.
What about those Mulkeys?
I don't know if they're called the Lady Cox, by the way.
What about the Lady Mulkeys?
Let's see. I'll pull this article up. Way too early women's basketball top 25. You got South Carolina 1, Texas 2. I don't know where this list is, Buck.
We're the Huskies.
Here
got to
we go.
be somewhere.
UConn is 3.
Okay.
USC is at 4.
USC.
LSU, it looks like, is number 8.
So Cox and Trojans are in there?
So you got Cox and you've got Trojans. You've got
Very
the
nice.
Fighting Irish in there. You've got some Tigers in there. Some Longhorns in there. You got all
That'll be
sorts
fun. This is going to be fun. I mean, women's basketball in the SEC is going to be a blast, too.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's going to be a test for sure.
LSU comes to town. We got to have a show down there at the Moody. That's got to be a blast. Oh,
flirt with your girl, Kim Mulkey. You got to try to pick her up that day.
When she gets off the bus, I'm like, come on, get on with us right now. We're live right here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's going to be fun. I was pretty happy that Kim Mulkey left the Big 12 to take the job at LSU. I thought we were done with her, and here goes Texas following Kim Mulkey into the
She's going to give me a big hug. I got a feeling she's going to give me a big hug like she did Caitlin Clark. That's going to be great.
I don't know if you call this a hug, Buck. She just ripped Caitlin Clark's head down.
A mugging? Oh.
In the words of Billy Madison, that's assault, brother.
Stop assaulting.
She assaulted a girl.
She can do that to me any day.
Ugh.
That would hurt my back. That would snap my neck.
I have to hawk Tua on Kim Mulkey, I think. And you would.
Oh, you got to give him that hawk Tua and spit on that thing. You get me?
Tell me about her yesterday. You gave me some news about her. We didn't finish that.
Oh, shoot. We'll get to that tomorrow, I promise.
Okay.
They're thinking about making a documentary about her. So we'll get some details of that and debate whether or not she is worthy of that.
Yeah.
It feels like a weird bit, but hey, good for her. And her 15 minutes might be going on a little longer than 15 minutes.
She wasn't expecting all of this after that, I don't believe.
You got an OU fan in the building this morning. Good morning, Steven. Appreciate you stopping by. Fasusi. Yeah, Michael Fasusi, a 5-star offensive lineman, is between Texas and Oklahoma. He'll be committing pretty soon. That's a guy that Texas really needs to get to try to get some recruiting momentum.
To get on that top 10, yes.
In the program. They could use it, but excited about the move to the SEC. Quick Texas baseball shout-out, Buck.
Okay.
Longhorns, Jim Schlossnagle continuing to do a great job through the portal. 3 transfer college pitchers. Yesterday they added a JUCO transfer pitcher. And also the Longhorns yesterday were able to flip a Texas A&M recruit, Adrian Rodriguez, who actually played at Flower Mound. Helped Flower Mound win the state championship last year. He was committed to A&M for a while as a part of this 2024 class, so this incoming class, and he flipped his commitment to Texas. So he followed Schloss to Austin. So he's doing a good job building up this roster, trying to do as much as he can in one off season. But Texas now awaiting some news on some potential MLB draftable players. See what Jalen Flores ultimately decides he wants to do. But, yeah, a chance for this Texas baseball roster to look pretty damn good in Schloss's first year.
Awesome.
Which would be nice. All right, I see one half of Chaos Theory. It's Double R. What's up, brother? How we doing?
That's Rodriguez, my cousin right there. You know, I had to make a phone call. I'm like, you need to come to Austin, man.
There you go. Make that call.
Come on in. I mean, we hang together up here. That's what we do.
There you go.
I like that.
It all worked out really good. You guys were talking about, Bucky, I wanted to kind of make this comparison. When you were talking about Zeke Elliott with the running backs and all that, you know, that old truck that you have. When you have,
that's 88 Silverado, yeah.
That's right. When you have a job that needs to be done, you go to that old truck and it does. That's Zeke Elliott right there. That's what Zeke is.
Stop it, Rodney. Stop that.
Oh, the disrespect.
You know, I expect my old truck, that I can load down the back of that bed, that metal bed, not that plastic bed. Oh, you don't want to scratch the bed. Well, you just take shit and just throw it in this, and who cares? I expect that thing to get up a hill, and I can put it in 4-wheel drive, and I know it's going to go. But it's not going to go on a long drive. It's just not. That's not what it's meant to do. So if you're expecting Zeke Elliott to go the distance, and I mean, run that's 30-some yards for a first down, it's not going to happen. He's going to score. He's going to get if he gets to the goal line, he'll get in the end zone, and he'll get your first downs, 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s. That's what he's in. He's a specialist at that.
That's right.
That dude is not. If that guy has a run over 30 yards this year, I'm going to be surprised if he has one run over 30 yards. And that's going to be amazing if he does.
Does Dak have a better season with the added piece or the re-added piece of Zeke Elliott coming back to the Dallas Cowboy land? Or
no, they were fine. He was protected well. That's not going to help them. That's not going to do anything for the passing game for Prescott. What's going to do good for them is if they can get CeeDee Lamb to get signed. That'll help out Dak a lot. And if they can sign Dak.
I asked that. I alluded to that because I was wondering why Dak Prescott is still available in this dynasty draft of mine. And it's a huge fantasy football draft that I'm having right now, Buck, for the Scott Fish Bowl. It's the league of all leagues for fantasy sports. Yeah, it's your boy got invited to it. We got in. We qualified. So we're representing TSU and the Wagner Wire in this bad boy. But yeah, Dak Prescott's still on the board. And see, here's a premium for scrambling and running quarterbacks. You get more points for quarterbacks that run. So of course, Lamar Jackson off the board. And Dak Prescott's just Jalen Hurts off the board, but Dak Prescott is still available in the 3rd round.
Well, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be. I mean, if CeeDee Lamb signs his contract. These guys were unstoppable last year. I mean, it's that guy. I mean, and he ran when he had to run. He did. That was a runner-up for the MVP and probably should have been the MVP last year. So that guy shouldn't be off the board. That guy should be. Somebody should be picking him.
So I should be pulling the trigger. There's no reason that he should be passing me in the 3rd round right now, right?
Especially in a
2-quarterback league.
CeeDee Lamb is going to get signed. I don't care if it's the day of the game, the first game, or before that. But they're not going into the season without CeeDee Lamb being signed, or they just, as I said, this is the downfall of the Cowboys, and it's already they're going to start all over again if they don't get this done this year. You're
just going to be back in a forming stage. That's it. You're never going to be going.
Yeah, and Dak's playing for a contract. I like guys playing for money.
Sure.
So
we always have this conversation. You play your best when you're trying to get paid, my dude, and then there's that natural let-off the next year.
Quick hypothetical Tuesday, gentlemen, if I may interject, because it is
absolutely
Tuesday. We'll go with this one today. If a cockroach tasted like your favorite food, would you eat it?
No.
Just like that? Well, come on. What if it tastes like a 3-course, 5-course meal, 10-course meal?
No.
I just hate to say it. I grew up with those things in North Carolina when I was a kid. My brother is horrified of them. If you even mention a cockroach around my brother, a grown man would start crying. I threw one of those on the back of his neck one time, and he was never the same. He was never the same after I threw a roach on the back of his neck. I mean, I just picked it up and threw it, and it started crawling. He went absolutely. I never saw a guy go berserk like that as a kid.
Yeah, I get the heebie-jeebies when I see the antennas. You know what I mean? I don't even have to see the body or the thorax. I just see the antennas, and I get the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah,
I would rather have a rat in my house than a roach in my house.
Yeah,
it's like honestly, that's why I let the lizards in. I let lizards crawl all around my house just because they eat roaches and all the other little.
It's like that hard shell, you know, on the back of a roach. I mean, when it kind of comes walking in, kind of looks like
it's
a
actually
turtle.
Wings. Those are wings.
They can fly. Yes,
and that's a bad thing. Yeah, because that some bitch will take off, and it's like, holy smoke! I mean, this thing just kind of goes crazy on you.
Those wings taste like pepperonis. Those wings taste like Hawaii,
and those
I would know. PK, if you grew up,
it's an egg roll, my man. It's an egg roll on each side of the road.
They're absolutely they're awful. In Hawaii, they get up to about 2.5 inches long, or they're huge, man.
And the worst ones are the small ones. The German cockroaches are the ones that multiply.
They don't go away. The Germans. This dude, you've been around some roaches, my.
Yes, I have. Like I said, in Carolina, if you came into the kitchen and cut the light on at night, where I used to live, we couldn't afford exterminators. I mean, we really truly did have Raid. That was it. I used to run around with Raid doing all kinds of shit to roaches, but we didn't have an exterminator that could get rid of it. You would look in and cut the lights on, and those dudes were like having meals. They were like sitting at the table. I mean, it was awful. They were everywhere. They'd be in your shoes. I grew up in that, man. I grew up as a not so middle class kid. I grew up as a poor ass kid in the Carolina. They're gross. They're gross, and they will follow you. And if they get in your clothes, they will follow you to the next destination. Look at him. He's getting all sick. Yeah. Those things are nasty.
It's kind of like bed bugs. You know, it's like
talking about eating them. No, I would have a pack of snakes in my house before I'd have a roach.
I never
really.
Like
your favorite food.
Go ahead, Rodney. I never really understood bed bugs until I started doing like all these different things, and I'm like, shit, I don't want to go to bed at night. It's like I don't know what's in the bed. You know, when you go to a hotel and stuff, it's like everything's sanitized and good to go. But it's like I wake up the next morning and I'm like, damn.
Yeah, the German ones are like rectangles, small rectangles, and they're the ones that are the hardest. If you see the big fat American water bug looking ones, they're the easiest ones to get away. They are, man. They're the ones that kind of like live in the ground and live in the moisture and everything like that. Well, they're all kind of close to like water and moisture, but the little German ones, man, something about those Germans. They're just something. It's, you know what? We tried to get rid of all the Germans. I'm not trying to go for genocide here, like our counterparts, but my God, my dude, something about those Germans.
Those little roaches are terrible, man. They're not good. They're not good for anything.
Smokey and the Bandit, Buford Justice.
Would you eat them?
Goddamn Germans ain't got nothing to do with it.
I would eat those if that was the last. If I was naked and afraid and there was a bunch of those, I would die. I'd tap out. I'm not eating that.
They taste like Fonda San Miguel, Buck.
No. I mean, I've eaten crickets before for good luck. I've eaten the heads off of crickets for good luck. You know, those little.
What does a roach do? What does a roach do? It breaks down bacteria, right? It breaks down dirt.
Oh, wags!
You can't eat that. You can't eat that.
It'll break down the bacteria inside of you. You'll be healthier. It's a good.
When they can take the can of Raid out of your hand and spray it back,
health.
That's a problem.
Gut health right there. Yeah.
All right, boys, I got to go off later.
Later, man. I would not eat. So, Mr. Hypothetical, I guess we're eating roaches today. Is that the chocolate covered roaches?
Oh man, I'll tell you that is one of those things to where, I mean, when you go to a hotel or a motel, I guess I should say, that you never know, because those things are going to be crawling around. I mean, you just never know when you're going to see them, and that's where I've had to get better with my lodging, because I've always been kind of the cheap guy. I mean, I will find the cheapest thing, and then when one of those little bastards starts crawling around, I'm like,
not me, my dude.
I got to get better.
Not me. After my 20s, after when I got out of the military, I was just like, you know what, dude, we don't have to rough it anymore. Let's pay for better service. Let's pay for better lodging. And that's what you really are. You're paying for convenience of not having the nastiness in the little critters around, right? Or at least that's what I justify the money, or that's what I tell myself. I don't know. Maybe I've gotten softer in my days after the Marine Corps, but dude, there's no reason for it. There's no reason to put myself around it. So
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. And I get a little talk about roaches and flies, man. I just get a little just gross, absolutely gross. I've never really had to deal with bed bugs. I've never had an incident with bed bugs. Thankfully, because I hear once bed bugs get in the house, you're screwed. You got to get rid of every sheet that's in every sheet that's in your blanket. Sometimes you got to even change out your wardrobe or whatnot. But thankfully, I haven't had any of that. Yeah, I will pay for upscale quality lodging just to make sure that I am nowhere near roaches, man. In Hawaii, dude, they were so fuck.
Oh, you muted Wags. Yes, they are huge there. I've been to Hawaii one time, and I ran across some of those things, and they were just kind of crawling around. I mean, not even inside. And it's like, I'm like, what is that? And they're like, it's a roach. That's a roach. I'm like, it's a roach.
Absolutely.
I'm like, back in Texas, we call that a lizard, for crying out loud. I mean, anyway, yeah.
My dude. So how was your Monday? Pretty good.
Man, it was good. It was good. I got to tell you that, and again, I heard BK talking about this again. I mean, extreme thoughts to everyone along that Houston area right there. I know the Galveston region, Matagorda Bay. You had a lot of folks that were affected by the hurricane that came through and did. I mean, there's a lot of people without power. I've talked to a lot of my racing friends over there that are just hoping that they're going to get their electricity back before the end of the week. So definitely passing on thoughts right there. It's we lucked out. We lucked out that everything missed us.
Yeah, I didn't get anything.
Yeah, I didn't get anything at all. But a lot of folks struggling over there. So passing on all of our great thoughts here from TSU as they struggle there.
Absolutely,
along the
thoughts and prayers for sure, man. Reach out to a friend if you got anybody that's down there. See if they need anything. See what you can do. See what you can provide. Even if it's just a place for people to just come hang out and come stay with you for a little bit, just to provide some relief. Yeah, man. Welcome everybody to the show. It is time now for Chaos Theory. You guys know the drill, man. What's up, everybody that's already said hi to us. Jack, Steven, Rob, LB, Jack, again, another Jack. Good to see you all. Yeah, make sure you're following us on our socials if you haven't done so already. Not the fake Wags is me, and then double R's there at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _ Rodney R. I'm there at the Wagner Wire and all other social media platforms. You guys know that. And then if you are out and about, if you are mobile, make sure you are hitting us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. All right, my dude. What do you want to get into first? We got it is hypothetical, so I did want to keep a little bit of a theme with it. I wanted to go with our all-time NFL players.
Yeah.
If you were fielding a roster, and we don't have to break down and get into the big uglies and the hog mollies up there up front, but I would like to figure out what you would do in a 22 personnel, what you would do in a 13 personnel, or if you had 3 wideouts. I guess that would be 11 personnel. If you had 3 wideouts, or if you could just go with your basic 2 wideouts, tight end, and maybe even a dual backfield. I'll let you have 2 running backs because I know there's too many out there to just have one. But at least for wide receivers, you get 3 wide receivers, and I'll give you 2 tight ends, but only 1 quarterback. You only get 1 quarterback to lead these dudes. But yeah, I wanted to throw the hypothetical out there and not just hear from Rodney's. I wanted to hear from your alls as well. So make sure you guys are hitting us up and putting us in the chat channel. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and let's get this thing cooking off. Where do you want to go to first, Rodney? Where do you want to lead off?
I love that conversation when you sent me that last night, because that's really one thing that to when you really look at this, and if you want to break down, those skill positions all time, I think one of the things that you can really go back and do, the way that I do it when I look at these things, is I look at some of the best units, I'll use that word, units.
I don't even know if I have. I don't even know if I have stats. Like I'm sure like I'll have. I got Jerry Rice is one of my guys, so yeah, stats is one of them, but still.
Well, but I think it's one of those things to where you go back and you look and the one that I look at when it really comes down to if you want to look at skill positions, back in the days of the San Diego Chargers of Eric Coryell, back in those days of Dan Fouts and Kellen Moore and Wes Chandler and all of that. That was really a great cohesive unit of skill position players that never won a championship. And, you know, I think that's a stain that they'll always hold. But when you really look at all-time great skill position players, you look at those guys. And a lot of people don't think of Dan Fouts as, you know, one of the greatest all time. I mean, you go back and you think of Dan Marino. He
did it pretty damn good, though. I would say for a range of 3 to 4 years, Fouts was probably one of the top.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely. And you go back and you look during that time of that run of the San Diego Chargers during that time. Yeah, Chuck Muncie, the guy with the rec specs in the backfield, number 46. You had that guy. And you're not going to think of that dude as an all-time great running back. But I think when you really look at this and when you think about all-time skill units, you have to go back and look because we can say, yeah, you know, Joe Montana, go to Jerry Rice, go to Michael Irvin, go to all the different when you put them in those positions, if we really want to hone into who was you know, the best. But I kind of look at it more of the units. I mean, the greatest show on turf, led by, I mean, Kurt Warner of all people. I mean, it was like.
Do you remember the quarterback that was supposed to lead them?
Oh, absolutely. And I watched that preseason game when that dude went down. And here's Dick Vermeil.
There's no way in hell when Trent Green went down, I was like, all right, they're done. They're absolutely done. And then hell, you could hear the almost like the disarray and just like the concern in Dick Vermeil's voice in the post-game presser. We're gonna rally around Kurt Warner. You know, this is where we're gonna go. And it was almost like somebody had died. And it was like the franchise of the Rams, but nonetheless, they were reinvigorated because they had this dude named Marshall Faulk, by the way, and best, like you just mentioned it, the greatest show on turf that kind of allowed Kurt Warner to blossom and go from he was an Arena League dude, was he not?
Absolutely.
Didn't he come from the Arena League? Kurt
Absolutely.
Warner?
Dude was sacking groceries. I mean, it's a story that's been told, but when you look at really some of the great all-time skill positions, you got to put that dude in there. And then he goes away, and hell, then he brings the Cardinals, you know, the Cardinals of all franchises. I mean, when you look at all the great quarterbacks that have graced this league in these skill positions, I mean, you got to put that dude in there. He's a Hall of Famer. And the story's even better, Wags, to me with Kurt Warner. And with that,
you're naming a whole bunch of them. I'm only letting you pick one here, Rodney. So you can tell me all the stories you want, but you can only pick one. You can't bring all the stories in and say, you know what? Here, let's open up the selection committee.
I know. I'm going to go on and on and on about this thing, but
go ahead. No, I'll let you justify. I will let you talk yourself off the ledge here to the best quarterback of all time. That would really think.
I think the best quarterback of all time, in my opinion, really is Joe Montana. And you know,
Jesus, Rodney, you had me walking down from Dan Fouts and then going over God knows where to where the hell did we just go? Who are we just talking about after Dan Fouts?
Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner, yeah. My God, now you're back to Joe Montana.
I mean, look at Joe Montana. I mean, what he did there, it was never one of those things, because Marino, if you want to go to stats, you go to Marino. I mean, what Marino's done and what Patty Mahomes is doing right now. And you look at all of these great quarterbacks, but Joe Montana is a dude that, Tom Brady. I mean, it was never, it's kind of like the Aikman thing. When people talk about, you know, Aikman, it's like, it was never all the great stats. I mean, the dude would average 235 yards passing a year, but he had a great offensive line. He had Michael Irvin. He had Alvin Harper. He had all these different guys in that era. Go to Terry Bradshaw. That's a guy that you can throw in as one of the greatest all-time quarterbacks ever, because he's won 4 Super Bowls. But he had Franco Harris. He had Rocky Blyer. He had Lynn Swann.
That's actually a really good question. Where would you put Bradshaw's receivers? Where would you put Stallworth? And where would you put, Jesus, who was on the other side of
Swan. You had
Lynn Swan.
Lenny Swan. Yeah. And I think one of the biggest things when you look at that Pittsburgh dynasty, again, you had Mike Webster that anchored that offensive line. I mean, that was such a nasty offensive line back in those days. I mean, you go back and you watch those videos and these dudes with bloody noses and all these different things. You got to figure in Benny Cunningham was a tight end that was essentially another offensive lineman right there that did different things. And the running backs back then, Franco Harris and Rocky Bleier. Neither one of those is like a featherweight, my brother.
Didn't Rocky Bleier lose his leg?
He was.
Rocky Bleier actually lost a leg, didn't he?
Rocky Bleier was bombed at war and somehow managed to get himself back into the NFL. That's a great movie. I don't remember what that was called, but you can go back and watch that, and it's the Rocky Bleier story. And just the fact that he was able to come back is unbelievable. But those Pittsburgh teams, I mean, no pomp, no circumstance, no flair, none of this shit that we watch right now. They just dominated football.
No, well, they had one hell of a defense too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they could get it going. And the hell, I think they ran the 70s, as a matter of fact. But to Jack Burton's claim here, 49ers never won anything in their history before Montana. I agree with you. That is absolutely true. But how much of that was the Bill Walsh effect?
That was the biggest thing about it. I mean,
like Bill Walsh coming over, I thought in instilling that, that West Coast offense, I thought really was kind of the key contributor. But again, Montana flourished. Montana absolutely flourished in that offense. But maybe it's just a perfect union, a perfect marriage of Montana and Bill Walsh. But I'd like to think that Bill Walsh would get a little bit of credit in building and bringing the first Super Bowl championship to the Bay Area, to the 49ers. But yeah, that's a great point. Montana absolutely did not, or 49ers never won a damn thing until Montana got there, Walsh got there, Eddie Bartolo, Eddie Bartolo, Eddie boys got in there.
It was a seismic shift.
Yeah, having Jerry Rice, having John Taylor. I mean, there was that team was just absolutely built to win franchises, to win the Super Bowl. It was a franchise Super Bowl team.
But kind of with that, because I have seen that argument a lot with Jerry Rice, being a part of that. But if you really go back and you look at the year that the 49ers became, it was 81. It was the year of the catch. That was the year that they really made that jump, and they became such a seismic organization with the moves that they made, led by Bill Walsh. And it was there was no Jerry Rice at that time. It was Dwight Clark. It was Freddie Solomon. I mean, you had a good tight end. You had you had a plethora of running backs in the backfield. You didn't have a stalwart.
Plethora El Guapo.
Man.
You know what plethora means, El Guapo.
As that went further along into the 80s, they went and got Wendell Tyler from the Rams. I mean, they started putting all those pieces together as the 49ers evolved into what was going to be the team of the decade in the 80s. But I mean, you go back and look, Montana just really solidified. And I mean, coming out of college, you had the Montana game. I guess it was a Cotton Bowl or whatever it was, beating Houston 34-35 in that game. It was Joe Montana was never the celebrated guy that was coming out.
I agree, dude. I'm not throwing stones at you for having Montana. I mean, who would fault you for having Montana? Like Montana, if you don't have Brady, I think you would have Montana, right?
Yeah.
Like, is that the two? Is that the all-time 1 and 2? I mean, hell, where's Elway come into this conversation? Well, Elway was considered the prototype for so many years, but leading an offense, but again, it's not. It's your. This is why we're doing this. This is a fun hypothetical. It's your offense, Rodney. It's your offense, my dude. Montana, absolutely. If I didn't have my quarterback, I would have your quarterback, 100%.
Yeah.
Let's hear what's the rest of your backfield.
And the whole thing is,
first off, what's the best game Montana ever played, like that you ever saw Montana play?
It's funny that even though it doesn't even involve the 49ers, when Montana went to Kansas City and beat the Oilers, that 93 Oilers team that was supposed to be so great.
Yeah,
it was the team that could not miss, Wags. And this dude comes in and just knocked him right in the face and never lit up.
That's probably. I mean, he had fantastic games with 49ers with Taylor and with Jerry Rice. But dude, like when he did that, when he went over to Kansas City, and that was a playoff game, was it not? That was in the playoffs
at the Astrodome.
The Oilers.
At
Yeah,
the
dude.
Astrodome. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, wow, man. Montana really is that dude. He absolutely was great, and he was my favorite quarterback until you know who came in. But we'll talk about that. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm pretty sure everybody knows who the hell my number one quarterback is. But anyways, go ahead.
And Jack calls it right here. I mean, I'm looking at championships. I'm looking at pedigree of winning, and that's where when I go to the backfield. Yeah, when I go to the backfield, I mean, man, when the Chicago Bears got to play New England in the 1986 Super Bowl and Walter Payton didn't get to score a touchdown, that broke my heart. And the fact that the refrigerator Perry got to score that touchdown down on the goal line.
You have your heart broken a lot in sports, huh?
I have because I get emotionally involved into these players. I mean, I truly think that Walter Payton is a dude that you give me Walter Payton as the tailback and give me Earl Campbell as a tailback / fullback. Man, you give me that backfield and I will go to war.
I haven't said anything yet, Jake. I have not said my quarterback yet, sir. Hold your tongue. Hold your tongue.
Go ahead.
Or hold your fingers. Stall your fingers, I should say.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's progress here. Let's progress in your backfield, my dude. In your backfield,
man. You give me Earl Campbell and you give me Walter Payton. I mean, that's my dudes. I mean, and that's old school football. I mean, that's old school football. I know it's different right now. I mean, I know a lot of great running backs have come through. Jeff Howe and I had a debate a couple of months ago.
I can't sit there and say you're wrong with any of these picks. These are great picks.
Yeah,
that's the fun part about this exercise. They're really good picks.
I know.
You just have to justify why you have the picks in your backfield or in your lineup, and then you have to justify to everybody else that's chiming in why yours is where yours is at and theirs is where theirs is at.
Yeah, no. And a while ago when you mentioned about we were
grateful to have this, ladies and gentlemen. We were so fortunate to have that rivalry growing up. We were very fortunate to have the quarterback of the 80s as well with Esiason. Phil, I'm going to mention his name, Phil Simms. I threw Phil Simms in there, but Marino, Montana, and the prototype Elway. Like we were gifted to see these guys be able to play on the same level and compete against each other to make their game rise to another level. And yeah, that rivalry between Brady and Peyton Manning, probably the best that there ever was, in my opinion.
Yeah. And the other part of that is if you go back and you look at that, I mean, because chronicled as one of the best quarterback drafts that we've ever seen, making this one that we just went through look like a total piece of dog shit. That 1983 NFL draft where you had Elway, Marino, you had all those guys, Jim Kelly. I mean, the fact that one of the biggest disappointments for me as a football fan is that the Elway Marino thing never really got to be what we thought it was going to be.
You got to win, Dan. You got to win.
Got to win.
You can't be in the same conversation if you don't win. But
you gotta win.
To Jack Burton's point.
That's right.
And checks in the mail, Jack. Tell him.
That's right. And we're sitting here talking about Dak Prescott breaking all these records and doing all these different things and throwing for all these yards. Yeah, he winning playoff games. And Dan Marino got to a Super Bowl his first year, and he lost.
Who do you lose
Joe
to?
Theismann.
Nope. No, he lost to Joe Montana.
No, that was the Redskins.
Did he not?
No, you're right. I'm sorry.
He lost to Joe Montana, my dude. Because remember that commercial that came out? Hey, next year I'm buying Joe.
That's
where
right.
they flip the Coke coin. They go to get a Coke or whatever.
That's right. And it never happened again.
And they never saw each other.
And Joe kept going back.
Joe kept buying. Joe kept
going back. Tell me your quarterback. I mean, because I think the thing is we're gonna sit here and fixate.
So are we gonna go back and forth? I wanted you to undress your backfield or undress your lineup before I did mine.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to see yours before I let you see mine. I'm a bashful guy.
Last person that told me that I married her, Wags. Are you sure that you want to
ring me up, dude? Ring me up.
When you go to the wide receivers, I mean, you look at the dudes on the outside. I mean, you got to go with Jerry Rice. I mean, that guy is just great. And I think that when I go and if I can put somebody on the other side, it's a guy that just never got. Well, I take it back. He did get to that point. Is Randy Moss. I would put Randy Moss over on the other side because this kind of goes back to the whole.
God, why didn't you look at my list? You shithead.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, I mean, but it's hard. Like it's very hard to not have these two guys there, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just like they give you everything. They give you absolutely everything. But go ahead.
They do.
Absolutely.
I mean, and that's the whole thing is, and seriously now, if you look at it now, if I could have a slot receiver, I would put Lynn Swann in there, because imagine Lynn Swann these days as a slot receiver, lined up on the inside, being able to go across the middle and do all these things.
Not even
that
Lynn Swann could do it on.
outside.
Lynn Swann could do it on the boundary. He could do it on the hash. He was every. I mean, in the films that I've seen of Lynn Swann, like I didn't get to see him live, but
yeah, it was it was one of those things really special to watch. And back to Pittsburgh, I mean, they had John Stallworth and Swanee, and it was just such a good combination of kind of fire and ice with those guys, because you can go back and you can watch Lynn Swann or Stallworth making those catches against the Rams in that 80, I think it was 1980 Super Bowl, where he's kind of going up and pulling the ball down. It was a really good combination right there. But you put those dudes together.
Was that the best wide receiver room until the 49, or no? I guess who would have assembled the better wide receiver room first? Would it have been Washington, or would it have been San Francisco?
I think that the Redskins did a really good job when they had, Alvin Garrett, Art Monk.
Gary Clark.
Yeah, Gary Clark, man. When they had all of those guys playing at the same time, and then you had a good tight end with that as well. And then this is where you go back to, if you could pick an all-time best offensive line, you would kind of throw the Hogs in there. You would throw the
Hogs as
Dallas.
a unit. Hogs as a unit. I'll get as a unit. They were legit, but I don't know if I could. What like Bostic, Lachey. I can't remember all of them. But I don't know outside of those two. Clearly, which ones would have dominated. But yeah, I think we did our breakdown. We broke down like our top offensive linemen of a couple weeks back. That's why I didn't, like our all-time offensive linemen. That's why I didn't think it would be relevant for this. I thought people would be able to remember, but we can do a review on that, tomorrow or whatnot. But yeah, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
And it's funny when you talk about that, because actually this weekend I watched the Great Wall of Dallas on the NFL Network, and that was that early 90s, Eric Williams, Mark Tuinei, Nate Newton, all of that group. Those guys were just so dominant at that point. And that's when football was kind of changing itself up a little bit, to where those guys, it was just a very cohesive unit of guys that were out of shape, undrafted, they kind of been hung out to dry. These guys are no good, and they became one of the best offensive lines that we've ever watched, Wags. And it's like, damn.
I thought that's what linemen were back in the day, though. They were just out of shape, until new sports science came in, and now everybody looks like a Jason Kelce, so to speak, if you're a center. And Jason Kelce's got a little bit of a belly, but the dude also looks like a damn Viking warrior as well. So
yeah. And I will tell you, I don't know if we even plan to go down this road, but when it comes to like an all-time defense.
Oh yeah, we had I have a linebacking crew. Like I was gonna give the linebacking crew their day, and then the defensive line their day, and then the secondary their day. Because there's so many great defensive players out there. I don't think that you can just give an hour for forming one defense. I think you got to kind of give them their individual position spots, or position breakdowns. But anyways, to my team here, first and foremost, you get to go back and see NFL classics with the great setup that I have with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. That's kind of how I got this idea. I was just watching on NFL Network a couple nights back, hey, what would be your best NFL all-time team? And I saw some of the rankings come down, and I was just like, you know what, I agree with you. I'm with that, but this guy would definitely have this guy up here. If it's not for stats, it's for tenacity and toughness or whatnot. But anyways, audiovisual consultations provide you with the greatest setup of your dreams. 512-255-8678. It's the very best in the business. They set the standard in audiovisual automation. Go to the website right now and look at the gallery of projects they have at avconsultations.com, and you'll get an idea for the perfect setup for your summer. It's getting hot. You want to be out the pool, but you also don't want to see the sports. You don't want to be on your phone all the time, because that's a little stiff and then crank in the neck. So get that perfect TV set up there on your patio or on your lanai. Give Tom a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Good folks right there. They will hook you up just like they have hooked a lot of us up here with Texas Sports Unfiltered, by the way. If you're looking for that brand new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, one place to go. It's a brand new dealership out there in the beautiful Bee Cave Hill Country of Texas. It is Covert Bee Cave, a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave. I saw somebody post earlier when this commercial was run, so you guys be nice to Hayden.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Since 1909, the Covert family of dealerships. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Wags. All right, my man. This is fun. We need like a 4-hour show for this right here. I think
we absolutely do not need a 4-hour show. I'm saying that I do not want to do a 4-hour show. So that's case in point. All right, my wide receivers. You didn't give me any tight ends, but that's okay. I'll keep the tight ends, on my level, on my end here. Randy Moss, you named. Absolutely. You have to go with Randy Moss. The dude, 982 receptions, 15,292 yards, 156 touchdowns, 25 of them in one season coming from one Tom Brady. Okay, hey, there we go. Let's leave him alone. Anyways, Jack. Hey, you've been on the road too long, Jack. You've been on the road, buddy. Checks in the mail.
Calm down.
All right. So back to sports. Randy Moss, you already named. I think him being on the outside, just being able to make the catches that he's been able to make all through his career, the athleticism, the fact that he can go up. They named basically a verb or an ad. Is it would it be a verb? No, it would be it's an action. Maybe it's an adverb. I don't know. You just got mossed, right? That is a saying that just came out of nowhere, and it's basically because this dude, just with the highlight reel himself, Randy Moss can make any catch, and he just made it look smooth. The dude actually was incredibly fast, one hell of a blocker, just never gave up on plays. Randy Moss was one of my favorite wide receivers for a reason. We mentioned with Lynn Swann, how Lynn Swann could work the boundary and also go over the middle of the field on slant routes and still burn defenses. The one game I saw the Patriots play the Jets, where Randy Moss ran away from a cover 3 defense, just blew the doors off the Jets. Now consider the secondary of the Jets at that time, but also no, Revis was in that secondary, but Revis was on an eye. Revis was not a part of that. I think Revis had released and allowed Moss to go deep, and then the safeties just didn't pick it up. But anyways, he blew the doors off of a triple coverage essentially and got caught a touchdown. I was just like, this is the greatest wide receiver I've ever seen play the game. Now, Jerry Rice was probably I was probably a little bit too young to really appreciate Jerry Rice. My first memory of Jerry Rice was the Super Bowl with Cincinnati and San Francisco. And then, I think it was Taylor that actually made
Taylor that won that game. Yeah.
Taylor that actually made that winning Super Bowl catch. So I think I was a huge Taylor fan before I became a Jerry Rice fan. And then, of course, history was made with just the smoothness of Jerry Rice. I think that's what sets out most to me, or what resonates most to me for Jerry Rice, is the fact that he was just so smooth with everything he did. He had the softest hands. His work ethic was fantastic. We all know about his work ethic. But the fact that it seemed like you could take a glass of wine and set it on the helmet of Jerry Rice, and he could just run as smooth. There's only one person in my life I've ever seen run as smooth as Jerry Rice, and that's been Garrett Wilson. In terms of football, like actual live football play, when I saw Garrett Wilson at Lake Travis was playing. I forget who the hell they were playing, but it was a playoff game, and Garrett Wilson caught just a curl route in dead middle of the defense and ran away from everybody, kind of like Randy Moss did, but the ball wasn't in the air. Garrett Wilson had already caught the ball, but the fact that his strides were just so smooth and so clean, it reminded me of Jerry Rice, like a gazelle, just running down the damn field. And I've never seen somebody run that well and make it look like an art or make it look like beauty. Maybe Tom Cruise, but Tom Cruise don't look like he don't make it that smooth. You know what I mean?
He has help.
He
has help. He has help doing his.
But Jerry Rice is just one of the smoothest to ever do it, man. And then if we're naming a slot receiver, I'm probably gonna get so many stones thrown at me here, but it's the tenacity, it's the tenaciousness, and the fact that you know that he's gonna catch the ball coming out of the slant or coming out of a screen. He's gonna get popped. He's gonna still be able to absorb the blow and still take yard and still try to get positive yards. And it's Steve Smith Sr., son. He was a ventured quarterback all around the league, and you can't deny this dude's toughness. I think what solidified him being in my all-time wide receivers is the fact, ice up. Why don't you go ask Talib? He's the one that didn't finish the game. Ice up, son. That's a quote of all quotes. That is not the reason why you got in, but it's a really good component and factor of why you are in the squad. I love the tenaciousness. And then when you went to Baltimore, you continued to ball out still, man. You were just always a warrior, Steve Smith. You're in my slot, my dude.
Yeah. And I think a lot of this is it gets really tough because, like a while ago, you mentioned tight ends. When we talk about tight ends, I mean, right now you look at Travis Kelce. I mean, it's like, okay, this guy, whatever. Back when you really trace this whole thing back, when it comes to the slot and it comes to the tight end, it wasn't quite as relevant now or then as it is now.
I don't even know if I could like Steve Smith wasn't a slot receiver. I just got to fit him in somewhere.
No,
he was always on your outside and working the boundary, but I'm going to put him in my slot just because he's just that nasty of a dude. He can take
exactly. And I think another name that you can throw into that, if we wanted to figure out a slot, and again, the results don't show up, but the dude was just that good, is Steve Tasker from Buffalo. I mean, that was a dude.
Tasker, the special teams guy?
You would kind of pop that dude in there.
The special teams? The dude that was on kickoff?
Dude could make some plays. He knocked the ball out of Leon Lett's hands, my man. But you slot that dude in there.
That was Don Beebe. That wasn't Tasker. That was Don Beebe.
No, Don Beebe. I'm sorry. Don Beebe. Man, I love the call right there. Steve Largent. Pop that dude. Yeah, Don Beebe. I'm sorry. What the hell am I thinking?
No, Jake, absolutely. No, I'm with you. I think, a matter of fact, you might have just missed that. I think I even said Steve Smith was on the outside.
What could have been? Yeah.
But Steve Smith, I would just throw him into my slot because he was that tough to do it. Now, does he have the quickness for a slot receiver? Probably not, but he's got the tenaciousness and the tenacity. Now, if I was going 3 wide receivers or 4 wide receivers, then yeah, I would keep, Smith out, maybe stack him on a twin, out on the boundary or whatnot. But yeah, if I got to find a way to get him into my roster. So I'm going to put him into my slot.
Yeah. And that really
make him run curl routes and China routes the entire time. That's all.
And that is a fun part of this whole investigation that we're doing right here, is to go back and really look at some of those teams and who would have been the slot. I mean, who would have been that guy? Who would have been that Swiss Army knife? Because they didn't do that back then. And
Chad Johnson, Chad Ochocinco, and Steve Smith were on the same team in college. Isn't that crazy?
Man,
you think they would have gotten a lot more numbers than they did, but
so Wags, I want to bring up a name.
Okay, go ahead. Okay,
and I'll let you carry on here, but I have to ask you, because where does Terrell Owens factor into all this? I know that there's a lot of TO whatever, but
if you're talking about TO on the field, TO's up there.
Dude's bad son of a bitch.
TO's nasty. The fact, just doing what he did in that Super Bowl game on a broken leg. I was not to bring up old times, but I mean, I remember where I was in Fallujah trying to find whatever trying to like finagle an old radio to listen to BBC radio so I could hear the Super Bowl. And I remember the Patriots and the Eagles that game, and people, going off about how nasty of a game that Terrell Owens was having. And then come to find out after the game that it was broken, that his leg was broken. You're like, holy hell. That's just an absolute warrior. Yeah, that's a game that will always resonate in my mind. Maybe just because of the location that I was, listening to it at, but I think it was honestly just the play of Terrell Owens and just how dominant he was, and in a loss too, which is crazy. Yeah, that's the thing that I take away most of that game. It's not even the fact that the Patriots won; it's the game that Terrell Owens had in a loss. So, I would have Terrell Owens in my top 10. I don't know if he's top 5 for me, but he's in tenaciousness and in toughness. Yeah, he's top 5.
Yeah. Sure. I think a lot of it happens with Terrell Owens is you go back to the locker room cancer. I hate to use that word, but that's what gets thrown around is when you look at, the different locker rooms that he's been a part of and the problems that happen right there. And that's a whole different discussion. But when you really look at the on the field stuff, and to me, that really was one of the most miraculous individual performances that I've ever seen with that dude, what he did for the Eagles in that game. And it was really hard to want him to do well being a Cowboys fan, but I'm like, man, if this dude can continue to do what he's doing and these guys win the Super Bowl on his broken leg, for crying out loud, that puts him in an echelon to where it's like he's one of the best ever. I mean, I'm sorry. Take all the hijinks, take all the other shit out of it. The dude is really that good.
Jerry Rice, we already know the superlatives of Jerry Rice. Steve Smith, I already told you about that. My backfield, Walter Payton, we're allowed to have 2. Walter Payton, Marshall Faulk.
Yeah, it's a great call.
I know that King Henry and the bell cow running backs, or if the few that still exist in the modern day era are fantastic. I know LaDainian Tomlinson. I can't get past Marshall Faulk and what I saw. The fact that what he could do on the ground and what he could do through the air, he was fantastic. In that in the greatest show on turf. To me, he was the catalyst. It wasn't Torrey Holt. It wasn't Isaac Bruce. It was Marshall Faulk. What Ricky Prohl. It was absolutely Marshall Faulk. He could just
Ricky
absolutely
Prohl
get
shampoo.
it done, man. What?
Ricky Prohl shampoo. Remember?
No, I don't remember that. Yeah. But no, I just. Who's the other dude for the greatest? Akeem? Was it Akeem? It was Akeem.
Yeah.
He was a speed deemer, but yeah. Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith. But just the 2, I think I gotta go Walter Payton and I gotta go Marshall Faulk. Barry's there, like Barry's my 3, but Barry didn't get to do enough in the passing game for me. And that's not on Barry's fault. Like I thought, you throw Barry the ball, Barry's going to be able to make a play regardless of if it's on the ground or if he's catching it through the air. But Barry was just able to carve up defenses without even, catching the ball out of the backfield. But Marshall Faulk being able to do what he was, and then it's just hard for me to not have Sweetness in my backfield. And he was the first running back that ever made an impression on me. Growing up, like I told you, I started watching football in the 80s and the mid 80s, or actually having a cognizant thought of it, or just having a good memory of football was in the mid 80s. And Walter Payton was the dude that was doing it. The Bears were the team. I remember the Super Bowl shuffle. It's hard for me to not have those dudes. And again, I'm gonna hang on your word here. Maybe a little bit of emotion is coming into play here with this, and memories. My quarterback, it's not Peyton Manning. We are very gifted to see Peyton Manning and Tom Brady go through the rivalry and the ascension of quarterback play that we got to witness.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I agree with. I know he was MVP. 4, 5, maybe 5. Let me check. Actually, I got his stats right here. 5 times. Peyton Manning was Super MVP 5 times, according to Sports Reference here. That's 71, almost 72,000 yards for Peyton Manning, but still, for me, it's got to be Tom Brady. It's the rings. It's the hardware. And again, I know it's not everybody uses the whole, Brady versus Manning. It's actually Manning going up against Brady's defense or Belichick's defense. Yeah. And Brady going up against Dungy's defense, if you really want to break it down. That the combination of Tom Moore and Peyton Manning were fantastic. The ride that they went on, and the fact that Peyton Manning was able to do what he did in Denver with another team, and Tom was still able to go get another championship with another team as well. We were spoiled. We were blessed. We were absolutely blessed, and that's why this decision was crazy, absolutely tough for me to make. But at the end of the day, I had to give the nod to Tom Brady. He is the GOAT for the reason. I don't think that I'm, going out on a limb and getting crazy with a hot take here, but he is the GOAT of all. He's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, and it really is. I mean, I think Tom and Joe, or Joe and Tom, whichever you want to look at. I mean, those are the guys that you're naturally going to go to because you go to the.
And I did and I have Joe too because of just memories, just of hardware and winning memories, right? Like, and
absolutely,
it's no slap in the face for Peyton, but usually Peyton would throw you one.
Yeah,
he'd throw the defense. He'd throw the defense. In most of the time, or I can't say most of the time, that's hyperbolic, but it feels like a lot of the time that the ones that he would throw you would turn into a pick six in a crucial time. So
yeah, in a very bad situation.
Very bad situation.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those Tony Romo things. It's like when you expect the mistake to happen, it's going to happen, and it's going to be detrimental, and you're going.
Ooh, that's a good pull, Rocket Ishmael. Remember that? Dude?
Yeah. That's a good receiver. That's a good receiver. That could be a guy. Kind of back to the quarterback thing, because I think I saw it pop up there. Is Elway keeps popping up, and this is where we go back to the Marino Elway thing. I mean, you got to remember there with Elway. I mean, I know at the end of the career, I know when Mike Shanahan came in and Denver did what they did, and I'm glad. I was so glad to see John Elway ride out on the white horse as a champion because of everything he had been through. Because getting get demolished by the 49ers. I mean, they made this dude look horrible. The fact that he did get those Super Bowl wins, but. This goes back to where I really look at where we're talking about with Brady and Montana is that you look at the body of work and you look at it in pressure situations. These guys, again, they don't have the stats of Elway. They don't have the stats of Dan Marino.
Manning did it in pressure moments too. I just
finally.
And if you really want to break down, like the last memory that I have of Tom Brady was a pick six. Was it not?
That's it. Yeah.
Not in Tampa, but in New England. Did he not throw a pick six to walk off?
He did. And that was the thing right there. When you really go back and look at this, but I mean, there, in my opinion, and again, this is just as a football fan, that there really are just two. I mean, it's Montana and it's Brady. I mean, these are the guys. Yeah, Peyton Manning was great. John Elway was great. Look, Roger Staubach. I mean, near and dear to my heart. And a lot of my love for Roger Staubach, not only because he's a Dallas Cowboy, is this guy is genuinely just a great human being. And that's the other thing. If you've gone in and you've studied Roger Staubach, you go in and it's hard to not love this guy.
I think people feel the same way about Johnny Unitas as well, right?
Exactly.
They're just iconic quarterbacks.
Johnny U. I mean, you get these guys, and then you have like Joe Namath pops into conversations. I'm like, no. I mean, Joe Namath was a movie star. Joe Namath.
I want to kiss you.
Yeah, he's over there hitting on Susie Colbert and shaving his legs and doing all these different things.
Hey man, sell it if you got it. Sell it, man. I ain't gonna knock you for that.
Wags, when you go and you look at this thing, when it comes back to Elway with the losses right there. I mean, two names that I want to bring up when it comes to quarterbacks, and it's unfortunate that they are cast in this conversation.
Can I give my tight ends before you give more quarterbacks?
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to complete. Before we get out, I mean, we only got 7 minutes, and you've been going on about quarterbacks for a while, which is great. I love the exercise, but I still want to get my team out. All right, tight ends. There's only one tight end that you need out there, and there's only one tight end that's ever been able to produce the performance of colossal champions, and it's Mark Bavaro. I'm kidding, guys. It's Gronk's got to be my number one tight end, but still, like, it was hard for me to not give Mark Bavaro a little bit of clout. You know what I mean? Just one of the tight ends that I remember first in my memories of football. Winslow, I remember Winslow as a tight end. With Fouts, you seeing the later games of Fouts and Winslow there. I would have to say Novacek. Novacek was probably a really good tight end, but no, if
that guy was key in those Super Bowls.
He was clutch and crucial, and not only that, he could block he was an undersized tight end that could block like a very good blocker. I didn't want to
extra tackle. I mean, that dude was
100. I mean, 100. Travis, modern day age, it's hard to not have Travis Kelce in there, but I don't think Travis Kelce is a legit tight end. Like I think Travis Kelce is more of a like a wide receiver prototype. Gronk's probably my number one. Like Gronk could just do it all. And I'm not trying to placate to the New England fan base here, the few that we do have. But if you're going to have Tom Brady as your number one quarterback, a lot of that success came with the tandem of Rob Gronkowski. So, and it's no coincidence that I have Randy Moss in there too. It's the greatest season that I've ever seen of all time. Between Tom Brady and Randy Moss, like they're just fantastic. And I'm not trying to talk like Belichick for a reason. Like I'm getting serious about it. But anyways, my dude, that completes my team. That completes my all-time Wagner Wire NFL roster.
I gotta tell you,
we're on the Cincinnati.
This is really, going further back. I mean, when I see Tony Gonzalez mentioned in there, I mean, that's a good dude right there. But when I think of stereotypical, and I don't even think he was a tight end at the time. Maybe he was. Is when you go back into the late '80s and you think about a tight end like Harold Carmichael for the Eagles. God, that hurts me to say that. You think of that big dude, number 17.
How about Ben Winter Coates? Ben Winter Coates back in the day. Talk about tight ends. You know what I mean? From New England. Big Ben Winter Coates.
Yeah. Kellen Winslow. I mean, these were guys that, and again, the tight end, I preface everything that we're talking about right here to where the tight end and slot has become something. Winslow
senior, not junior. Yes.
Yes. No doubt about that. To where this,
we shouldn't not even need to say that. Honestly,
but Wags, go back and look, and this is a little Homer flavor right here. When you look at when the Saints won the Super Bowl, how big was David Thomas as a tight end for the Saints? I mean, that was
small. I'll give you some Longhorn love here.
That was huge, right?
Came out the sky, and that was probably his best game, right?
Yeah, man. You go back and you look at that stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, David Thomas. Defenses, because again, drastically different game from back in the early days to now, to where it's offensively video game driven. I think that defenses are. It's
speaking of
defenses now. Sometimes not even mentioned are defenses. Because it's we want.
I know that kind of. I did not mean for that to burn up the entire hour. I apologize.
Dude, I love it.
But again, I just thought it was going to be a fun scenario to have, especially on a hypothetical Tuesday. And that's kind of the theme that I want to do on Tuesdays, right? If we're rolling into it right out of the bat with crosstalk and with a hypothetical, let's stay with a hypothetical Tuesday vibe, a hypothetical Tuesday theme. So that's the kind of exercises that we'll be doing going forward on Chaos Theory on these Tuesdays. So make sure that you prepare for this on Monday night too. Like start thinking about, hey, what are the guys going to think? What would be some of my hypotheticals? And also, if you guys got some ideas, man, throw it this way. We're content creators, obviously, but we also love interacting with you guys. It's a great show for a reason. It's called Interaction with our crew, right? Not only are we having a conversation with ourselves, but we invite you to have the conversation. We get everybody involved, man. It starts to feel like a bar and not just a show. So I don't really go out that much, guys, because of audiovisual consultation. So I need my social interaction. So that's kind of why I invite you all to have the conversation. Rodney usually just hits up the Coda text line as well. So I don't have that pulled up. I usually do, but the past couple of weeks I haven't had that up because for some reason I can't get in. I got to figure out what's going on. Also had a little bit of issue with my camera at first here today. Did you see that?
Huh. I was wondering. Yeah. I don't know what
was going on.
No.
It randomly kicks me out and puts me on mute. So I think we got critters or something in my TV or in my computer here. So
yeah,
we got to figure it out.
I had that last night. I was doing my Revved Up show, and my camera kept flipping out. But I think the other part of that was one of the girls was home, and they were using a lot of devices on my Wi-Fi, and I think that was part of the problem. Jeff Fisher.
It is July 9th. It is July 9th. Jeff. It was the roaches. It was definitely the roaches, gents. It was the roaches. The roaches getting you.
Fisher. Oh my goodness.
Greatest
show on turf.
You got anything on the slate that you wanted to go to? Kind of tease.
Hey, I do want to mention Coda text line. Speaking of that, 222-9328. Again, you guys feel free to check in. Our man Grant, who is one of our best supporters right here. He says, "Hey guys, going to be listening to y'all from San Antonio starting in August. Moving to San Antonio, Austin's a little too crazy. I can totally get that, and that's why Wags and I don't leave the house.
I don't go outside. But I don't leave, man.
It's like I go outside. The last 2 weeks, Wags, I've had to go out and get the mail because Tracy's been out of town, and it's like, man, I like staying inside. I just stay inside. I stay in here. I stay in my own in my cabana. I stay in my cabana, my AV consultations cabana, for crying out loud.
My wife made fun of me the other night. I actually, coincidentally, I went to go get the mail myself. But it was dark. But a headlamp on, right? Yeah, I got one of those. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I can't see him going down here. I want to make sure I get the key. I want to get the key in the right slot or whatnot. I don't want to struggle and have to use my phone or whatnot." She goes, "You look like a moron. No one's gonna rob you. You going spelunking in a damn cave? Take the headlamp off." No, one of those things you put on before if you're getting underneath a car or whatnot, and you got to do some work, or if you're working on something in the house and you low level and you want focused light. That's kind of what I was going for, going my vibe. And she's like, sitting here thinking that I'm the biggest loser in the damn neighborhood, man. I thought I was actually being strategic. I thought I was being tactical.
Well, that's the thing. I mean,
we got Athlete of the Week tomorrow, guys. Athlete of the Week as well. Make sure you
got to be careful, Wags, because I was watching the news this morning and they were talking about porch pirates out there in Cedar Park, out your way. So you might want to keep your hat on. You keep your light on because people suck.
So look, let me tell you something. You say that, but about 2 weeks ago, my Ring went off. Mm-hmm. The Ring camera went off, and that's a matter of fact, that's another reason why I reached out to Tom. Okay, I got to upgrade my security in my surveillance here. I saw 4 gentlemen, one masked up, and I heard a little bit of commotion, and then I saw the Ring go off, and then I saw the dude peeping through my bushes, looking through, and then I opened up the blinds, and I must have he saw my eyes, like I saw his nose, his mask pulled up over his nose, and then I saw his eyes. And as soon as I pulled up and he saw my eyes, he goes, "Oh!" It spooked him, and they ran off. Now look, they had to have the car staged around the corner here because I didn't see a car. And by the time I got my key and got into the car and went chasing after them, they were already gone. And I didn't see anybody on foot, and I didn't see any other cars. And it probably took about 5 seconds for me because I was in my boxers, so I threw shorts on and I threw a shirt on or whatnot, and just put my Jesus boots on, my sandals, and then went speeding after them, and they were gone. I had no trace. Checked with all my other neighbors that had Rings. They had no tracks of where these people were. But yeah, man, this was also at 12:45 at night or early morning. So I don't know if they're just looking to get into my vehicles or whatnot. But yeah, that. There was nothing on my porch for them to take, but they were looking at my windows. So, might be time to arm up. As a Marine, I never thought that I needed to have a weapon or whatnot. But if I got people coming and looking at my doors, coming and looking at my windows, might be time, my dude.
That's
right.
You
don't want to come knocking on this door.
Shit, Wags. Speaking of doors, hang on 1 second. Got a package. They're beating on my door. I'll be right.
Yeah,
back.
Don't let those porch pirates get them. That's for sure. Yeah, just a little bit scary. I don't know if you guys have had that experience as well, but I don't know. It kind of shook me up a little bit. I thought maybe they were just trying to steal like a little bit of change at first. And then when I saw them trying to get into the back, because I observed at first, like I looked, I had a little bit of a peek. And then when I saw the guy come up to the window, that's when I wanted to startle him first. And I opened up the blinds real quick so he could see my eyes. And then sure as shit, like it spooked him. Somebody's in the window. Somebody's in the window. I could hear that. And then I saw him take off. And then by the time I got my shirt on and my clothes and my keys, they were already gone. But anyways, man, what did we say? Car waiting down the street. Sounds like they were stealing cars or trying to steal cars or trying to get. So there were 4 people and they were like, I don't know if I saw multiple cars, but I didn't see any. Matter of fact, I didn't see anything. I didn't see any cars speed off, but I didn't see any people run into a house either.
Yeah.
So that led me to deduce the fact that they had cars. I was assuming that they had cars and they were staged. But I did see them run off and go around the corner. So I don't know. But yeah, a little bit scary. But yeah, it's time to get serious. And when it's coming around my neighborhood, like that's when you got to really start, thinking about like why the hell is awfulness getting all the way up here and porch pirates coming all the way up here. You pay to move out here for a reason. And now it's, don't make me, God, I don't want to take matters in my own hands. God, I don't think anybody does. Jesus.
Yeah.
Anyways,
no.
yeah. But a little bit
that way, my man.
A little bit of a scary situation the other night.
Yeah, shouldn't be that way. Hey, Wags, before we bring the guys on, I do want to talk about circalasvegas.com. You guys feel free to check that stuff out. You can sign up for the Circa Millions or Circa Survivor. All of that starting, those contests are about to fire off right now as football season approaches. You have to register at Circa in Vegas. So you have to make your way down there, do it on site. Go check out the resort. Go check out all the really cool stuff. Go to the website and see how cool that place is. Dive in right there. Go stay for the weekend. Guys, it is the biggest sports book in the country. So go check it out there in Vegas. Sign up for those. Stay at the resort and cantina. You're seriously going to enjoy that. And again, remember August 22nd and 23rd, Texas Sports Unfiltered will be there with live shows. And you can come see us. Come see us over there. Get signed up. And the cool thing is, once you sign up for the Millions or the Survivor, you can make those picks anywhere in the world from your phone. So check it out. It is circalasvegas.com.
Yeah, appreciate all the kind comments and everything. Yeah, just absolutely. Everybody be safe. Make sure that everything is secured, and again, arm up if you need to, but get surveillance first and fortify your house before you do anything.
Yep. And Mr. Mark, hoping everything. I was wondering about you guys. So hopefully with that, I know that it really sucks over there that with that happening and now the heat coming in. So you guys be cool and be safe. And again, you guys reach out if there's anything that we can do to help you guys out.
You done talking, Rodney?
Sorry, I'm done.
All right. Let's bring the guys on, man. I got to come on. There they are. Hey, what's up, Jordan?
All the
PSAs
are done.
All the
How we
we
doing?
got them out. PSAs, we don't have to give PSAs. That's the thing. What's up, Jordan? How you guys doing, man? What's up, Nick?
Not too bad.
What's on the agenda today, gentlemen?
A little Cowboys football, a little Texas football.
Nick, I'm going to be tuning in, Nick, because I want to know everything that's going on with Dak's boot, Jerry's wallet, Steven, Charlotte, all of them. I want to know what's going on down there, man.
Yeah, you and the rest of us.
Got in the third round, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you and the rest of us. Good to see you again, Rodney. I think the last time I saw you was right before COVID doing some Lake Travis baseball, right?
Dude, man, that's a good old days over there doing those Brett Beatty's and Mike Rogers games over there. What a run that was, man. Really, really good stuff back in those days.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Gents, I got to sign off, man. I got one last meeting here before I got to get this awesome college football 2025 released here, gents. It's coming out this week. Make sure you guys have a great time. You guys be good.
See you
have
guys.
a good show, man.
We'll see you. So, how's Dak's camp in South Lake?
I
Are you just sitting? Huh?
I can't believe they let us do this. They let us two run this show today. It's we're gonna take it off the rails. And Jeff,
yeah.
I hope you're not watching because it's gonna get bad.
Yeah, no, they fucked up. Talk to us. Where are you? You just in your car in a South Lake parking lot?
Yeah, I am. I am at South Lake Carroll High School. We just did the Dak Prescott youth camp today. He talked about a lot of things. He talked about that picture that surfaced last week of him being in the walking boot. It was tough for him because he was just in Mexico vacationing, and some random guy took a picture of him with a walking boot on, and it created a big stir and made the national rounds. But he was able to talk on that today and kind of calm the concerns on that. I mean, if you remember 4 years ago, I mean, Jordan, you're not a Cowboys fan, but you probably remember his ankle snapping in half in 2020 against the Giants. And yeah, he's still having issues from that. And he said he was just a little bit sore after a couple of hard workouts and wanted to keep it, wanted to protect it while he was going deep sea fishing. He said sometimes it swells up when he gets out on the ocean, but whatever he says that's his story. He said he doesn't anticipate it keeping him out of camp or anything. And then he talked about contract negotiations, extension talks are obviously warming up with him, but he said once training camp starts, his focus turns towards the season. So if the Cowboys want to get a deal done, it's going to have to happen in the next week or two, according to that rhetoric, but we'll kind of see as time goes on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you felt about it, but I thought it was hilarious that Ian Rappaport and all these other people were quote tweeting this Hispanic reporter or whatever that caught him on vacation. I don't know. There was no denial either that was him. Like that was clearly him too. So that's
like you can see the tattoos. Like you couldn't. It's no one else, and it looks just like his wife next to him too. Like there was no getting away with it.
Yeah, like you can't deny that one, but the picture of him on the boat can be denied. But No, not that one. What about CD? You're going to CD's camp today too, right, or something like that?
Yeah, trying to keep it a little hush. Sometimes beat dynamics. I'm trying to be the only guy out there, but we'll see. But yeah, he's got a camp down in Round Rock, down y'all's way. I say y'all, but the Austin people's way. Seeing what he has to say about his contract negotiations. He's been in a holdout since the end of the 2023 season, as he awaits a new deal. From what I've heard on that contract, and I expect it to come below Justin Jefferson's number. That being said, I think there still has to be some sort of meeting in the middle between the Cowboys and CD to make that number work. I think right now they're anywhere between 31 and 34 per year annually to get a deal done. They're going to have to find a middle ground to be able to make a deal work in the next few weeks, or else he's not going to be showing up to training camp. I think he's fully prepared to hold out at training camp. That's going to be part of the conversation today is, he did say he's not going to talk about contract negotiations, but he can talk about if he's planning on a holdout, or he can talk about if he's planning on, working with some guys off to the side while the team is at training camp. So we'll find out more to that end today. But nevertheless, there's still a lot to be determined when it comes to CD and his contract. But I think it's getting closer as Oxnard gets closer.
Okay. Now talk to me about Mr. Overshown for Longhorns fans. I didn't even know he changed his number, but
yeah.
I know it was an ACL tear, right?
Yeah, so we'll start with the change number. And what's up, CB? It's good to see you again. Good to talk to you again. Back at the Horns 247 days. I know we talked a lot. Overshown in his rookie season, he was number 35, which I think is just kind of an ugly number for a linebacker. But they went ahead and passed 35 down to another rookie linebacker, Amaris Luafau, and they let DeMarvion Overshown take Michael Gallup's number 13. So you'll see the lucky number, I guess you could say, 13 in the middle of the Cowboys defense next year. But yeah, tore his ACL last year in the second preseason game up in Seattle, and it was super tough because he had such a great camp. You could point back to his senior season at Texas. He was all over the place. You could tell that he had taken that next step in PK's defense, and you saw that transition into training camp too. Like, that confidence was there. It was grooving for him. And I think whenever he was able to translate that to the football field, it was even better. If you're a diehard Cowboys fan and you care about doing this, go back and look at the Jaguars preseason game last year, week 1 of the preseason. He was all over the place making plays. Easily the most impactful defensive player on either team. And Jacksonville played their starters for a quarter. I think he's going to have a huge year this upcoming year. He's gotten bulkier. He's added about 10 to 15 pounds of muscle. He looks awesome. There was times at Texas where, as the season went on, he kind of leaned out and started to look like a safety again back in his ARP days. But I think he's bulky enough now to where he can sustain a whole season under his play weight, which I think will be right at around 230, 235. But there's high expectations for him in this defense. We've talked to Mike Zimmer about it. We've talked to Paul Gunther, the run game coordinator, about it. We've talked to Scott McCurley, the linebackers coach, about it. He is easily the most prepared guy when it comes as going into year 2, coming off of an ACL tear, so technically still year 1. They're really excited about what he can bring to the field. 3 linebacker system with Mike Zimmer. It's going to be a perfect fit.
Yeah. Kind of talk to me, like, what is his role kind of looking like? Because they brought in, big veteran guy, Michael Kendricks. I was not the biggest, or Eric Kendricks, my bad.
Sorry, you're not a Cowboys guy. I respect it.
I knew it was one of the Kendricks at linebacker, but one of the quieter kind of free agent cycles, I guess, compared to other teams. But that was one of their biggest signees or whatever. So, how does he fit into the equation with Kendricks now on the roster?
Yeah, so you have to look back to what Dan Quinn's defense looked like last year, right? 2 linebacker system. They used kind of a rover safety hybrid to kind of move around the box. In that sense, it was J-Ron Kearse, who's no longer with the team and still out on the street actually as a free agent. But now Mike Zimmer's system coming in, he's going back to the traditional 3 linebacker set. He wants to have 3 of those guys in the middle of the defense. And I think Overshown is kind of your connection between that second and third level, right? Because he has so much experience playing back in coverage and being able to cover the middle of the field. But at the same time, he's still got run game ability, and he was able to pick that up. And that's what I speak to whenever I'm saying, like, he was getting more comfortable in his senior season at Texas, stepping up in the run game and making those plays in the running lane. So I think what his role will be able to be is kind of being Kendricks' right-hand man and being kind of his guy that Kendricks can help mentor as time goes on. And And then you also have Damone Clark in there, third-year linebacker out of LSU. Last year was a little bit tough for him. It was his first year where he didn't have to deal with injury throughout the season. But at the same time, he was the only healthy linebacker on the entire roster for like 10 games. So he was asked to do a lot. And I think this year he can be asked to just be what he is, and that's a run stopper. And I think if he could do that, they'll be fine. They also have a rookie in Maris Luafau, a third-round pick out of Notre Dame. Maybe reached on him a little bit too early, but they didn't have a fourth-round pick, and they wanted to make sure and get their guy. And from what I've heard so far, Maris Luafau, he's a guy that'll be used in situational blitzing opportunities. He's a guy that'll be used on third down a whole lot. And I would have to assume that would be in exchange for Overshown. So, but we'll see as camp goes on. Obviously, there's a lot of dynamics still to play out, but Overshown and Luafau, I kind of expect them to be that third linebacker rotating set.
Okay. Talk to me about the rookies, because CB made a great point here. I forgot that Byron Vaughn's exists sometimes. And whenever he committed to Baylor, I remember writing that story last minute and being like, oh, shoot, this was the kid who was at Texas and all that. So kind of how's that? Is there a bond in all you see between Overshown and Vaughns? I know they obviously weren't in Austin too long together, but, how's the rookie class shaping up?
Yeah, I haven't seen I haven't talked to either of them about their connection quite yet, but I was able to chop it up with Byron a little bit during rookie minicamp. But yeah, he's just excited to be back in Dallas. He grew up a Dallas fan. Obviously, is from Fort Worth, so it was pretty cool for him to be able to stay home and play for the Cowboys. But as far as the rookie class goes, and I know this is kind of cliche, and I'm sure like any coaching staff would say this about their rookie class, but everybody you talk to is saying how business-like that they have approached rookie minicamp, OTAs, team mandatory minicamp. They said all those rookies are taking it incredibly seriously. And I think that starts at the top with the guys that they drafted first. You look at Tyler Guyton, who you talked to Oklahoma offensive line coach Bill Bedenbaugh, took a huge step as far as maturity goes last year and became a team leader towards the end of the season. You look at the second-round pick in Marshawn Nealand. He was a guy that had to prove himself out of Western Michigan in the group of 5 ranks, and he was a leader for a team for 3 years. And then you look at the third-round picks in Cooper Beebe out of Kansas State, kind of speaks for himself, just a ball knower, incredible dude, and trying to compete for a starting spot. And then Maris Luafau comes from a Polynesian background, high character, high volume of production out of Notre Dame. I think when you look at all those guys and you kind of look at that top group, you understand why you hear that rhetoric about how they take that business approach and how it's just been kind of a blue-collar mentality with that rookie class. So far it's been good, but, man, after last year's rookie class, they're going to have to prove that they're better. I mean, it was easily the worst in the NFL, their rookie class last year. The bar is very low, but I think they can meet it.
Yeah. Any fun undrafted free agents that looking like they can make an impact this year as rookies on the team?
Yeah, I'll give you 3 quick ones. We could start with tight end Brevin Spanford out of Minnesota. This was a guy I was really surprised that went undrafted. Just a huge, wide-set, physical tight end that can get after it at the point of attack. He gets active in the run game, man. And you see it on film. He's got a 6'6", 240-ish, 245-poundish type frame. And, man, he gets after it in the run game. I mean, he's almost like an athletic tackle that you have out there just kind of helping. And he can get some things done in the receiving game, too. He wasn't really asked to do that at Minnesota, but at the Senior Bowl, he was asked to do that a little bit more, and he was able to do that. I mean, he has possession skills. He can go up one-on-one and bring it down. Again, just a guy I was really surprised that went undrafted, and the Cowboys guaranteed him his salary for the 2024 season. So he's at least going to be on the practice squad, if not the 53-man roster. And then 2 safeties I'm looking at. Now, the safety position, when you look at the 53-man roster, is a position with a lot of young talent and depth, in my opinion. Some people disagree with me, but I really feel like there's some really good young talent and depth there. But I think 2 guys that could potentially even push that depth and make it even better. Julius Wood out of Eastern Carolina and Amani Johnson out of Nevada. Both of those guys, run stoppers, 6 foot plus, 210 pound plus, have experience playing in the box, and both had over 100 tackles last season as seniors. I think both of those guys are going to be able to push that room and at least make that competition better.
Nice. And Jake has I know they are kind of comfortable in the conversations we've had, but what do you think the starting 5 offensive line's looking like?
Man, are the Cowboys comfortable relying on rookies on the offensive line? They're going to have to be, right? I think the only way you get around having to start 2 of those guys on the offensive line is the fact that Cooper Beebe is going to be competing for a spot, like neck and neck, whereas Tyler Guyton is probably the assumed starting left tackle. I understand the experience and having only 14 games, of experience, of starting experience at Oklahoma, but he's better than Chuma Edoga. He's better than Matt Waletzko. Both of those guys have battled injuries over the course of the last couple of years, and Guyton, I think, is just going to be ready whenever preseason is over. But you look at the center position, Cooper Beebe, he's never been asked to play the center position in a game, and he's going up against a guy in Brock Hoffman who's going into his third season, really proved himself last year coming off the practice squad early in the season to make the 53-man roster, and started some games down the stretch whenever they needed some plug-and-play starters. So I think that's going to be a really, really interesting competition between Hoffman and Beebe at center. But are they comfortable with starting those two rookies if it comes down to it? I would have to say so.
Yeah. Who do you think has – how do I word this? Or who do you have the highest expectations for from the rookie class besides Tyler Guyton? Obviously, he's always going to have the highest expectations. He was the first-round pick. He's the left tackle. He's a state of Texas kid too. So, outside of him, would it be Beebe, or would you go elsewhere?
Yeah, that's a good one. I would probably have to go Beebe, just because of what he's being asked to do coming into training camp, right? Like, they want him, if he's not starting by the end of training camp, they want him to at least push that competition so far that the center position is better than what they left it last year with Tyler Biadasz. So I think I think it would probably be equal pressure on Cooper Beebe as there is with Tyler Guyton. But I mean, you could look at the rest of the class. Marshawn Nealand, sure, he's not going to be asked to start, but there's a realistic chance that DeMarcus Lawrence is not back in 2025, and Marshawn Nealand has to take over his starting role. So whenever you look at that, you would hope to see some confidence and some growth from him in his rookie season to be able to be comfortable doing that going into next year.
Yeah. What about our local boy, Deuce Vaughn? How's he doing? Cedar Ridge's finest.
Yeah, he is from Cedar Ridge. I keep forgetting. I think he's from Westwood all the time. And I accidentally made that mistake to him one time, like going up to him and be like, hey, so you've been back to Westwood? He'd be like, why the hell would I be going back to Westwood? And I was like, my bad, Cedar Ridge, you know.
He was like, bitch, I actually went to the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Westwood RJ Martinez is over there going 500 yards per game and winning 2 games a year, baby.
That's tough. Isn't that where Braylon James ended up finishing too?
No. Braylon James was Dove Valley, then Stony Point. But he was supposed to be at Stony Point the whole time. Burton was just hitting the portal.
Yeah.
It's like Adrian Wilson. People don't know this. Adrian Wilson started at Dell Valley and then is now at Weiss and has been there since. But yeah.
Recruiting, right? Deuce Vaughn going into this year, man, this is it's kind of a prove it off season for him, which is crazy to think about going into year 2. I'll give you the pros and I'll give you the cons of what Deuce Vaughn is up against.
He was 5th, 6th round pick last year.
He was a 6th round pick in 2023.
6th round?
Yeah.
Okay.
They used a 6th round pick for him, like in the back half of the 6th round last year. And last year he had opportunities in preseason and he showed out, and he had a couple of big touchdown runs in the preseason. But then when the regular season came around, he came in during garbage time. The backup offensive line was blocking for him, and it was a backup offensive line that was in a first-year offense trying to figure out a different protection unit. And I don't really feel like Deuce Vaughn was ever really given a fair chance in 2023. And then towards the back half of the season, he got put on the IR with a hip injury to create an extra roster spot. And then, we didn't see him for the last couple of months of the year. So I think going into his second year, the things that are playing into his favor is the fact that running back room is anyone's to grab. I think comfortably Ezekiel Elliott will be the RB1. And then after that, it's basically anybody's guess. You got Rico Dowdle, who last year was the first year he's been healthy in 4 years in the league. You also have Royce Freeman, who's about as old as both of our parents combined. You have Nathaniel Pete, an undrafted free agent out of Missouri, who was a backup to a walk-on at Missouri. It's just that, and Malik Davis out of Florida, he's about a 3rd or 4th year guy in the league. And then you have Deuce Vaughn. So how does Deuce factor into that? Well, I mean, he's got the higher draft status, right? Being a 6th round pick than those guys. And no matter how you put it, there's politics when there's stuff involved in that. Not even to mention the fact that his dad is in the building. But I think if he can go out and prove himself in the preseason, that he can be that receiving threat that he was at Kansas State, that he can be that big play dynamic threat that he was at Kansas State, then he can find a spot on the 53-man roster. I'm comfortable saying that. I think also these new kickoff rules in the NFL this year, talking to special teams coordinator John Fossil, who was a big part of that rule being passed, he was the one leading the charge in that. There's probably going to be 2 returners used in kickoffs this year because it's just going to be able to help the strategy out a lot more. So you have Kevontae Turpin on one side, and right now Deuce Vaughn has to be the assumed guy on the other side. So even if Deuce Vaughn can't find a spot in the running back room, he might still be able to find a spot as the backup returner. So I think it could work out for him. I think he makes the roster this year, but he's going to have to find some production this year, or he might learn that the NFL is a business before long.
Yeah, no, for sure. Talk to us about receiver room. I know they kind of are talking about it in the comments, but let's say CD holds out. Who's going to be receiver 1 throughout training camp?
Oh, man, it's going to have to be Brandon Cooks. I mean, you look at the experience, right? And 11 years in the league, and sure, maybe his production over the last couple of years hasn't been what he was used to maybe in his New England days or his New Orleans days, but that reliability is still there. He only missed 1 game last year in year 10. That's pretty impressive over the course of a 17-game season. He takes care of his body like a temple. He's got so much knowledge. He's been a huge mentor for Jalen Tolbert. So, I mean, that's the guy that they're going to turn to in that room. But then you look behind him, I feel comfortable that Jalen Tolbert's going to take another step again this year, similar to how he did last year. Now, can he step into that wide receiver 3 role? That's going to be a big challenge, but if you talk to him, he's up to it. He's up to that task. You also have Jalen Brooks, who was a 7th-round pick out of South Carolina last year. He had a huge rookie season that I think surprised a lot of people. I think him even making the roster was a big surprise to anybody who was paying attention, just because he barely got any playing time at South Carolina, and he looks even better. Look, seeing him at OTAs, he's gotten swole. He's added some possession to his game. He looks really good. So I think the young talent in that room will eventually, the cream will rise to the top. I think they'll be all right as far as behind CD and Brandon Cooks. But yeah, that's what this training camp is going to be about, and that's what this offseason is going to be about.
Got it. So I got 3 more questions for you that involve the Cowboys or pro football. So I don't want to set this up for you to. I'm not trying to set you up here, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you are.
What are the expectations for Mike McCarthy? Like, what does he have to do to get his contract renewed? Because it's obviously the last year of his contract. So kind of what is that like? What do you think the bar is he has to pass to get a new contract or an extension handed to him?
Yeah, it's a tough question, right? It's just because you look at what he's done so far, and first year just kind of marred by COVID injuries. Dak broke his ankle, so it'll throw first year out the window. Since then, 3 straight seasons of 12-5, 3 straight seasons of not making it past the divisional round. So where do you look at the cons there? Playoff success. And so you would have to assume he has to get to the NFC Championship game at the very least. And I know there's some things that I know there's a lot of pessimism around the Cowboys right now with the fan base, as there should be. I 100% as there should be. They have failed to reach expectations for 28 straight years. It's been awful. But you look at the ceiling that they had last year, right? You could probably say that the ceiling for them was making it to the Super Bowl. I wouldn't say it was winning a Super Bowl. I think that was maybe unrealistic, but that was a ceiling that they had last year. Obviously, they didn't reach that. Going into 2024, obviously the ceiling is a lot lower because of everybody they lost in free agency. The only 2 additions that the only 3 additions that they made in free agency are old veterans that may or may not make an impact. We'll see. So the ceiling is lower, but that ceiling is still making an NFC Championship game, in my opinion. I mean, you look at the NFC, your Niners, they lead the NFC easily. I don't think the Cowboys can beat the Niners right now. But then you look at the Eagles, the Lions, the Rams, kind of that middling pack right there in the second tier. I think the Cowboys can compete within that second tier, and they can make it work. And I think their ceiling is being better than all of those teams. I think he has to be able to make the NFC Championship game for Jerry Jones to, be able to tell the media, hey, he's coming back for another contract, which I think at that point he would deserve.
Got it. Any draft crushes? I know you're a big draft guy. Any draft crushes you already got for this upcoming April 2025?
You already know my number one, right? Can you guess? I'm sure you can guess.
Shit, let me think. Oh yeah, Harold.
Harold Perkins, baby.
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
Perk. Yeah, linebacker out of LSU. For those that are not living under a rock, yeah. I mean, he's incredible, right? I mean, you look at what Micah Parsons did at Penn State, and how he was able to make an impact there, both off the ball and as an edge rusher and situational pass rushing opportunities. And sure, last year Harold Perkins was asked to play a dumbass role in that defense under Matt House, but I think going into this year under a new defensive coordinator, they're going to be able to move him around and do some things very similar to how Micah Parsons was using the Cowboys offense or defense last year, being able to play off the ball, situational pass rushing, even lining up over center at times, just to kind of highlight that athleticism. I think Perkins will be able to do that, and I think that comparison will really start to turn up as the year goes on. So obviously Harold Perkins. I look at receiver Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona. Oh my God, I cannot wait for him to touch the football field. I got Arizona winning the Big 12 this year. I think they are that good. I think they got some pieces on both sides of the ball. You look at Noah Fafita. Whenever he was coming out of Anaheim Servite, I thought he was good, but I didn't think he was as good as he was last year for Arizona, and being able to have those big wins that they had in the Pac-12 as their confidence began to build. And you look on the defensive side of the ball, they got a Selman Bridges clone in Tacario Davis at corner. He's like 6'3", 210 pounds, and he just covers so much space with his long wingspan. I really love what he does. I think Arizona's going to be really good. But I can talk about draft crushes all day. I don't want to take up a whole hour talking about draft crushes, but I think next year is going to be a really good class for receivers. I like the corner class so far. I don't love it, but I like it. And I think quarterback class is going to be just fun to follow. Between Quinn, Shador, Jalen Milroe, all these other guys, it's just going to be fun to follow.
Yeah, no, it will be. Tacario Davis, a mean motherfucker. Texas was trying to get his ass.
Yeah.
Did not end up happening. And with Arizona, I mean, I like that roster a lot too. But, once Texas took Nansen, it kind of started getting picked apart a little bit. And I've said this before, I think at least a dozen times, but I think Fish messed up by going to Washington. If I was him, I would have stayed at Arizona one more year, because if he keeps that coaching staff intact and that roster intact, they would win the Big 12. I think they have a good shot to, but if they still have that team, I'm saying no, they are winning the Big 12. So that could have propelled them into bigger jobs, because Florida is opening in December. Yeah. Arkansas is most likely opening in December. Those are bigger jobs, in my opinion, than Washington, and I think everyone else has that same opinion.
Baylor,
no,
right?
I didn't say Baylor for a reason. Or
I
Cincinnati.
was going to let you do your Aranda thing for a little bit.
Oh no, we have like a weekly segment where I kind of shit on Baylor. We're not there yet.
Oh, I know. I'm full
there. but yeah. So the last thing I wanted to ask you that kind of involves pro football of the Cowboys. This is something that Jeff and I kind of talked about throughout the month of April leading up to the draft, but how different do you think the transfer portal has changed the way schools are evaluating guys in the draft? Because the main thing that Jeff and I hit on about that is that it lowers the bust rate. Because for some of these, like look at Jared Verse. He redshirted at Albany, played 1 year, and then transferred to Florida State, killed it, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I see the bust rate going down because of the portal. Like, do you think that could be proven here in the next few years? And also, do you think NIL and the way that players kind of handle the way things go in college is also like it's put under the microscope for NFL teams? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are both really good questions, and those are both questions we asked scouts for the Cowboys whenever we had an opportunity to speak with them around draft time a couple of months ago. And what they gave back to us, and I mean, these guys, they spend so much time out on the road at these colleges, talking to these universities, their coaching staffs, their players. So they have a really good grasp on it. And we'll start with transfer portal. What they have said about that is that these guys are coming into the NFL with a lot more experience in different systems when it comes to guys that are transfers, right? Because they've had to learn multiple systems, whether it be coming out of high school and then going to a college and then going to another college, sometimes going to another college. So whenever they make that jump to the NFL, it's easy for them to be able to make that transition and make it work, right? as far as NIL goes, and this was something that was pretty surprising for me, because when we asked this question, I was expecting an answer like, yeah, you know, some of these guys they're just here for the money. Like, you know, that's the answer I was expecting. But it was, hey, some of these guys are staying another year in college and they're getting that extra year of development and they're coming to the NFL more ready. And so you look at a guy like Jahdae Barron. If this is not NIL times, he's in the NFL right now, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I fully believe that. But he's able to stick around.
Sorry to interrupt. Or Jalen Ford last year too.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you were going to say or Oregon, and I was like, come on now. There's a lot of burning going on with Oregon and Texas, right? But you look at Jahdae Barron, he's in the NFL right now, if it's not for NIL. So he's going to be able to go back another year, get that extra experience. And for Jahdae, that's going to be huge, because he's going to be asked to play kind of a different role next year as far as being that corner, being that nickel, just kind of based on the conversations I've had with you. And I think that's going to be huge for him making that jump to the NFL. I think his ceiling is being picked in round 2 potentially next year. I think he's that good. I think he's got that much talent. I know there were Cowboy scouts that really liked what they saw from him going into this past draft class and kind of keeping an eye on if he would enter. But these guys are going into the NFL with more experience because of this NIL thing. So it works out for everybody involved.
Yeah. Well, that leads us to the most important part of the show. College football 25.
Let's go, baby. I'm excited.
Who are you playing with first? And then after that, what players that you covered from your Horns 24/7 days and your Rivals days that you're most excited to see and play with? Pause.
Oh man. Yeah, big pause. Let's see. First team I'm playing with, go Mean Green. North Texas Mean Green, baby. I gotta let Chandler Morris account for 600 yards on Alabama. You know, like I gotta make sure that happens.
Yeah, I'm excited for them too. I'm gonna spear the shit out of someone with Davo.
Yeah, I was just about to mention Davo. Like, Davo is easily a dude I'm putting at like starting safety in or starting corner in my like creative team as far as guys I covered.
Yeah, and if you don't know Davo, the mayor of Dallas, David Sproul's of Dallas South Oak Cliff, was at Northern Arizona last year, hit the portal, is now UNT, fan favorite of yours truly, Nick's as well. So we're rooting for that kid. You should too. But sorry, 100%. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's like 5'9", 180 pounds, but just a damn dog. Like, he's a dog. But okay, Harold Perkins for sure. Not to be a front runner, but Ollie Gordon, I can't wait to play with him. He's going to be so much fun to play with in that game. Evan Stewart, easily. Ruben Owens. I'm just mentioning a ton of like recruiting nightmares for Texas right now.
Yeah.
Let me think. I mean, Cedric Baxter is going to be fun too. Anthony Hill is going to be so much fun to play with. I would say Kelvin Banks, but it's not like you play with offensive linemen in the game.
Yeah, you run behind them.
Exactly. You used to be able to do that in like Madden like 07. Do you remember that, when you could like highlight on the left tackle and you could just be the left tackle for the play? It was the dumbest shit. I've
also never tried that because I would want the ball in my hands.
Yeah, no one does that. That's why they took it out of the game. It was like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we?
You could be the center. You can be the center and fuck up the snap.
Yeah, you can. Like, you could legitimately mess up the snap.
Damn. But yeah, no, I'm for me in Texas. So I'm not supposed to be saying anything about this, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I got emailed by one of our bosses at 24/7. All the different team sites are working on, like, it's not necessarily a questionnaire, but we were asked like 5 questions about how to use the team we cover in the college football game and like what we recommend. And for Texas, I wrote, like, if you're on defense and you aren't going to want to use or one of like the D linemen, like Anthony Hill is going to be the best bet to use if he's ranked and rated properly.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Like, yeah. I'm so curious. I was talking to Hudson Standish about this last night. Like, I'm so curious what these ratings will be like. And also, this is kind of shitty of me to say this, but like, dude, all we hear from kids is them bitching and moaning about their ranking, and their handlers, trainers, coaches, parents, brothers, whatever, bitching about their ranking. When the college football game drops and all these dudes are 60 overall, I'm going to be rubbing my hands like this. He's like, what can you say now? You know, so
Yeah.
I don't know, but
It's
I
gonna be
think
more
like,
fuel for the haters. That's all it is. They
for
doubted
real.
me.
But like I think like all the five, like I think Colin Simmons and Wingo, like the 5-star freshmen, I think they'll be somewhere between like 75 and 80, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I also wonder if you could use like Harold Perkins as a running back, you know? Like because if
shit,
it's
you better.
accurate, if it's actually accurate, he should be the best running back on the LSU roster.
Yeah, no, good point. And I mean, I know in Madden, you could like with the 49ers back in the day, I'd make Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman my running back sometimes. So like
That's ridiculous.
I know it's doable in Madden. You can make like because they have like 20 different like running backs on the depth chart.
Yeah.
And once you get to like 13, it's guys from defense. So I'm sure you could do it with Harold Perkins. Or I hope you can. I'm gonna try. But
that's a good question in the chat. Who do we think are the 99s in college football? Travis Hunter, right? He's got to be.
Yeah. Yeah, but at the same time, okay, so I don't think Quinn should be a 99, but like if he's a cover athlete and is a 92 overall or whatever it came out yesterday in the screen grab from the 21-minute video they posted, I'm very curious where the other guys are going to be. And also, like, are they making Quinn the highest rated quarterback? You know what I mean? Because like Donovan Edwards is on the cover, but like with all due respect to him, like I think Ollie Gordon should be ranked higher even after his incident.
Yeah.
So
he should be ranked even higher. Are you kidding me? Look at Georgia.
Yeah, he got that dog in him. Come on now.
Georgia's won national championships off of getting DUIs. I mean, like, come on now.
Oh yeah, but
Luther Burden maybe. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Will Campbell.
Yeah, I'm curious if Kelvin Banks will be the highest rated left tackle because he should be the first left tackle selected in the draft next year, right?
Him or Will Campbell. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think is Kelvin like easily going to be the highest ranked Longhorn in the game, you think?
Honestly, I don't know, but I think he should be. If I was making the ratings, I'd make him because he's the best player, in my opinion. And he has been for 2 years. So,
Did you
and
see
also
Manning
like
had a star under his name?
I did. Okay, that's okay. So EA Sports put out some 21-minute video about gameplay from Donovan Edwards playing the streamer or content creator that does college football stuff. I noticed Anthony Hill didn't have a star under him, but Malik Muhammad did. And the whole time Malik Muhammad was on the screen, it was him getting bitched by Donovan Edwards, like stiff arming. So the whole time I was watching this video, I was like, damn, if I'm Malik Muhammad, I'd be like, yo, fuck you, EA. Like, this ain't a good look because people, like, so many people watch that video, but I don't know. I hate in the video how Quinn has orange cleats. No one at Texas wears orange cleats with the white uniforms. They just don't.
That's the Lake Travis in you. I never noticed that shit.
Well, yeah, I don't know. That's also like I'm very observant, and you know that. But
you are 100%.
With Quinn, they also showed this pass where he just threw this dime to CJ Baxter on the sideline. I think Quinn can make that pass, but I don't know if CJ Baxter can make that catch. Like once I saw that was CJ Baxter running back who caught it, I was like, okay, this is more like Madden than I thought.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I can't wait, and I'm excited. I got it downloaded yesterday on my Xbox. If you open the game, it just says not yet, but still, it's like wild looking at it there. Like, downloaded to the system. But
I would just wake up every morning, turn on my TV, and let it say "not here yet" for 3 days, and just look at it.
Yeah, nah, I ain't doing that. But I'm interested at how they're gonna rate QB 16 for the Texas Longhorns and how that'll work.
Yeah.
But
what will they name him?
QB 16.
Can they even do that now though? Because like technically that's still name, image, and likeness. That's why like the old game had to get thrown away. So it's probably just going to be like, what if it's like Malik Murphy? Like it's like QB number 3 and it's just a guy with dreads, you know? It's just a big like F you to Arch Manning. Be like, you want to be in the game? All right, bet. We're going to put your backup over you from last year.
Nah, we got Trey Owens up in that bitch. I'm gonna be I'm curious what they'll make Trey. The big toolsy prospect. You know what I mean?
65 overall.
I don't know. Finishes an unranked 4-star. That's another thing too. Like, so I spoke with someone within the 24/7 Sports company a couple months ago, who told me the EA had been paying. Okay, so the Under Armour camps that Under Armour runs, they got about 16 of them across the country throughout the spring each year. At each camp, it's invite only, or at least the ones that we care about are invite only. There's also one you can sign up for. Anyways, it's invite only. They invite all the top prospects from the region. They get their height, weight, hand, wingspan, arm, broad jump, vertical, 5, 10, 5, shuttle, 10-yard split, 40-yard, and all of it's verified, and they also go compete. Everything is videoed as well. Every single rep, every single testing thing they do, it's all videoed. So, like, if a kid slips on his 40 and he F's it up, they can go and see that. So 24/7 Sports pays for access to all that data. It's how we help construct our rankings. Last time I heard, I don't think Rivals pays for it or has access to it. I know On3 does. And then every school in America pays for it as well. And that's how they help construct their recruiting boards. And that's where a lot of the verified data and testing that schools and analysts get access to, it comes from these camps. Talked to someone at our company who's been around the recruiting world for a long time, has worked at different colleges, player personnel director, associate player personnel director, stuff like that, and was told that EA was paying for access to the Under Armour data. So that being said, I'm very curious how that's going to work with, them adjusting the ratings for speed and the different, physical attributes that guys have. But another thing I'm interested in is like combining that with recruiting rankings. Like, which recruiting rankings are they using? And it's like, are you using the composite 24/7, using the On3 consensus? Like, I'm curious how it'll work.
You would probably have to assume that if they're using Under Armour data, that if they're using recruiting rankings to like help, guide their ratings, it would have to be ESPN, just because ESPN and Under Armour have so many connections. And then ESPN had a deal with EA way back when the game was originally out, and they did a lot of things together. So you would have to assume it'd be ESPN, but
yeah, but their rankings suck. So maybe EA
so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, they made your rankings for Rivals look good.
Hey, now.
Sorry, I'm just.
If you had to pick one attribute that you think would be the highest if you were to be on the college football game, what do you think that attribute would be? Like, for example, mine would be catching traffic. Like, I'm catching everything, right? Like, I'm going up and bean topping you.
What is my position?
You can be whatever you want to be. Just what's your best attribute?
Fuck, awareness. I ain't getting hit. I don't want to get hit or rolled up on, so probably awareness. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. So what do you think you miss most about working in the recruiting world and not being so professional, working at the Star in Frisco and all that?
What do I miss most?
I know you miss wearing hoodies and shit. Like, I couldn't tell you how many shows I've done in a row wearing pajama pants and the work from home outfit. You know what I mean?
It's funny you bring that up. And I'll kind of go down this rabbit hole just a little bit, or this tangent. I have just completely given up on dress code up there because, like, I do so much during a day that I'm walking around so much. I'm not wearing like business casual. I'm just not going to do it. And we have so many producers and video people downstairs that wear hoodies and wear sweatpants and wear joggers. Like, I was like, you know what? Screw that. Like, I'm going to do that too. So I just started wearing hoodies, even though I'm like up in the cubicle area where you're technically not supposed to be, but I'm just like, but whatever. Like, until they come say something to me, I'm going to continue doing it. I wore this to the office today. I do not care. So I have completely transitioned back into my former wardrobe. I have completely thrown everything else out. But what do I miss most? I miss the road. I really do. Like, today I'm really excited because I get to drive down to Round Rock, do CD's camp, get a story out of it, and come back in the same day. Like, I used to do that all the time working on recruiting. So I'm excited to do that. I'm about to drive all the way out to training camp to Oxnard. That's going to be really fun. 21 hours. Can't wait for that. I miss the kids. I miss the relationships. Those were always fun. Whether, sometimes you have to deal with a couple of slime balls, but, that's what makes it even more fun sometimes. I think there's certain parts of the 7-on-7 tournaments that just suck so bad. Like, I do not miss 7-on-7 whatsoever, but I do miss just hanging out with the fellas and just doing BS, and getting a good story out of it sometimes too. And it's a lot more competitive, the recruiting industry, than the NFL world, because the thing about the NFL world is all of the media access is so streamlined, and you get everybody at once, and it's all the reporters on the beat are there. That's why today, a day like going to CD's camp down in Round Rock, hopefully I'll be one of the only ones on the beat that's there, if not the only one. I'm worried about our boy Corey Mose at KVU being there. That's like the only thing I'm worried about. But even if he is there, it's not like he's on our beat, so like it would work for both.
Hey, and I will let you know, I actually talked on the phone with Corey yesterday. His weekends are Monday and Tuesday. Those are his days off, so he probably won't be there today. But there might be someone from KVU. I know Feldman is either wrapping up this week or already did wrap up with KVU this week. So there might be someone there, but I mean, I don't know. Where in Round Rock is it?
The Round Rock Multipurpose Complex, where they had OT7 last year.
Yeah,
or that is where they had OT7 last year, right?
No, that was okay. Wait, no, I think you are right, because there's the Round Rock Sports Center and then like the Round Rock whatever the fuck you said. So and also I know you said you might have to run early, so I got Eric in the waiting room. If you got to go, just let me know and we'll get you in and out.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'm going to get on the road and get down to Round Rock. But man, it was good having this opportunity on the show. Bring me back. Try to talk Jeff into letting me back on the show. I think it's Jeff we got to persuade, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but let me know for Thursday. You said you're maybe for Thursday. If you can't do it, then we got Colin coming on. So just let me know if you can do Thursday or not.
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right, dog. We'll see you. Have a good one.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep. We got Eric in here now. How are we doing? Are you still in Florida?
Bro, I'm leaving. I'm heading back to the Lone Star State. My bad about this light here in this room. This is the issue when you're out of your home office, right? You try to find a little space with some good lighting, but apologies about that. But yeah, I got that 6 a.m. flight back to Austin tomorrow morning. So,
yeah, I do not.
See, here's the thing, bro. Like, I'm a big early morning flight dude. Like, especially when the season hits, like I'm trying to be on that first thing out of Des Moines. I'm trying to be on that first thing. I mean, granted, SEC now, so it's not, quite like going to Kansas State or whatnot. But especially when I was covering Group of Fives, bro, the last thing I was trying to do was be in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, any longer than I had to be. So get me on that first thing out in the morning. And usually getting in, I like to hit that first flight just because airport isn't packed. The flight's usually not like it's full, so that's my vibe.
Yeah. No, I mean, I feel you. I usually try to get on the early ones too, but I mean, I always try to drive if I can.
Yeah.
And if it makes sense. Like, I think I've said this before, but I think at this, like, I bought a new car. Well, it was a used car, but it new to me. I bought a new car in would have been last week of August or first week of September last year. I've already added over 20,000 miles to it because I just drive around a lot. That's how it works when you cover recruiting and actually go to shit in person. So, that being said, like, I think I would rather shoot myself than fly from Houston to Dallas or like Dallas to Austin or Austin to Houston. Like, just drive me there and then we'll go from that airport.
So, bro, here's the thing, like, and that's what's unique about Texas, right? That, like, y'all don't mind doing that. Like Nick was talking about driving and a lot of the miles he logged, and I've heard you talk about it a lot, Jeff, too. Y'all don't mind doing the Houston to Dallas or, Dallas to wherever, right? Or Austin to wherever. In Florida, it's actually pretty different because you have a lot of, like, MCO is Orlando's airport. You get a lot of, you can't get Orlando to Tampa because it's only like 95 minutes, but you get Orlando to Fort Lauderdale a lot. You get Tampa to Fort Lauderdale a lot, Tampa to West Palm. So that's actually here in Florida. The way it goes, you get that $60 flight, save the gas, and you just hop up and hop down. But I noticed, like, y'all in Texas, because the way the highways are, way more streamlined, just hop on, whatever it may be, and ride out.
Yeah, I also just hate going through security and all that other bullshit. Like, I barely fly. Before I went to Colorado a couple weeks ago, I hadn't flown since August. So yeah, I try to stay away and drive if I can, if it makes sense. But I mean, yeah, what SEC away destinations are you looking the most forward to?
Most forward, not gonna lie. Like, it's Vandy. I mean, come on. It's Vandy. I mean, of course.
You've been to Nashville before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of Western Kentucky, Middle Tennessee State, they both are. You get to both of those, you fly to Nashville. So I've been to Nashville. Dude, Jordan, there were some times, ironically enough, like I had a bunch of old college roommates or college friends who ended up moving to Nashville post-grad. And there would be times when I was covering Conference USA when I get Nashville twice in a year. You know what I'm saying? So that's just like 2 trips where, you get out there. The schedule obviously isn't as hectic as Texas, where you only get one media availability. So you can pretty much ride out to Nashville on a Wednesday, just post up. I post up with my friends at Third Place. So I'd stay for free, post up till like Sunday and get a little Broadway action. Jake Bayless says, get a little sauce on Broadway. So no doubt. I mean, Vandy's definitely it. I mean, A&M obviously is a drive. Arkansas is what it is. So man, especially since, young Jordy Scruggs says he's coming out to Nashville. So we're definitely going to make a little good time out of that. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's my schedule a lot of the time depends on Jeff because usually people won't credential more than 3 of us.
Right.
He's going to the Michigan game, right?
Yeah, I think Jeff said he was going to Michigan. I know he said that he wasn't going to Vandy and Arkansas, but yeah, I think he said he's going to Michigan. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I haven't even talked to our bosses about that, and I assume flights and shit are too expensive for that. And I mean, honestly, like, I hate the way Michigan plays football because it's boring as fuck and their fans are annoying. So I'm kind of cool just watching that on TV, to be honest. But I'm definitely going to try to be at the Vandy game. Jeff already said he's not going to the Vietnam game versus Arkansas in Vietnam. So I'll be there. That's an easy drive. I'm trying to think of the other away games. The OU game is technically an away game this year.
Right.
Michigan, obviously.
Bro, really quick, while I got you, because I know Jeff said he's going to do most of the home games from the crib. He's going to do the 3rd seat for either you or Hank. Like, have you guys figured out how you're going to split that up, or is it going to be just like Hank on game days?
It might just be Hank because like they're not very easy to get on the field with.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. For me, if I'm going to drive down to Austin for the game and I have to sit in the press box and can't go on the field, I might just get a ticket with my dad or something and go to the game. I don't know.
Exactly.
And also, like, if I'm not going to be allowed on the field and I actually have to do media stuff in the press box and then after, Hank is much better equipped than me for like team type of coverage. But yeah, so that's probably how we'll do it. But I'm excited for that Arkansas game. I'm definitely going to be at the OU game regardless if I get credentialed or not. And then I'm going to try to get out to a Texas Tech home game. I might try to see him play Colorado at home, but I gotta because I want to go. I'm going to try to see Micah in a game he cheers in college. But I got to make sure it lines up with the Texas schedule because, like, I don't want to go see him play Colorado if Texas is Georgia that week or something.
Right.
So I got to figure that out. But let's talk about the game. You have a gaming system?
Okay, so the story is short answer, no, but I am buying the P5. Basically
the P5. Damn, you dweeb.
Yeah, bro. I'm
PS5.
Bro, I'm a P5, right, bro. P5, bro. Long story short, Jordan, like when I went to grad school, like I am someone who I can get sucked in for hours, like doing something other than my actual work. Because I used to be a major procrastinator at times. So I was like, I'm going to grad school. I was kind of a average college student, like a B student for the most part. So I was like, I got to tighten up. I'm spending money on grad school. Let me just get rid of all the gaming systems so I can't like be tempted with the distraction. And then ever since then, I just never brought them back. But I'm definitely coming out of retirement for college football, no doubt.
Yeah, no, I cannot wait. Are you loading up with Texas or USF first, UCF? Who are you doing first?
I'm not even sure because the way I used to do it was, of course, you'd get that no-name G5 FCS school and build them up, right? So I kind of want to show a little love to my old FIU days and just build up FIU because here's the thing, like.
Get Solomon James up there, Grayson James, whatever.
First off,
we hitting the portal for quarterback ASAP.
First off, Jordan, my guy is at Boston College and he's pushing Tommy Castellano. Yeah, he's Bill O'Brien. He transferred to BC this offseason. He's with Bill O'Brien, and he's pushing Tommy C because, of course, Bill O'Brien wants to do pro style, and Tommy Castellanos is not a pro style quarterback. So, Jordan, chill out on that one. Grayson James.
I'm looking up their schedule.
Grayson James will be a Power 5 quarterback coming up real soon. But now I'm probably going to rock with FIU just because of the recruiting grounds. You got South Florida there. I think that'll be an easy rebuild.
Damn, bro. Boston College is a pretty gnarly non-conference. They start off at Florida State. That's an L. They'll beat Duquesne or whatever the fuck that. I hate that school. I never know. Yeah. They'll beat them. That's 1-1. Then they have Missouri. That's an L. Then they have Michigan State. They have a new coaching staff, but the talent they have kind of sucks. But I still think they'll lose to Michigan State. So they're starting off 1-3. Then they have Western Kentucky. Yeah. Fuck, who knows? Then Virginia. Then VTech. Then Louisville, Syracuse, SMU, UNC, Pittsburgh. They're going to be close to 500. So we'll see how your boy does. But
for the listeners at home, it's kind of a bit of an inside joke. So the first time I met Jordan was the first or second day of fall camp last year.
Yeah.
And we just chopping it up, shooting the shit. Obviously, Jordan been covering, crushing it, doing high schools for a while. So I was like, yo, do you know my guy Grayson James, who was a quarterback at Duncanville? Prior to then was at Pope John Paul, if memory serves me correct.
Duncanville hit the portal.
And Jordan and I have differing opinions on my guy who I got to know really well when he quarterbacked at FIU. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, well, if you want what my opinion is, just ask anyone else in Dallas who saw him play in high school. Because, dude, up until, outside of Jaquindon Jackson and Keelan Russell, Duncanville's weakness has been at quarterback.
Yeah.
It just has. And the crazy thing with Keelan Russell, no one even talks about this. He wasn't even supposed to start his sophomore year. His first year starting was supposed to be this past season. But the starter, Jameer Wills, tore his ACL versus Sock week 1. Keelan came in. The rest was history. And now he's 29-1 as a starter in 3 years. Duncanville makes it to state every year, which for most teams is a 16th game. But for Duncanville, no one ever wants to play them in non-district, so they usually will have 2 bye weeks and only 2 non-district games instead of 3. So, yeah. But I love Keelan Russell. I've been banging on the table for him. I know I piss off Texas fans when I say this, but I think he is a better prospect than KJ Lacey, and I don't think it's super close. And also, not trying to spoil anything, but tomorrow some new rankings come out from 24/7 Sports. It's mostly a quarterback update. The Elite 11 happened. It's also just some other moves they want to make. Keelan Russell is going to be the number 10 overall prospect in America. So don't say I didn't told you so whenever this kid wasn't even in the top 247 earlier this spring. So, yeah, but we'll bring
Keenan right now. Hey, Jordan, really quick, bro, before we eventually transfer to fall start. Want to ask you, I know I told you about my boy Steve Hamner, who also does a great job, QB Spotlight on Twitter, doing some work with the high school kids down there. What is your take, Jordan, on Deshaun Morgan? Because that's another kid that he works with, who he was really high on, but didn't seem, at least from our conversations, that he was kind of like that SEC Texas level. But we'd love to get your thoughts as someone who's in the weeds.
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, I don't know a ton about him. I'd kind of heard about him throughout the fall, and just that Vandergrift was getting this kid that had this. He's a rugby player. That's what he was.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's a big time rugby background. Is built kind of interesting for a defensive line prospect. And then we're working the junior day, January 20th this year, and he got off the bus wearing Vandergrift stuff, and I was like, oh shit, I think that's the Vandergrift rugby kid. Turns out it is. At the time, he only had, I think, one offer. From Western Kentucky or something like that. And I remember watching the film and being like, okay, he's not that good, but this rugby background and his build is really interesting. I can see some school getting interested in this. And then I saw yesterday he committed to Arizona State. So
yeah.
I thought that was interesting. I think he also might have officially visited Texas Tech or 1 or 2 other schools or something like that. But I don't know a ton about him, but anytime you're going to be someone who plays in the trenches and have a rugby background, it's going to catch my intrigue. There's a kid at Bernie High, kind of outside the San Antonio area, named Logan Schramm, who I got to know pretty well a couple of years ago, covering Baylor. Baylor was his first offer. He's a 2025, either low 4-star, high 3-star. interior offensive lineman is committed to TCU. And I mean, I love that kid, and it's because he's a rugby background and can move, and he's almost 300 pounds. So he visited Texas a lot. They never offered him. At times, I kind of disagreed with it. But I mean, look at the guys they have committed right now, and it's like it doesn't really matter that much. And also, if they ever really want him, there's always the portal. So, yeah. But
yo, for both y'all, really quick, is rugby big in Texas?
It is
not really.
Actually. I mean, it wasn't my high school, at least. I mean, like they played teams from other states, I guess. Maybe it was just my high school, but it was big in my high school.
You went to Jesuit, right?
Yeah, Dallas.
Okay, Eric, you know about Jesuit, right?
Only what I've heard from y'all.
It is a private all-boys school that competes in the UIL.
Okay,
and that Keenan, am I right or am I right that it's majority
you're right.
affluent white kids, right?
It is mostly.
A school like that is going to be a lot more involved in rugby than most other schools.
Lacrosse, they're very good at lacrosse as well.
Oh shit! Arch just dropped. I guess Arch is going to be in the game.
I'm literally hopping on the phone right now to check Twitter because I obviously wrote the story that he was not. Via Arch Manning. He's in the game. He's in the game.
Wow, that's cool.
Damn.
Yeah, why wouldn't
well,
you be?
Boys, I gotta fly and get ready for our network call at 1:00. But I guess I'll see you then, Eric. And y'all have a good one. Y'all talk rugby and lacrosse. Talk it up. We'll see you.
That's my area, brother.
Appreciate it, Jordy. Keenan, I'm gonna ask you if you can just open the show for 45 seconds while I get this tweet out about Arch for work. Please help me out here, brother.
Yeah, let's go. We are in the building. Keenan Womack, Eric Henry, false start. We are your midday crew. We are here to bring you to 1:00, where our friend Zay and our friend Chip will take over for us. In the meantime, we're going to be spinning. We're going to be having a good time. We're going to be wheeling and dealing. You know how we do it. You know how we do it over here, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Got a lot to talk about today. We're going to be talking about Luka and the Olympics and what our friend Michelle Montaigne's thoughts are on that. We're going to be talking about some Texas football stuff, just the usual summer stuff, big news dropping. So, and we're going to be talking about this Arch Manning thing. EA College Football drops next week. It's going to be an event, that's for sure. What system do you play, Eric?
All right, there we go. Appreciate you. Great job opening the show, my guy. As Jordan was giving me crap, but I'm a P5 guy, PS5.
Okay, me too.
I think I told you the story. I'll just quickly repeat it for this audience, but I just told 10 minutes ago. Basically, I was an average college student, undergrad, like a B student for the most part. So I was like, when I get to grad school, I'm spending money on this. I really want to just tighten up, focus. So I got rid of all my gaming systems, and I haven't picked up the gaming systems since. So I'm basically coming out of retirement just for this.
Can't say the same. I play a lot of Red Dead Redemption 2. That's a big part of my life is killing lawmen in Red Dead Redemption 2 and robbing trains and stuff. That's a big part of my day.
No doubt. Yo, so just quick thoughts on Arch being in the game. I mean, I think because listen, obviously he's one of the most noteworthy names in college football. So it did kind of strike, some headwaves, make some headlines when it came out initially. And now I can't even forgive me. I'm trying to remember because I even wrote the breaking news story for Horns 24/7. If my memory serves me correct, I can't remember if it was a tweet from Arch or his family or something to that effect that,
obviously
the players can opt into the game, right? Remember it was the deal like players will receive for opting into the game. But I can't remember if Arch said himself that he wouldn't be in the game because obviously we haven't talked to Arch since Sugar Bowl media days, right? Arch is not made available for media, right? So I can't remember if he said it or if that just was a rumor. I don't think it was. I think there was something that had come from the Manning camp, if memory serves me correct. So the fact that now he will be in the game, it's a huge thing for EA Sports, right? Because not that video game sales were going to be hurting for this game as is, but our first comment right here, right, is Stephen Gova is like, I'm subbing out yours ASAP, right? Like there are going to be people who are going to want to play with Arch Manning in the game. So just your quick thoughts on that.
I'm not on the belief like you said. Arch is not going to be the starter this year, but it's going to be fun to play with him.
Right.
Run around throwing rockets.
From a video game perspective, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be really cool to have Manning on the back of a jersey, and it's real, and it has some sort of facsimile of what he might look like in another world, because I don't think the players look super accurate, but that's okay. That's a pretty secondary thing when they're wearing helmets. It's not like NBA 2K where their faces are in the game and you see them all the time. But yeah, man, it's going to be fun. I'm actually still on the PS4, so I have a little bit of savings. I think I might just spring for the 5. Just comp the game. I mean, I don't know. I've been saving up a little bit for something else, but maybe I'll just use it on that instead. Here's the choice. Do I spend $1,500 to get my AC fixed, or do I spend $500 to get a PS5? Tough question.
All right.
Probably AC. AC should be the move.
AC should in fact be the move. All right. I'm putting down the Warrens 24/7 chat. Apologies for that. Just I get a quick little note about who's going to pick up the story on Arch Manning being in the game. As Jake Bayless says, don't got to make March Anning now. Shout out to my guy, Tommy Yarsh, our guy, Tommy Yarsh, who tweeted that out as
I watched their pod yesterday, their basketball pod. It was great.
Yeah. Listen, if you're looking for a deep dive when it comes to hoops, first off, recommend Horns 24/7 for my coverage of the Texas Longhorns, but also Keenan Womack's coverage at SI Fan Nation. Also, our guys Tommy Yarsh and Jason Conander do a great job with
they kill it. Conander's been on the show before, so has Yarsh. Conander has co-hosted with me when Eric has been out a couple of times. He's a great co-host, so
no doubt about that. So Keenan, plan to jump into really where I want to start is the Quinn Ewers story that was dropped by Daniel Jeremiah, who of course does a lot of coverage of the upcoming draft, or each year's upcoming draft for NFL.com. He wrote actually a kind of an early scouting report on Quinn Ewers. I sent it to you last night. Definitely would love to get your thoughts. I'll kind of give a quick overview for the listeners. Basically, the headline is Scouting Quinn Ewers, Texas quarterback, similar in quick twitch upside to Baker Mayfield. I will say this, and I'm speaking half as a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan and just half, as a football fan. This is no shade on Baker Mayfield. I mean, Baker Mayfield, I think, has been a better quarterback than maybe he gets credit for. But my feelings on Baker Mayfield, right? And I'll come to that comment in a second, Keenan. Yeah. You know my thoughts on Baker Mayfield. Yeah. I think he's a fine middle of the pack NFL quarterback, maybe even top of the middle of the pack. But I don't know if he's going to be a guy who you ever say, hey, go win us a Super Bowl, right? Like, go lead us even this year in the playoffs. Baker Mayfield gets you one playoff win, but he's not going to be a guy who even, can outduel, quote unquote, a Jared Goff, right? So, I mean, that's kind of my take there. But I'll quickly kind of go through DJ's profile here. He says, Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers, no stranger to the glare of the national spotlight. Of course, was a highly regarded recruit. Talks about kind of the intrigue here with him entering the 2024 campaign, and basically what he's based this off of: 3 games of tape, Keenan. The Alabama game from last year, the Kansas game from last year, and then at TCU. I find those games interesting. I'll say this: if there's one other game that I think I would have wanted to throw in there, is the Iowa State game, because of the circumstances around that, going on the road, cold game. Obviously, the TCU game was his return from injury, but the Iowa State game was one that I thought Quinn really excelled. But just really quick, he says, quick breakdown of what he liked. He loves Quinn Ewers' urgency and tempo in the pocket. I think that's obviously something you can attest to when playing in Steve Sarkisian's offense, right? This guy gets the ball in his hands really quickly. He says, Quinn has very quick feet and climbs up in the pocket well, whether vertically or laterally. I would absolutely agree there. Talks about his release and says he excels on RPOs because with quick hands and decision-making. Again, something you probably would attribute to Sarkisian's offense. Now, here's a note, Keenan, and I promise I'm going to pass to you after I get through what he needs to improve. But he says he threw some beautiful deep balls against Alabama, but there were times in other games where he studied, he put a little too much air under the ball, allowing defenders time to recover. We've talked a ton about Quinn Ewers' deep ball, so interesting to see his assessment there. What he needs to improve. Loves how quickly he sees the field, but times where he doesn't marry his feet to his eyes. I'll say this, Keenan. You can say that about 70% of college quarterbacks in the nation, especially young quarterbacks, guys who are still developing. I mean, you can take that. Hell, even Arch Manning, right? One of the things that Steve Sarkisian talked about Archer in the spring is just getting him to trust his feet, deliver the throw, not kind of escape the pocket horizontally, but step up in the pocket vertically. So you can say that about a lot of young quarterbacks. And also say he has a bad habit of unnecessarily fading away and failing off of some throws. So, Keenan, what were your thoughts when I said that to you last night?
You know, having watched a lot of Baker Mayfield in college, you know, forget the pro stuff for the moment. Baker Mayfield is, this is going to suck to say and hurt to say. He's one of the best college quarterbacks I've ever seen.
Sure.
He is. He's just,
I don't think there's any doubt about that. Yeah.
He was such a gamer, man, at Oklahoma. Watched that Georgia Sugar Bowl. They lost, but he was a superstar in that game. Yeah, man, I think if Ewers can put up Mayfield numbers, this team can win a national championship. Now, I've been on record saying I think Ewers has a very good chance to break the single-season touchdown record at Texas, which is 34 passing touchdowns in a season, set by Colt McCoy and I believe 08, if I'm thinking correctly. Just passing, not total. But that is a very high upside comp. I don't know enough about it. Like, you would know better than me. You're more of the football scout than I am. But if you're getting comparisons to top 10 college quarterback in the last 15 years, then you're doing something right. Now, this might rub people the wrong way too. I don't think Quinn is as good as Baker Mayfield is.
You're saying as a college quarterback?
As a college quarterback, yeah. As a pro prospect, I'm not so sure. But I don't think he'll put up Mayfield numbers necessarily, be that kind of game breaker, but I think he has enough talent in the receiver room to help elevate him to a level where the offense can be as effective maybe as some of those Oklahoma offenses were.
This has been my take, and I'm going to read a little bit more of this to kind of blend into my opinion. DJ Daniel Jeremiah talks about when evaluating quarterbacks, always ask this question: does the player's toolbox expand the playbook, or does it limit it? He says he believes Ewers allows creative play designer, someone would certainly call Steve Sarkisian as a creative play designer and caller, to get excited about. He can make every throw from the pocket. He's accurate on the move, and he can take the free yards that are offered in the run game. That last part I get a little bit curious about, because I think at the NFL, as defenders get faster all the way around, can he, Quinn's someone who certainly did a great job last year picking up those yards when they were available in the Big 12. Let's see what happens in the SEC. Right, when you're facing those SEC level defenders, you definitely could make the case, Keenan, that if you look at the SEC schedule they have, it's the bottom end of the SEC. The Mississippis, the Arkansas, the Texas A&M. So there's no reason for Quinn Ewers not to
Mississippi States.
Mississippi States, yeah. It's not like he's facing the Georgia, and you remember that Georgia D-line from a couple of years ago at Jalen Carter and all those guys, where they basically just said, the Philly Eagles said, yeah, we'll just take that defensive line.
We'll just take the whole team.
Right? So it's not that type of situation. Although, of course, Texas does face Georgia this year. But no, my opinion with Quinn is I definitely think, and remember, Jared Goff was a first overall pick in the draft, right? Regardless of what you think of him now, he was a guy who was the number one overall pick. I think Quinn's a first-round quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can talk about the fact that he had, Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, Jordan Whittington, is probably going to have 3 or 4, hell, maybe when it's done, maybe 5 NFL receivers around him on this year's team. But I do think, as far as just quick decision-making, getting the ball out of your hands, keeping the offense on schedule, which is something I thought Quinn did a really good job of last year. I think he does that really well. And I think those things will transition to the NFL. I will say this. I think the Baker Mayfield comp from Daniel Jeremiah is a little bit more of what he is now as an NFL player. And Quinn, I've never stood next to Baker Mayfield, so I don't.
I have, actually. I met him at a bar once.
Have you stood next to Quinn?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Quinn's taller, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel like Quinn has
probably
to be
a couple inches.
Yeah, I feel like
Baker's probably when I met Baker at Dogwood. It's a bar in Austin. I just it was before he was a Heisman winner, and I had a friend from high school who played for Oklahoma, and I just kind of talked to him about my friend that we had, our mutual friend, and Baker's probably like 6 foot, man. Like, he's not super tall. He's tall, but he's not tall for a quarterback.
Yeah, and Quinn is a legit I'd be stunned if Quinn doesn't measure at 6'2" flat when you get to the NFL draft. I mean, Texas, I think Texas may bill him at 6'2". I don't think Texas has him at 6'3". He's probably closer to 6'2" and change, maybe 6'3" in cleats. But Quinn's a legit 6'2", right? I'd be stunned when he measures at the NFL draft. He's not 6'2" flat. So Quinn is bigger than Baker Mayfield. So I think that will aid him in certain things. I don't think you have to move the pocket, Keenan, with Quinn the way you do with Baker Mayfield, right? And
he's less mobile in that way.
Well, really quick, are you familiar? Because I may break it down for the audience, but are you familiar when I say having to move the pocket? Kind of what I'm getting at.
Do you mean like he moves around so much that the line has to adjust to his movement, and like when he finds in the pocket?
No, what I think flat out with guys like Drew Brees was a rare exception, right? In the way they ran their offense, in that you didn't have to move the pocket, meaning you kind of have to slide. Either you're sliding the protection, or Baker is kind of moving the pocket with his scrambling, or the way he's stepping up in the pocket in order to make certain throws, right? Because Baker Mayfield, I don't have the numbers on me. As someone who's a Bucs fan, I'd be willing to bet Baker was top 5 in batted passes last year. Quarterbacks had their passes batted down the line of scrimmage. Baker always gets a lot of passes batted down. Quinn's not going to have that issue. Like, you don't have to move the pocket with Quinn because he's legit 6'2", right? So you don't have that issue there. But no, again, I genuinely believe Quinn's a guy who, and Keenan, I'm a firm believer that teams ruin more players than they do develop them.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about this at the NBA level. I think in the NFL, teams screw up more guys than they do develop them, especially quarterbacks.
That's for sure.
Yeah, especially quarterbacks. I think Quinn would benefit by being a mid-first round pick. I know Chris Bennett says here that Matt Miller has Kelvin Banks 5, right? Which I certainly could see, in Quinn 10.
Yes,
right. And this is overall rankings, maybe not. Or I guess Chris, you can let me know because I'm not looking at it. I don't know if is that his list of overall players.
Those are the picks overall. I think Quinn's 10 overall in that draft. Yeah.
I, for Quinn's sake, would love to see him go 15 or below, right? Because at least you're getting to a team that went 7-9, 7-10, right? 8-9, as opposed to a team that, quite frankly, you just don't give guys the amount of time you did, 10, 15 years ago, Keenan, right? You don't get to sit for a year. You don't get to look at Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson in Indy is a guy who I thought for sure you sit him for a year, right? And they're like, no, we're going to send that dude out game 1 opening day to be our savior. And hell, he was playing well until he got banged
Pretty
up.
good. Pretty good.
So that's kind of my deal there on Quinn Ewers. So be really interesting to see. I think we're going to get a lot more of these projections, certainly as you get closer to the season, then into the season, And the one thing before we transition that I think I never like some of the early draft. And listen, everyone's got a job to do, right? I'm not shading the Matt Millers of the world, the Mel Kipers, Daniel Jeremiah's, but I don't particularly care. I'm interested in a scouting report before the season. Once the season starts, I don't care about the fluctuation of, this guy moves to number 18 or whatnot, right? Because guess what's going to happen? He's going to go to the combine. He's going to go to, the Reese's Senior Bowl. Is going to go to East West Shrine, and they're going to fluctuate even more. And that thing is going to bounce up and down until the draft starts, right? So not particularly interested in what happens with some of those projections during the year, Keenan. But I think Quinn at 10 right now, certainly solid. And Keenan, we'll see what happens. Shedeur Sanders obviously is going to be in the mix. Carson Beck and others. Graham Mertz, the kid at the Jackson Dart, right? Those are all the guys going to be in the mix there. So we'll see what happens, no doubt. Sorry, I'm my bad. I should have phrased it in the form of a question. I was asking kind of where you think he falls with the list of guys. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say I think Ewers is probably going to go around 20 to 25. That would be my guess if I had to guess, just because of some of the issues with the overthrown deep balls and the injury. That's the other thing with Quinn, man, is he hasn't played a full season, right? He misses 2 or 3 games. I remember this is a really funny story. So right after Texas almost beat Alabama, and I was at that game, and I remember watching this video of Keelan Robinson hanging out with Quinn Ewers, and they're rapping a Q to Fool song. Q to Fool is a rapper from Washington and like DC area. And I remember bumping that song in my car a lot after I heard it. And then Quinn got hurt and that song came on. I got really sad. It's like the season's ruined, but that's a side note. But yeah, I'd say he's probably in the 18 to 25 range. That would be where I would guess. I think Shedeur will probably go ahead of him. Not even name recognition, just like he played on a bad team last year. Like, let's be real. Colorado was bad last year, and they're going to be worse this year, I think. Like, to be real. I think the Big 12 is going to be really tough on them. And I think they're going to have a huge target on their back. And the thing is, when you're a team that has a target on its back, you better be ready to play.
No doubt.
And you saw what Oregon did to them last year, and you saw what Dan Lanning said after that game. They're playing for clicks. We're playing for wins. So, yeah, I'd say probably Shedeur's probably a better prospect. I don't want to sound like I'm like negative on Quinn. I'm just not super sold that he's like a starting quarterback in the NFL yet.
Sure.
I think he has some work to do. I do. The mid-range game is awesome. Like, I love his intermediate game. It's as good as a quarterback as Texas has had in a long time at intermediate range passes. He has the arm. Again, it's just a matter of not throwing off the back foot, not putting too much air under the ball, and, finding receivers that match with him. I mean, that throw he had, some of those throws he had against Alabama were gorgeous, man.
Absolutely.
I mean, that throw to Adonai Mitchell is one of my favorite plays in Texas football history, straight up.
Yeah.
And I've been watching since 2003. So, like, every game since 2003, I've pretty much watched. And that's a top 10 play for me all time, was that touchdown. Ewers has a chance to establish himself as a top 3, top 5 quarterback in Texas history pretty easily if he just has a good year. But does that translate to the NFL? That I can't tell you. I'm not an expert on that. But he's in a position where he's going to be able to make his name. He's going to be able to climb those ranks if he's able to. He has all the talent in place to do that. It's just a matter of whether he can put it all together and whether he can stay on the field. I think that's a big concern.
Keenan, here's a comment by Jake Bayless I think is an interesting one, right? If Colorado gets nuked by the good teams on their schedule again, so Shedeur ain't going that high. And that, to me, Keenan, off the top of your head, and I know, obviously you're an NBA guy first, but I can't remember the last quarterback who went top 5, 6, who wasn't really on a good team. The last one that I can remember, to be honest, Jared Goff's Cal teams weren't that good. I mean, they were a team that made like the
7-5, 8-4.
Yeah, I think if memory serves correct, I think they were a 7-win team or an 8-win team last year, and that's probably higher than what Colorado's record would be if they get blown up by some of those teams, right? Like, I can't remember the last time a quarterback was on a 6-win team, a 5-win team. I mean, even Aaron Rodgers when he was at Cal, it wasn't like Cal was a great team, but
they were pretty good then, though. Because the year I remember, not to interrupt you, I just remember that year very specifically because it was the 2004 Rose Bowl. Cal thought they should be in over Texas, and Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback of that team. And I remember my dad disliking Aaron Rodgers from the time he was in college to now because of that comment. So I think those Cal teams were like 10-win teams. But yeah, I mean, I've never seen a quarterback on a 4-win team go top 10. I don't think that's ever happened.
Yeah,
maybe a long time ago, but
I just quickly looked it up. So Jared Goff's last 2 years at Cal, they went 5-7 and 8-5 under Sonny Dykes, right? So they were not some juggernaut. Now, to your point, Aaron Rodgers played. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember this correctly. I know he played with Marshawn Lynch. I'm trying to remember if he was on
4.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if Deshaun Jackson was on that team. I know Deshaun Jackson played with Nathan Longshore, but I think he may have had 1 year with D Jackson. Memory serves me correct. Travis, that's a good one. That's you know what? I wasn't even thinking.
That's a great point.
That's a good
Travis.
One. Because I mean, Josh Allen was not. I mean, Wyoming again. that was more of the big time prospect, super prospect who
Jay Cutler,
who breaks out, and you have to draft him from that lower ranks. And then CB's comment with Jay Cutler. Now Jay Cutler went top 10, was 8. I think Jay Cutler went 8, right? So that's a good one.
Top 10, yeah.
Cutler never had a winning season event. Yeah. So
Chad coming in clutch, dude. Chad's coming in today.
Well, either way, that's a long time. I mean, Jake Billis's Jordan Love's last year at Utah State, right? So I guess I should have added a caveat, right? Because when you play for those quote unquote, mid majors or G5s, right?
Yeah.
You're going to get a little bit of leeway, right? They're looking at you as the big time prospect ahead of everyone else. I was more referring to big time college football, but both you guys, great points there on
good work, chat.
On that one, Keenan. Going to transition to Michelle Montaigne's. I thought was really, really good. Kind of, I don't want to call it a rant because that's doing a disservice. Kind of an essay,
soliloquy.
I should give on WFAA. Didn't get a chance to upload the audio, Keenan, so I'm going to play it off my phone. But before I do, definitely want to make sure that we give a shout out to the fine folks who give us an opportunity to do this show. And Keenan, that if you are getting yourself set up this year to watch the Horns, watch NFL, watch the draft, you got to go to the folks at Audio Visual Consultations to get you hooked up. Let's let them tell you all about it.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
All right, Ken, did not get a chance to upload it into our internal system here on StreamYard. So give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if this is coming through clearly. This is Michelle Montaigne of WFAA.
I'm Michelle Montaigne, and this is my extra point. Statistically speaking, it's easy to see why Mavs fans aren't thrilled about their star player, the one this franchise is currently built around, playing this summer for a team not named the Dallas Mavericks. And as they say, the numbers don't lie, so we'll use them here. Luka Doncic is coming off the longest season of his NBA career, one that came to an end less than 3 weeks ago. This season, he averaged over 37 minutes per game during the Mavs playoff run, which totaled an additional 22 games. That number was closer to 41 minutes per game. Now, you add to that all the injuries. Of course, we got the knee sprain, the ankle soreness, the chest contusion, and science would suggest he should be using this offseason to get healthy. Use the time to rest, recover, allow some of those injuries to heal. Instead, Doncic has been playing for Team Slovenia as part of the Olympic qualifying tournament, trying to will his home country to an Olympic berth. Through 2 games thus far, he's played all but 4-ish minutes of each. And while it's easy to say, all right, he shouldn't be playing, it's another thing entirely to consider the magnitude and the limited lifetime opportunities to represent your country, the place that raised you, that built you, that introduced you to the game that your life now revolves around. So before we point and wag our finger at Luka's choice to keep playing, we can use this time, especially around our own July 4th holiday, to consider an alternative perspective. One not rooted in numbers, but instead pride for the place that you come from.
Keenan, I'm going to let you take it away. What were your thoughts?
Totally agree. Yeah, I said the same thing all offseason. His team, number 1, is Slovenia. That's how it is for him. Look at how these players have reacted in the Olympics so far. Look at Giannis. Giannis was crying his eyes out for qualifying for the Olympics with Greece. Jose Alvarado crying when Puerto Rico made the Olympic qualifiers. So you cannot take this away from these guys. And as much as you want him to be a guy that is Mavericks number one. That's just not who he is. And that's not how any of those European guys are. Those European guys are always country first. Now, you see the differences between guys like Joel Embiid, for example. And I'm not even shading Joel Embiid. I don't care who he plays for. It's not my choice. It's his choice. But you look at the passion these guys have for their home countries. You look at the guys like Goran Dragic, who played for Slovenia for a long time. I don't know if he was on this year's team, but him and his brother both played for Slovenia, right? Zoran and Goran, which is very funny that they're rhyming names. But I had no problem with his playing, man. It is his right. He has freaking earned it. If there's anything he's earned, it's the right to represent his country. They already got eliminated anyway. So if you are a Mavericks fan complaining about Luka playing for his country, just shut up. That's my opinion. I think Michelle's completely correct there. And hopefully we'll get her on the show soon. She's a friend of mine. So
yeah, it's funny you beat me to the punch there. So I was going to say we will be at SEC Media Days. Going to tease that a little bit more towards the end of the week. Keenan and myself will be there. Keenan is going to try to get up there for the Texas Day. I will be up there all
for a couple days.
4 days, Monday through Thursday. I know BK, shout out to BK, Brad Kellner is going to have quite a few of the Texas Sports Unfiltered crew there at SEC Media Days. So if you are in Dallas, can't say crash the hotel because unfortunately it's a private event. However, we will be there live from the Omni Hotel in Dallas, and hopefully we can get Michelle on the show since obviously WFAA is the ABC affiliate in Dallas, Fort Worth. No, here's my take, man. Like, I get both sides. If I'm a Mavs fan, if I'm a Mavs season ticket holder, man, who, everything, right? My money, my time, my whatever is invested in the Mavs. Yeah, I understand wanting my star player to put, the team before country, right? And let's just call a spade, Keenan, because we kind of hit it at this yesterday when we talked about some of the Team USA roster. I think fans would feel differently. I know, and listen, sometimes fans can get a bad rap for being passionate. I think fans would feel differently if they felt like, so Slovenia has a chance to win a gold medal, right? Like if that were the case, you don't see anyone saying, oh, yeah, you may see occasionally a couple guys say LeBron shouldn't play in the Olympics or player X shouldn't play in the Olympics because we want them to get rest. For the most part, we don't shade the American guys playing the Olympics because the U.S. is a champion every year, right? We won't shade some of the bigger name guys like Keenan. I will ask you, and I'll finish this thought before I get a chance to respond. But I'd be curious if the sentiment was with Dirk Nowitzki, right? If what the thought was him about playing for Germany back in the day, right? So I think it really matters where you kind of perceive that I almost said university, that country's chance to win a gold medal. But for the most part, not going to blame Luka for wanting to represent his country. I think most fans are pretty reasonable. Jake Bayless says it here. He says he doesn't think any reasonable Mavs fan hates that how much pride he has for Slovenia. It's selfishly wanting to get off his feet and mend his injuries. I think for the most part, that's pretty much the take. But yeah, man, you're a longtime Mavs fan. What were your thoughts like, was that the sentiment when, I'm sure Steve Nash played for Canada at some point. I'm sure Dirk played for Germany at some point. So I feel like the sentiment probably would be the same.
Yeah, it was very much I didn't hear as much about it, I guess. Maybe it's I don't know what the difference was, actually. Maybe it's because Luka's so much more of a high usage player.
Sure.
Like he's playing this, Dirk probably played similar minutes, maybe fewer, but like not a ton fewer. But Luka has the ball in his hands. Like his usage rate is like north of 30% in the NBA over 37 minutes per game. Like the dude is always has the ball in his hands. He's always making something happen. He's always driving the lane, passing, whatever. So I think you got to let these guys play for their country. I think there's no reason you have any right to complain about that. It's them. They're the ones contributing to you. Like, what are you giving to them? You know what I mean? Like, you got to let them represent their countries. They're always going to want to. I watched the France Germany game the other day. And Wembanyama was sick. That's the only reason he wasn't playing. Gobert was playing. The Wagner twins were playing for Germany. Schroeder was playing for Germany, or Dennis Schroeder. So I just don't see how you can complain about that. And like injuries happen, dude. They're gonna happen no matter what. But like, Luka's been very fortunate to avoid serious injury thus far in his career, and I think that he's just one of those guys that's really well built. I think he's not a thin guy. He's not a super lanky guy who's gonna have foot injuries. He's a big dude, but I just think his style lends itself to punishment, but I think he's up for that. And I think that, I think he has every right to play for Slovenia.
Going to run through some of the comments here. First off, Longhorn Beer, I can certainly appreciate that, getting hypnotized by the ceiling fan. So you see me trying to move that out of the way there. Zach Eady on top 10 plays.
I was going to say something about that.
In summer league.
I was going to end the show with Zach Eady in the summer league.
We'll come back to that in a second. That's the trick with not being in my normal location. Folks, I'll be back in the Lone Star State, Austin, Texas. Got a 6:30 a.m. flight tomorrow morning, so you will not have to deal with the ceiling fan. Thought Chris Bennett made a interesting point here that he talks about his career won't be long if he doesn't change some things. I'm going to give you a chance to respond to that in a second. Jake said that Dirk always stayed in awesome shape all the time, which I think is a definitely fair point there. And also, CB says that Manu played for Argentina all the time. It certainly didn't
every time
hurt him with the Spurs. But just your thoughts on CB's comment that, because the narrative about Luka and his physical condition and whatnot is certainly one that I think, I don't want to say it's a little bit outdated, but I think this year probably went a long way for kind of, maybe putting some of that aside. But just as a Mavs fan and as a very intelligent hoops watcher, someone who studies the game, do you think, I'm not going to say in the past, I guess I'm just asking you, do you think there's room for Luka to get in quote unquote better shape, that there's more to his maybe physical frame that he can do as far as helping, as far as his long-term potential?
I don't think there's anything he can do to up his physicality, but I do think there are definitely some things he can do to increase his longevity. I don't think he eats super healthy. I don't think takes amazing care of his body. I think he could do a better job with his diet. I've seen him, having a good time, having a couple of drinks, you know what I mean? Getting a little loose, but he's 25 now, so let him have fun. But yeah, there are definitely some. He played 100 games this year and played over 35 minutes in basically every single one of them, and games where he was the guy every time. He's the guy every game. He's the guy. Playoffs, he's the guy. It's very helpful to have Kyrie just to take some of that weight off your back of just having the ball in every single possession. But yeah, there's definitely some things he should probably look into. I think he should probably consult LeBron and Chris Paul, because those guys are the masters of longevity. And if you talk to them, or not talk to them, if you hear interviews of theirs, they'll talk about how they changed their diet, and that's what changed everything. They went no meat. They went full plant protein. That's what Chris Paul and LeBron both said they did. And they like in the off season, they weren't eating very much meat at all. I think Chris Paul went full plant.
I think he did.
LeBron is super healthy. He's very careful what he puts in his body. Yeah, he has a glass of wine every once in a while, but he's 6'9". I don't think a glass of wine is going to do a whole lot to LeBron James. It makes me nervous a little bit. Sure. I want Luka to play for 15 years, and he's going to have to change a couple of things. I agree with CB on that. LeBron spends millions on his body. That is a perfect comment. I'm going to put that up there, what CB said. LeBron invests in his body. It is his tool, and he spends millions a year on cold presses and, massages and personal trainers and team trainers and weightlifting and nutrition. There's a reason he's still a top 10 player in the freaking NBA, and he's 40 years old. You know what I mean? Or borderline top. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, I think Luka could probably, and Luka really looks up to LeBron, and they have a relationship, and they're pretty close from what I've heard. They have a lot of mutual respect for each other. And if you look at LeBron tweets about Luka a lot when Luka's playing, and it's just he's a dog. That's my guy. I feel like Luka should use that relationship to his advantage and maybe ask him, what are some things I can do to improve my body? Because if there's a guy to ask, it's LeBron James.
And no doubt, you think with maturity and being in the league for a while, those things will come. So it was really interesting take. Appreciate Michelle. And like I said, we'll try to get her on this definitely sometime next week when we are in Dallas for SEC Media Days. Going to transition. This was actually on the Texas Sports Unfiltered Twitter account. A quote from The Athletic about Texas's ceiling. But before we do, let's show some love to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a new vehicle this summer, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We'll let them tell it for themselves.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Keenan, I'm going to read this from The Athletic in reference to Texas because they evaluated every SEC team heading into the year. The blurb here about Texas is the question of the summer. Does the SEC have to worry about Texas or vice versa? On one hand, Texas did beat Alabama en route to a playoff berth, but there's a reason to be cautious about outright Longhorns domination. Texas, and I think this is the key point here, has been known to play down to its competition, as it averaged 5.6 losses per year in its previous 10 seasons before 2023. Keenan, I'm going to want you to hold on to that thought as someone who's watched his team for a long time. Last year's team broke through, but still had several questionable performances, one against Wyoming, a one-score game into the fourth quarter. Houston, we know what happened in that game. Jahdae Barron had to break in case of glass so he could come out of make an emergency appearance and save the day. And the TCU game, which we all know what happened there, which combined for 9 wins last season. Those three teams combined for 9 wins last season. The SEC, from top to bottom, is more talented than the Big 12. Texas undoubtedly is one of the favorites in the SEC and the nation, but to truly declare itself a problem, more consistency is needed. Keenan Womack, I'll let you take it away. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no doubt, man. But the difference is, though, and they're counting all those years previous to 2023, how many of those years were the Sark era? Like, what does it matter to take Charlie Strong and Tom Herman's seasons into what's going on now? It doesn't make any sense to me that they would even include that. Like, yeah, they had some rougher performances last year, but did anybody blow out every single team last year? Did anybody have a flawless season? I mean, Michigan struggled with some bad teams too, right? It's all about just winning those games. Maybe you don't play well, but if you win, no harm, no foul. Now, I haven't been on the record yet, but I'm going to go on the record right now and say I don't think Texas wins the SEC this year. I just think the lack of interior defensive line presence is going to be a major step down from last year, because last year they had the best defensive line they've ever had. Okay. I'm saying it. I know the early 2000s, Sean Rogers, those teams were really good too, but like, boo, fake fan. I'm not a fan. I'm a media member, sir. Jake.
Hey, Jake, don't I think that Keenan has to cover one football game to be considered a media member. I'm just giving you shit. Continue.
I know you are, brother. I think they're probably going to finish. I think they're going to make the playoff for sure. Like, I'm not worried about that, but I just think Georgia's going to beat them. And I just think, you know who I think is going to finish second, man? LSU. And here's why. Because LSU, no matter what the year, they have so much talent on that roster every single year. They have Bo Davis now. That dude, look what he did last year. And like Jordy said on the show yesterday, Bo Davis is using that to his advantage, what he did at Texas last year at LSU. It's working in recruiting. He got Brandon Brown over there, right? When that kid's name, Brown, the defensive tackle. So LSU, and then I think Ole Miss is probably in there too. I just think there's just too many variables. Texas is doing the SEC in its first year. I just think there are too many variables. Now, I think they'll be really good. I think they'll be great. But they're going to drop a couple games. I just think they will. I don't see them running through this schedule untouched. I just don't. And I'm not even just talking Georgia. I think they're going to probably drop maybe one they shouldn't. I'm expecting probably how many regular season games do they play now? 12 or 13?
12.
10-2, 11-2, something like that. Maybe not make the SEC championship, but definitely make the playoff. I just think the defensive line is the real. That's going to be the X factor. Now, if Bill Norton somehow becomes Devondre Sweat or Byron Murphy overnight, we'll see. And I like Bill Norton. I think he's a good player. But another thing Jordan said too yesterday I thought was interesting is people overpay for defensive tackles, right? So just because you're paying X amount for a defensive tackle doesn't mean you're going to get Devondre Sweat, Byron Murphy production. I think this thing has a bright future and a great ceiling. I just don't think this is the year they're going to win the national championship or the SEC.
Here's my take on this. I do believe, and I appreciate everything you said about what good doesn't matter when you're measuring the Charlie Strong and Tom Herman era Texas teams to Steve Sarkisian, a team that, listen, when it comes to one-score games, those cliche, boring, run-of-the-mill things that we talk about, like culture, and Steve Sarkisian wouldn't call it cliche. These are my words, but culture and will and want to, those things matter. Last year being my first year around Texas, I tried not to let some of the older folks, some of the folks who've been covering the team around me rub off, especially in the press box, right? But I'm here to tell you right now, I won't name any names, but when Texas came back home after Alabama, and it was a close game at halftime against Wyoming and a close game in the third quarter against Wyoming, you had some of those media members saying, same old Texas. And then when it was the Kansas State game happened and Kansas State making their comeback, some of those media members saying, same old Texas. But then eventually, some of those same people who have covered Texas for decades and decades, they came around because, Keenan, what makes the difference, what flips the switch is when that one game that you win by a close score becomes a pattern, right? That isn't a happy accident in my mind, right? Sure. The Houston game, more than anything else for me, was probably the quote-unquote worst of those games that they referenced in the Athletic. I thought it was first off, Wyoming Craig Bowl, their coach, great coach, has been there a long time. I think he actually just retired at the end of this year. But they threw everything but the kitchen sink at Texas, not making excuses, but Texas's offensive line talked about, what we saw on film and what they presented, two totally different things. They just changed their entire game plan, go out the window to try to compete with Texas. The emotional letdown, the emotional swings of coming back from Alabama, right, and having to get up for an FCS opponent, the Wyoming's long not been FCS, but a Mountain West opponent. I think those things matter. I think that matters, right? So obviously, you want your team to do better than the way they performed against Wyoming. But the Houston one was bigger to me because that was the one where after you lose to Oklahoma, you have a bye week. And then that game, some people can forget, that game looked like it was going to be 45-0 at one point early in that game. I remember the kid, I think it was Joseph Manjack, if memory serves me correct, the kid from Houston, who he was a wide. Keenan, do you remember this? It was I think it was Houston's first pass of the game. May have been Joe Manjack, may have been Stephon Johnson. But Houston's first pass of the game, Donovan Smith drops back, throws a bomb to the receiver. Would have been a surefire touchdown. He drops it. From there, it's like, you had your chance.
Yep, that's what I thought too.
Give them credit. Give them credit. They fought back, right? That one was more disappointing in my mind than maybe some of those other games. However, I do think there's something to be said about culture. There's something to be said about looking to the man next to you and saying, we're not losing this game. It might not have gone the way we wanted to start. We might not be closing the game we wanted, but we're not losing, right? That's what it was against Kansas State in overtime. We're not losing. Those things matter. So to bring it all the way around, I am sticking with what I said. I see Doug Mayfield has it up here. He says 9-3. I can respect that. That's not some of the wild takes I've seen from the SEC fan bases have said, they've got to play in the SEC 6-6.
They're going to go 7-5. It's like, all right, dude.
Get out of here with that nonsense. I'm sticking with what I said. I believe this is either a 10-2 or 11-1 team, in my opinion. But with the SEC schedule that they have, and the reason that this topic jumped out to me, Keenan, was this. Yes, they did, in essence, play down to their competition. But, and you're not saying you want this to happen, they can afford, quote unquote, to play down to their competition, given some of the SEC teams they have. Still more talented than Texas A&M. Still more talented than Mississippi State, in my mind. Still more talented than Arkansas. Now, obviously, the Oklahomas, you can't do that. Florida, I wouldn't want to play around with the Gators because they got a quarterback, right? Assuming you think they do. But it's still more talented. So that's my take there. Chris Bennett says 9-3 in Texas doesn't make the CFP. Chris, I'm here to tell you right now, if Texas goes 9-3 in the SEC, of course, it depends on the losses, right? It depends on the losses. But let's say those losses are to Georgia, Oklahoma, and Michigan. I'm just going to choose those three. They're making the CFP. With this expanded
it's CFP, the last seed, maybe, but
yeah. Well, the last seed is going to be the G5. You know for a fact.
Or whatever, 11 seed, whatever.
Yeah. You know the last seed, unless the G5 this year is some like goes undefeated and they're blowing everyone out by 40 points, right? But if it's another
Liberty,
right? Well, yeah. If it's I'm here to tell you right now, if it's a Conference USA G5, no, they're by far locked into the last seed and probably shouldn't even make the playoff. And that comes from a guy who covered Group of 5 footballs and has a lot of love for the Group of 5. Okay. CB said no. He's saying 10-2 or 11-1. He's saying 9-3 Texas doesn't make the CFP. Okay, got you. I misunderstood the comment, but no. I think even if Texas goes 9-3, they'll make the college football playoff depending on the losses. But you know where I stand. So I'll be interested to talk to some of the coaches. Keenan, really quick. Again, hoping you'll be there for Texas Day. What are you most interested to kind of hear from some of the other SEC teams, Keenan, at media days? Because I know for me, I'm going to bounce a couple story ideas off a Chip, see where we can kind of, maximize our coverage. But I'm really interested to hear from a lot of the SEC teams about the ones who will play at Texas, their thoughts there. Kind of, what did they kind of take of the way Texas and Oklahoma left the Big 12? Some of their players, right? It's not like they've played against some of these guys before. Interested to see what they think about a Quinn Ewers or some of the guys on defense. But what are you kind of interested in as far as SEC media days and your big, I don't want to say takeaways, but what you'll be interested in learning from the event?
I'm interested in the very TMZ aspect of the shade that will be thrown Texas' way.
Sure,
that's what I'm interested to hear about. I'm really looking forward to go into that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to hanging out with you too. It's gonna be a lot of fun too. But
of course that, my guy.
It's gonna be a good old time, dude. We're gonna have fun. But yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the other teams react to Texas and Oklahoma. Everybody hates Texas, but don't get it twisted, man. There's not a lot of love for Oklahoma joining either. There's a lot of people saying they don't belong either, right? And I'm just very interested to see how people are going to broach that subject and how they're going to talk about the new teams, whether they're going to be shady or whether they'll be respectful, whether they'll be Tony Soprano throwing little digs. We'll see. Should be interesting though. Really looking forward to it.
Keenan, is there any team in your mind? And I'm not going to say any players. I know you probably don't have, and let me forward you that email so who else going to be there.
Okay.
So you got it. But is there any team that you think might slip up and say something about Texas? In my mind, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I know who I think.
I could see either an A&M or an LSU.
I got a different one. Who I think is going to take a shot? Tennessee.
The real UT thing?
We're going to get a real UT comment. I think we will, yeah. Over under 0.5 real UT comments. Taking the over.
I feel like this event in some ways, and granted, I've never covered an SEC media days. Big 12, Keenan, was interesting because the way it was done is the coach would go up to the podium and they'd give their main address, right, to the media. And then they would kind of step off the podium. And for the most part, what you would get is the local media would kind of come over to a scrum. I'm here to tell you right now, my welcome to covering Texas moment was the 35, 40 person deep scrum. Shout out to Bob Ballou, who was all of like 6'3", 6'4". Ballou got his spot in the center. And once I saw Ballou, Ced Golden, those guys, Ced, I hope Ced doesn't take this as a shot. Ced's a little bit on the broader side than height, taking up space. I had these broad shoulders in there and kind of bounce some guys around because I was like, crap. Between Kirk Bowles, who Kirk has the advantage. He's a smaller guy, right? So Kirk can kind of slide in there, and get in there. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to get in there and ask a question. But the way they did is, your coach would step off the podium and do a local scrum, and then of course they would have more questions kind of on a backstage area there for just whoever chose to go up there with the players. I'll be curious to see how the SEC does it. The reason I mention that is because the 5 players who represented Texas last year, Quinn Ewers, Jordan Whittington, Jade Barron, Xavier Worthy.
Was it Brooks one of them?
No, Jonathan Brooks was not. It might have been just 4. It might have been just 4. Because I remember Sark saying he wanted to bring – no, Jalen Ford. Jalen Ford was the 5th.
Jalen Ford.
I remember him saying he wanted to bring JT Sanders in the Big 12 and only let him bring 5. However, Quinn – pretty much garnered most of the attention, right? Of course, you're the quarterback. So there was a time where Jay Witt and Jalen Ford and Jade were just kind of off to themselves. And that's where sometimes players can slip up. I'm not saying Texas players. I'm just saying some of the other players, right? When they don't have all of the eyes on them, that's where I think things could be interesting. So I'll definitely be curious to see kind of how that setup is there. From what I've read and kind of the email I've gotten, the SEC run things pretty streamlined. So you might not have an opportunity to do it there, but we will see what happens here. Really quick, I'm going to run through a comment. Our guy, Travis Johnson, says he knows Arkansas hates Texas, but he thinks Tennessee will end up a bigger rivalry game in the future. Yeah. I mean,
given the states of the program, for sure.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, just given the states of each program, I mean, definitely it's going to be a more meaningful game, especially in the short term, considering how bad Arkansas is. Like, let's just be real about it. They're not very good. They don't have a bright future. They missed on every single in-state 4-star this year, every single one. Their star safety from North Little Rock committed to OU. Yeah. And then they lost another dude to Missouri and another dude to LSU. So Pittman is not prioritizing in-state recruiting in Arkansas, and that's bad. Like, you want to be prioritizing your in-state guys, or like what do you have, So I think Arkansas is going to be down until they sack up and fire Pittman and just go after GJ Kinney or Traylor or whoever. I don't know that Traylor would take it, but maybe Kinney would. And just go all offense and just try to Lincoln Riley, Sark your way into some wins. I think Tennessee is going to be a much more exciting rivalry going forward, especially for a team that's in a different pod and a different side of the conference. I think from the Eastern teams, Tennessee will probably become their biggest rival from that side, I would guess.
No, I mean, it's interesting the way I didn't even know about the real UT thing. Again, me being a silly Floridian from Tampa, the only UT I know is the University of Tampa, right? I had never really considered the real UT otherwise, but that one's interesting. And of course, you got the colors, burnt orange versus the Tennessee orange. I will say this: I hate Rocky Top. I hate that damn song. I can't stand it.
I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I think it's kind of catchy, dude.
I can't rock with that. I'll get one more comment in before we get out of here. Keenan, you're at work, right?
Yeah, I gotta go in a second.
All right. Let me bring in the boys. Keenan, get out of here. Appreciate it. False start in its entirety. Be back tomorrow. Let Keenan get back to work. Let me get the boys in here. Zay, Collier.
Appreciate you guys. I'll talk to y'all soon. I gotta get back to the office.
Get back to work, brother. Do not want to keep you overtime. Zay and Chip, what's going on, fellas? Seems like we got a little bit of quote unquote the breaking news is that one Arch Manning will be in the upcoming NCAA video game. Chip, I couldn't remember. It happened right when we were on air, so I was trying to recall. Did Arch Manning or like the Manning family say so? Because if you remember, right, the deal with the video game was the players. It was coming out like, hey, if you opt into the game, you'll receive, I think it was something like $500 and a copy of the video game and so on and so forth. And that was when I remember hearing that supposedly Arch Manning would not opt in. But Chip, I don't remember. I remember actually writing the breaking story for Horns 24/7, but I don't remember did the Manning family say that they weren't opting in, or was that a sources said deal? Chip, do you remember offhand? I'm sorry for putting you in a bad spot. You're on mute, Chip.
See, I knew something was messed up with him.
Yeah, Chip, you're still unmuted.
Chip, what?
You're still muted or something. Your screen is saying mute, but we can't hear you. Can you say?
Come on, dog. I can't hear him at all.
Chip, talk to us. CB, maybe log out and come back in, because we don't got you.
Yo, I was having Wi-Fi troubles too. I had to hook up to my wife's hotspot. Thank goodness she was here. Is here.
Is weather bad in Austin, or what's up? Just spectrum?
Nah, it's very mild. Like, we ain't getting what the folks down there in Houston and the coast are getting, and pray for all of those people. My sister-in-law, they just lost their power. So,
oh man,
can you hear me now?
All right,
there we go.
Himself, Chip Brown, take it from the top.
So I'm the worst person to ask because I'm not a video game guy, but I don't recall.
Yeah,
if it who from the Manning family said they were opting out. But they're opting in now.
they are opting in now. Chip, something that I will be interested in. I'm going to try to find a way to spin this into a story, Chip, is I think it's going to be really interesting. Texas, Zay, I know you'll appreciate this. They get a cover player in Quinn Ewers, probably the most anticipated player to play with, Arch Manning. Like, that's just great, publicity, great everything for your programs, is it not?
Yeah, I think it's dope. I mean, think about the locker room and the camaraderie they're going to have, because, all right, we're going to be ourselves today, but you playing with Arch, I'm playing with Quinn in the locker room. Like, I know Texas fans are going to do that. I'm going to do that. Like, I'm going to have a platoon situation going on in my dynasty. You know what I'm saying? Like, each one, okay, you got to drive. Arch, you in there, you get a drive. That's exactly what I don't want to see in real life. But, yeah, shout out to Arch being in the game. Great commercial. Him and Uncle Eli. EA, they did it right, especially with the game coming out later this week.
So, boys, I will pass it off to you. It'll be all your show, but I'm going to try to find a way to spin that into maybe, I don't know if it's going to be a little opinion piece or something, because, listen, the Lambos certainly made headline news for recruits, but I think just as headliney as Chip holds up the Ollie Pop there. Shout out to
Arch for opting in, baby.
Shout out to our sponsors in Ollie Pop. But no, I think that's going to be a great just mojo momentum for kids to say, hey, if you come to Texas, you got a kid on the cover and one of the most anticipated players in maybe sports video game history in Arch Manning. But that has been false start. Let me give it to Zay Collier, Chip Brown. I will be out the next 2 days. Joe Londergan, our usual pinch hitter, will be in, but I'll be back on Friday. And then after that, I am done with vacation for the show. We'll be riding through. Chip Brown, Zay, the crew, SEC Media Days coming next week. We'll see y'all there. Have a great show, fellas.
Hey,
appreciate it,
Henry. Appreciate you. And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay holding it down in the midday. Right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. My man Zay was having some technical issues, but now he is live in color, in stereo.
Yeah.
As only Zay, the right call Collier, can be.
Always in color, baby. You know what I'm saying? Always.
Yeah. Black don't crack. You know what I'm saying? Black don't crack.
I got some good genes, I would say.
That's right. That's right. White do crack. Okay. See these bags under these eyes?
No, man, you styling on them. Don't let anybody say you ain't.
The immortal Judy Brown gave me this great personality. She also gave me some bad feet and these cracked up skin. So love you, Mom. Miss you, Mom. God, I miss you. I miss my mom. But Hey man, it is Tuesday, and we're breaking it down, man. I mean, Big 12 football media days is underway. Ollie Gordon talked about his offseason arrest. I mean, why we got to start there, Zay?
What do you mean? Own up, Ollie.
Own up.
You know, you think that you're on top of the world, top of the mountain, best running back in the nation, thinking that this is your Heisman year, Big 12 wide open, so Mike Gundy and them think they got a shot. And sometimes you just have a little bit too much fun and a little bit too much to drink, and everybody knows that time of hour too, you can make some bad decisions.
Ollie Gordon,
Sweat.
Ooh.
You know, yeah, it's just not just
Samaje
Ollie.
Burrell.
Yeah, we go down the list. We'd be here all day. That take up 2 hours if we went.
Well, Ollie Gordon said today, he said, one decision you make can be the last one you make. And he apologized. He said, I don't want my teammates and coach having to answer these questions, so I'm answering them. And he's like, I'm taking accountability after his arrest last month on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. Gundy said on Tuesday that Gordon, the reigning Doak Walker Award winner, will not be suspended for any games.
Yeah.
Yeah. He ran some extra stairs. He ran some extra stadium steps.
That's what I'm saying, man. Make him run around Stillwater, something like that, in 100-degree weather. But when it's game time, he gonna be available.
Right over to Eskimo Joe's to get a frozen margarita.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Eskimo Joe's. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna miss Eskimo Joe's.
Was it that good?
It was that good. It was that good. First of all, the bacon chicken sandwich. They had this peppered bacon that was to die for. That is to die for. So if anyone's going to Stillwater for any reason whatsoever, go to Eskimo Joe's and just get the bacon chicken sandwich. The cheese fries are pretty good. And I don't know, Oklahoma State's kind of the Ole Miss of the Big 12 in terms of the Honey Bears, you know, they have a strong, the force is strong with Oak State. So enough on Eskimo Joe's, but the Big 12's in Vegas, baby. The Big 12's in Vegas. Brett Yormark. I mean, he's like, yo, baby, we're in Vegas. Forget about the Eagles at the Sphere. The Big 12 is here.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. You and I will be in Vegas for Circa in a month or so. So I get Brett Yormark being on that same wave.
See, oh my God.
What are you pointing at?
I'm so messed up right there. Oh my God. Yeah. Do that. Zay, it's a lot easier for you. Right there. See that Circa Survivor right there? Yes. We are going to Vegas. And you need to go to Vegas too. You need to go to Circa. You have to go to Circa to bet in the Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor. And it's worth it. First of all, the flights are $70 right now. So book your flight.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Book your flight. Go to Circa in Fremont Street, Old Vegas.
Old
down
Vegas,
there,
baby.
Next to the Golden Nugget and Binions. And
Frank Sinatra and the Rat Pack. We're doing it big.
Yeah. Here's the little
That
secret, though.
Vegas.
Circa is brand spanking new. It's nice. Yeah. So get to Circa. We're going to Circa next month. Can't wait. It's going to be great. We'll tell you more about that a little bit later in the show. But the Big 12's there right now. And I know everyone listening to the show is like, who cares about the Big 12? Hey, now hold on a minute. We still love college football. I'm a college football junkie. I'm not just about the SEC. I'm about the Big 10. I'm about the Big 12. I'm about the, God rest its soul, the Pac-12, the ACC with Stanford and Cal and SMU in it, for God's sake. But this week, Big 12 football media days, Zay, who you got? Who you got winning the Big 12?
I mean, the best thing I saw at the Big 12 media days was the showgirls that Brett Yormark is putting out there. You know, they looking very skimpy too. So, hey, Brett, we got to pull out the kitchen sink at this point. We know you desperate. Do whatever it takes, Brett. You know what I'm saying? You worked with Hove. You were in there during the Black Album, shit like that. So, you know, you got some gangster in you. You know, you might not be selling that rock gangster, but he got some gangster in him. Go pull all the stops. I ain't mad at Brett Yormark at all. Now that the Horns are off to the SEC, hey, man, all the pettiness, we're leaving that behind. At least I am. At least I'm good enough. Yeah. It's, you know, winning all the awards in the Big 12, that was enough for me. Winning the Big 12, you know, on your way out in football and what Vic Schaefer does and just volleyball and the list goes on. Softball, the list goes on. Like it was a rough year for Brett. So I'm feeling for him. And now he knows this is the last run for the Big 12. So you ask me who I got, and yeah, I understand people not really caring as much because with the way we've been breaking down this upcoming 2024 season, Chip, we got one team in the CFP, and that's because it's mandatory. That's because you have to have a Big 12 team make it, and that's going to be the one that hoists that trophy up whenever they play at Jerry World at the end of the year. So, hell, man.
Look at this. Brett Yormark.
Spicy.
I will not stop until we are the #1 conference in America. Well, guess what? You're going to be going for a long time, player. You ain't never going to be able to stop then.
But I hope he's going for a long time. That should be the goal. You know what I'm saying? He can't say, I just want to stay alive.
Right.
That's
right.
what he should be saying. That he can't say that. He
Right.
has to, you know, he has to play the game. He's playing the game very well. That's what I'm saying. When I see the showgirls and their leotards and stuff and the feathers and stuff, and they got EA Sports in there in the game. We just talked about Arch Manning putting himself in the game. Like, that's a big deal. So since they're the first Power 4 team to have a media days, they could showcase the game before it comes out to the players and have them play the game and get a jump on that. So they're doing things that, you know, they have to do. And look, going back to your original question, you asked me who I got. I'm guessing that's winning the whole thing, being that one team that's in the CFP. I like old Utah, man.
Whoa.
I like Utah.
Here's my philosophy. And do you like Utah only if Cam Rising is the quarterback?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe in Cam this year.
Yeah.
I believe it. Yeah. Michael Penix needed a long time to get right, too. Now, I'm not comparing to Michael Penix by any means, but y'all listening catch my drift right now. Like, he could have a very good comeback season due to him just sitting around and getting healthy and having all that experience. Because we've seen Cam Rising, that Rose Bowl, man, lit it up. You know, the former Texas Longhorn lit it up. So, yeah, I got a soft spot for Cam Rising, but, you know, it's up for grabs.
Is that true? Plant time. Utah leads all states in porn views.
Utah does?
Is that true?
I mean, they be popping out a lot of kids. They be the ones doing the sister wives and, you know. Yo, Big Love's my shit.
Big Love.
HBO, Big Love.
Hey,
that's my shit. That dude's a freak.
That dude was Chet in Weird Science.
Was he really?
He's dead now.
Oh, no. R.I.P.
R.I.P. Chet from Weird Science. I
didn't know all that, but.
And the husband from Big Love.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Love, man. They let you know early. My man's just a horny son of a bee. He just be going from house to house, different wives, whenever he's in the mood for whichever one, and gets it right. So I wouldn't be surprised, Plant Time. Especially with everything they have to hold off.
Okay, so
they gotta do something.
Jake says when Yormark walked out with the Vegas Showgirls, all the BYU players had to look away, but apparently not. They might be the ones leading in the porn views. So we got all kinds of things happening there at Big 12 football media days.
Yeah,
but
I believe in Kyle Whittingham too, Chip. I think he's that good. I think that defense is going to be good, and they're going to be able to move the football. It's just, as you said, if Cam Rising, if he's healthy, then, why not the Utes, man?
Here's the thing. Oklahoma State returns 21 starters.
That's a lot.
And they made it to the Big 12 title game last year. And Mike Gundy, he owned Texas for a while. Now, he did not own them in the Big 12 title game last year. He got smacked around like a tennis ball.
Yeah, that hurt his pride, too. He was hurt.
And Gundy, I do not understand his record against OU. It's like 2-16, but he don't got to negotiate OU anymore. So if Gundy doesn't win it this year with 21 starters back, come on, man. He ain't never going to win it. He only has one conference championship. As good a coach as he is, all those 10-win seasons, all those wins over Texas, all those wins over Texas in Austin, 5 in a row. He has won conference championship, 2011.
Yeah, they're such a weird program, man. Like, they've had stars come out of there, from Barry Sanders to Des Bryant.
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. They just
remember when Bob Stoops punted to Tyreek Hill? That was the greatest Oklahoma State win over OU maybe ever.
Yeah. They've had some talent there, but I don't know, just certain games like the ones against OU, that's his kryptonite. So, now that they're gone, and he wasn't even trying to get that back. They always asked him questions and stuff about, can you see you playing that game in the future? And he was always just like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Who, Gundy?
Yeah, Gundy. He was like,
Gundy's like,
no. Leaving. Like, they're running away. They're moving on. They're running from us. Like, okay,
they're
Mike.
running.
Okay, Mike. Cool.
They're running.
So he played that well. I see you, Mike. Old mullet self you. But
2-16 Gundy against OU. No, we're not playing them anymore. They're leaving. No need for them. No need for games. No need for Bedlam.
Yeah.
I mean, heartbreaking. Some of these rivalries coming apart and realignment. But man, I'm looking at the Big 12, and they're trying to they're like, we're going first. We're gonna grab everyone's attention. We're in Vegas, and I'm not. Brett Yormark's like, I'm not stopping till we're the number one conference. Oh boy. Well, good luck with that. But yeah, CB. I mean, one of the cool stories I was able to do when I was working for the Dallas Morning News was I did a profile on Boone Pickens, and he invited me to go on his jet to the Oklahoma State-Georgia game in Athens. And there I am on a Gulfstream G5 with Boone Pickens, Burns Hargis, the president of Oklahoma State, Mike Holder, the athletic director, former 9-time national champion golf coach, and Boone Pickens' wife, Madeline. She was married to Alan Paulson, who created Gulfstream before she married Boone Pickens. So that was a merger. She owned like Rock Hard 10. She owned like Kentucky Derby winning racehorses. These people were all on the plane, and I'm just like, hi, I'm over here in the corner. But I asked Boone Pickens, I said, what's it take to become a billionaire? And he said, which time? So he was a billionaire, and then oil and gas went belly up. He got thrown out of his own company, Mesa Petroleum. He said he was down to $300,000 from being a billionaire and then made it all back. And that's a guy who knows how to navigate oil and gas. And then he also diversified. He got into natural gas. He got into water rights. He got into wind power. And that's how he had a hedge fund. That's how he gave $365 million to OU to redo their entire athletic complex. And he said, the only way I'm doing this is if Mike Holder's the athletic director. And he said, I told Holder, quit riding around with your feet on the handlebars. Get over here and do some real work as athletic director. And it drove him crazy that he only won that one conference championship, but he wanted Oklahoma State to be the preeminent, he wanted them to rule over OU, and it didn't happen. But the greatest story about Boone Pickens was that he was at Texas A&M, and he got cut from the basketball team at Texas A&M. And so he was like, you know what? I'm going to go to Oklahoma A&M, which became Oklahoma State. And he was a walk-on basketball player for Henry Iba. And he said that Henry Iba told him, Pickens, you're so slow. You couldn't rile up a pile of leaves running. But I like your efforts. So you're on the team. And it became like this Aggie joke. Like if A&M would have just kept him on the basketball team as a walk-on or something, maybe Pickens would have given all of his money to A&M instead of Oklahoma State. But yeah, I do love me some Boone Pickens. Thank you, CB.
Yeah, I knew him and Gundy had beef, as CB was referring to, but where did that start?
Well, it just started with Pickens like thinking Gundy was a little bit of a peacock and needed to be a little more blue collar, and he's like, I'm giving you everything you need, right? So get it done. He was just old and he was crotchety and he wanted it now, like Jerry Jones and the guys who are running up against the clock. And sure enough, Boone, he didn't quite make it, but he did get that one conference championship in 2011. But yeah, he was a Maverick. Yeah. All right, let me see if I think Hummer might be at Big 12 football media days. I texted him. He hasn't even texted back, so I think he's buried.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will hopefully be talking to our man Hank South about recruiting. It's been an interesting week for recruiting for sure.
Yeah, we didn't really get to talk about that much, and really the weekend and how that went. I mean, we touched on it a little bit, but I don't know why some Texas fans are panicking. It is so easy to look at in-state players and say you have to 100% get those. And you know what? That's just not the case anymore. Like social media has changed so much. Like the resources given to you to where you're able to travel and go to all these different states and places to see these players, and the camps that they have to where you could see them all in one sitting, different times. Like it's just, the game has changed. So when you lose somebody like a Dakorien Moore, yeah, it hurts because you thought that was a sure thing. You thought that was money. But when you're getting guys like Ryan Wingo, who ain't even from Texas at all, dude's from St. Louis, and then you got guys that came through the program like Xavier Worthy, who is from Fresno, California, like that, you're going everywhere to get top-notch players. So, yeah, I guess there may be just that homegrown feeling about getting those guys in state, which, I get that. You know how I felt about the Mookie Taffs and Jade Barons and, Alfred Collins of the world. Those dudes represent home, where I'm from. Went to the same restaurants that I've gone to, been to the same establishments that I've been to. So, yeah, that's a personal feeling. But at the end of the day, this thing is held nationwide. And I think with the different assistants and position coaches that you have that come from different areas, that know different parts of the country, to where you could have success recruiting there. You gotta, that's Sark talking about adapting. That's Sark talking about, changing with the game. Like that's okay. Maybe your whole roster's not Texans. That's fine, but they're still getting quality guys. And yeah, Dakorien Moore, and you see that wide receiver room, there might be a few guys leaving next year, but there's a lot coming back. And you want to wait for all that, especially with all that money Phil Knight's throwing. He's on his Boone Pickens, Jerry Jones shit. He's on his last leg. Like, I try to see it now. So if we have to pay these guys a ridiculous amount, hell, it ain't coming with me in the grave, this money. That might be a little selfish to his family and stuff, but I don't know his family. Shoot, when I think of Phil Knight, I think of damn Ben Affleck, because you got me watching that movie. But, hey, do what you got to do. Dakorien Moore hurts. We move on.
I'm not sweating the Dakorien Moore because the receiver room's loaded, like to the point where we don't even know who the top three are. There's so much talent in the room. So it's kind of an easy sell for Oregon. Plus, I'm hearing some crazy stuff like maybe they promised him a shoe deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
the kitchen sink, Phil.
Right. Okay. Great. The position, that I'm always like got the binoculars on is defensive line, and it's been a rough stretch. But you still got DJ Sanders, who you're trying to reel in, and you've shown you can go into the portal when you need to. You need Alex January to develop. You need Jere Bledsoe to develop. You need Sadir Mitchell to develop. And there are naysayers. There are naysayers. There are people close to the program who are like, I'm not sure Sadir Mitchell has it. This is a big year for Sadir Mitchell. He needs to show that he can be that immovable force. If those guys develop, then and Alex January develops and Melvin Hills develops, okay, and Aaron Bryant, maybe even Zach Swanson, who's a little light, but if you have that, you gotta grow those guys. You gotta grow offensive linemen, and you gotta grow defensive linemen, and it'd be nice to have a few more linebackers in the pipeline. Like they need to get one of these stud linebackers in 2025. We'll talk to Hank about that coming up because Riley Pettijohn, committed elsewhere. Committed, not signed. It's a long way to December. They got Anthony Hill late. They got Anthony Hill close, December. So don't recruiting is a long roller coaster ride. What's the longest roller coaster you've ever been on?
Man, I don't go on roller coasters no more, but I don't know, probably something Fiesta Texas had back in the Gap.
Okay.
I don't know. What's the longest one you've been on?
Well, probably that rickety one over at Fiesta Texas.
Oh, the Rattler?
Yeah, that thing hurts.
Oh, I don't even think that's still – is that still around?
That ride hurts.
That might be a safety hazard at this point where it just – like a rattlesnake. It just – it seemed like it was all wood and stuff. No. Nah.
Yeah, that one was like, oh, my God. My back hurts. My neck hurts.
My neck and my back.
It was painful. All right. So, you got to have some guys develop at the defensive line position because that's making me a little nervous.
Yeah.
And
man, you're thinking about the future and stuff. Come on, man. You have a great season here, win a national championship, something like that, and everybody's going to want to come play for you. That's how
true.
it works.
That's true. The whole regular season is going to end before signing day.
Yeah.
So you got time
to look good, to look like Kenny Baker is the shit. That's because I feel like these guys look at that Kenny Baker. He's young. Is he proven? Like Bo Davis, man, has so many skins on the wall. He got skins, tails, furs. Bo Davis been in the game for a long time. And the players that he's put in the NFL and the success that he's had, he deserves the love that he gets. So him leaving, yeah, that's tough. And Kenny Baker, only 37 years old, going on 38. Like, sometimes that's tough too.
Right.
Not on the good side. He has to prove himself.
Right. Bo Davis can say, I put all these guys in the NFL. I coached in the NFL. And Kenny Baker is like, I coached in the NFL too. But they're like, yeah, but who'd you put into the NFL?
Yeah.
So he'll get there. And Zach Swanson's at Arizona State. He's over there with, the Sun Devils with Sparky. But Aaron Bryant had a good spring, and you need Alex January and you need Melvin Hills to come on. So, it's been a rough week, but don't panic. Don't panic. Running back room's loaded. Receiver room's loaded. Quarterback room loaded. I like the offensive line recruiting. I like Brandon Baker. I like Daniel Cruz. I like how they've kind of staggered it. And if they can land this Michael Fasusi, that would be fantastic. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm good. Like, I'm very comfortable with where they're at and how the recruiting's gone. Like, yeah, you want to get everybody, but as you said, like, recruiting never ends. You never know. Like, to me, be honest, it's more nerve-wracking to have somebody committed right now that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Because they still getting calls. They go to their room after a bad game that Saturday night. They phone start ringing. You look, it says Columbus, Ohio. Huh? Same thing. You get that ring call, but like, what? Eugene, Oregon. Huh? I just had a bad game. These coaches say, hey, son, how you doing? Some coaches ain't using you right. We could use you. That's easy, like, so it's such a crazy game, this college football. And again, if you win, then those results, that's what's going to show. But yeah, Texas still has a lot to prove.
I think Jack is asking, is the depth of the D line adequate? I think it is for this season. You got Collins, you got Bill Norton, you got Vernon Broughton, Tia Savea, Jermaine Lole. You need Dre Bledsoe to be part of that 6-man rotation. And then let's see how these other guys develop, because they're the next wave of D linemen at Texas after this season. But for this season, Zay's right. I mean, stay healthy, stay focused, go get it. The culture, the want to. I mean, Quinn Ewers said, what's going to be the identity of this team? And he said, fourth quarter culture. Okay. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Yeah, that's winning time. I mean, hopefully you have comfortable leads going into the fourth quarter and you're not playing catch up. Like, nobody wants that. But yeah, those are make or break times. And those are times that separates you from the goods, the greats, and the overrateds. There's going to be a lot of teams that have a lot of talent that go into the fourth quarter and might not have that mental toughness to get it done. Will Texas be in those situations? Like year 3, Quinn Ewers, you don't think so. Year 4, Steve Sarkisian, you don't think so. But still, that talent on the other side, is everybody going to be able to step up? Like we talked about with yesterday, Anthony Hill, as good as he is, if he's that Mike linebacker with all that responsibility, is he still going to be able to take that step and be in that big-time player that we expect to only be here for 3 years total? On that other side is, drawing a quick blank, is Cam Williams. Is he going to be that guy that you can rely on the right side? You talked about it yesterday. He might be better with those bigger guys, but those quick guys, we'll be able to deal with those. And if so, will Quinn Ewers be able to see that and get the ball out of his hands, whether that's to a receiver or out of bounds or just, to where you're not getting sacked all the time? There's a lot of things that are going into this season that are on my mind. And, we're getting closer and closer to seeing what this team's really about.
Yeah. Yeah. And, CB says a lot of people took issue with what Quinn said about Texas being everyone's biggest game. And look, if Georgia's picked to win the conference and Texas is picked to finish second, or if Texas is picked to win the conference, like our man Brad Crawford at 24/7 Sports is picking, then Texas is going to be everyone's biggest game. So I'm not sweating that at all. I'm not sweating that. I mean, Texas is trying to be – Sark's trying to build Texas like Saban built Alabama, where they're the national title contender every year. So.
Yeah, and that comes with the territory. These other fan bases for these universities, they know what's up. And they know that when that burnt orange is on TV, people are watching. People are tuning in. I think Ohio State's the only other team that could mirror that, even close in college football. So Quinn Ewers is right. That's just what it is. Even if Georgia's picked, Georgia still ain't Texas. They won. They probably was like, oh, Zay, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're full of yourself. No, I'm not. I really don't think I am. I've been in Austin, Texas long enough to know what this brand means. So Quinn Ewers, that ain't no fugazi stuff. He ain't talking crazy. He is keeping it real. And people don't like that because it's true. Because it's true. And it's just another way to look at Texas and be like, oh, these entitled mucks. I can't believe they feel this way about themselves. They think they're on top of the world. They think they got all this money and country club, and they just think they're better than us. That's what all these universities that aren't Texas think, especially when they have to play them. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So Quinn Ewers, he ain't wrong by any means. I like that he said that. We talked about yesterday, Chip. You asked me who's the pressure most on for this offense. It went up now that Arch Manning is on the game. It just went up. That pressure just went up even more. I didn't even think it could do that. But we thought Arch wasn't going to be in the game. Now everybody's going to be playing with Arch. Everyone. That Manning name, you got Eli in the commercial. So if me personally, I'm probably not as mentally strong as Quinn Ewers. That hurt me a little bit. That hurt me. Be like, he in the game now. Everybody gonna be playing with him. You know what I'm saying? Even your boys. So that's another thing to look at. You know me, I'm petty. I'm gonna look at everything possible.
Well, is this a deal where we know the players' ratings?
We know Quinn's. We don't know Arch's yet. It's not going to be bigger than Quinn's. That's a fact.
It can't be, right?
It can't be. That'd be
cool.
That definitely decrease the value in the game and make it a little suspect. He gonna be in the 80s, 82, 83. He gonna be around there. They ain't gonna have him in the 70s. That's not gonna happen. But we haven't seen him play yet. So this rating, we're predicting with this rating that we're gonna give him. And I don't know if it's gonna be like the pros to where your rating fluctuates based on how good you play in real life. Like they do that for the pro games. Madden, NBA 2K, all of those fan favorites. If you playing like shit, your rating goes down. I don't know if they're going to do it because these guys are still collegiate athletes, but I could see them just keeping the rating just how it is all season long. But Quinn, he's a 92. That makes sense. I probably would have had him at a 90, you know what I'm saying? And let his rating fluctuate depending on play. I hope they do that. But yeah, that pressure got up another notch. And I think Quinn Ewers, I don't think he cares. I think he's very comfortable knowing what's going on and just going out there and putting in work.
I'll be shocked if Quinn Ewers, who to me has done such a good job of putting the blinders on, doing his own thing and not listening to all the noise. And last year he delivered a Big 12 championship. He won at Alabama. He did it with only 22 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions. That's very pedestrian. We said Dylan Gabriel had 30 touchdowns and 6 interceptions last year. Like Quinn, everyone's waiting to see if this is his Mac Jones year. Like no one expects him to go for 50 touchdown passes like Joe Burrow, but can he get to 40? Can he get to 33? Can he 35?
Give me 35. I'm good with 35.
I mean, my man, Jaden Daniels last year, of course, he ran for 1,000 yards. But
I say if Quinn would have played against BYU and Kansas State, he'd have at least 26, 27. He missed a couple of games, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. But yeah, give me 35, man.
Jaden Daniels, 40 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. Okay, so there it is.
That's fun.
There's the Mac Jones Mac Jones had 41 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. Mac Jones went to New York as a Heisman finalist. Jaden Daniels, 40 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. He also ran for 1,134 yards and 10 touchdowns. But if you want to go to New York, 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, you're a lock. You're a lock.
Yeah.
Look at that. CB. That's why he's the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Texas record is 34 touchdown passes.
Who was that, Colt?
Who was that, CB? I don't have my record book right in front of me.
Had to be Colt, right?
Yeah, probably because or Sims. I mean, I don't. Well, okay, let me grab my record book. Because remember, Texas was wishbone. You know, they didn't. They were the last of the party on the forward pass in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's Colt, man. It was that dude.
Colt in 08. That's
Baby
when you
face
should have
was
won the
happening.
Heisman, by the way. Colt absolutely should have won the Heisman in 08, not Sam Bradford. That was a joke. Most touchdown passes in a season, 34. Colt McCoy, 2008. Way to go, CB. So there you go. Let's go, Quinn. Go get you 35 touchdown passes, or maybe 40.
Yeah.
That would help get him to New York.
Thank you, CB, for sending me this via Twitter.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's
Sam
gettable.
in second. Okay, Sam.
That's gettable.
That is gettable.
That's gettable.
That's light. You know,
Yeah.
You know what? I'm changing that 35, 40, Quinn. 40. You know, F it. 40. We running the score up this year, Sark. I need a very disrespectful Steve Sarkisian this year. This is a run up the score. I need my wide receivers playing rock, paper, scissors for whoever gets which route, just like my Alabama ones. Disrespectful season. Because, yeah, a lot of people are still playing Texas. Like they're not here. Like they're same old Texas. And they got a lot to play for, man. That should piss you off still. That you're getting doubted. That everybody's so quick to pick Georgia. You know, even though they're Georgia, a lot of people are picking that just because of the past and those teams that won it. And they know that Kirby Smart's done it. And they see Steve Sarkisian and be like, he hasn't. Like when we talk to Lance will let you know early. I'm one of those ones that's not as quite as sure on Sark as everybody else. You know, so there's people out there, very credible people that still are skeptical of Steve Sarkisian and this Texas football team, man. They need to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, Sam Bradford had 50 touchdown passes in 08.
Okay, yeah, that he might have been a little soft, but talk about a pretty arm.
But Colt was also the leading rusher for Texas in 2008. Take that, Sam Bradford. I mean, if the Heisman voters would do their homework, they would have realized. And plus, Colt beat Sam Bradford.
That means something.
That was pitiful. That 2008 season.
Yeah, why we gotta bring up old shit, man? You know,
I mean, that's the year that Colt set the touchdown pass record.
I know that, but that's the year they should have won a national championship too. That's what I'm saying.
He should have. His Heisman moment was that drive against Texas Tech where he got his chin cut open. If someone could have held on to the football, you know, if the defense could have gotten a stop, then
who are you talking about?
I mean, I'm just talking about the defense getting a stop.
Okay. Anybody specific? Any specific player you're talking about?
Colt McCoy would have won the Heisman if the defense got a stop.
Okay. But there was one player that, you know, Who was that guy? I'm drawing the blank. I don't know who it is, man. That's gonna kill me all day. Damn.
Nope. I'm not gonna say it.
We're not gonna say.
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Don't say
Hey.
it. I love that guy, and I need him to have a big year this year.
That's right.
Because we're not saying he's on the hot seat. We're not saying that. But Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford had some moments last year where you were like, what the hell are y'all doing? Derek Williams too talented to have any what the hell are y'all doing moments. Andrew Makuba too talented to have any what the hell are y'all doing moments. So that guy that we're referring to, ain't gonna say his name, love him though. Played really hard during his tenure at Texas, loves the program, and he has a big year coming up too. That's him and Terry Joseph.
Okay, so this is interesting. Our Travis Johnson says, I think Jaden Blue could end up with 500 plus receiving yards. Now, I don't know. That would mean he would be getting like the way majority, like getting the Najee Harris type reps. Najee Harris was the premier back for Alabama in 2019 and 2020. It seems like Steve Sarkisian, by starting CJ Baxter as a freshman, when I was like, what are you doing? Like, the clear answer is Jonathan Brooks. And it took a foot injury to CJ Baxter against Alabama to get Brooks into the starting lineup. And
still one of the weirdest moves that we don't talk about enough just because.
So now here we are in 2024. It's CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. I hope it's a battle on merit, fall camp, into the season. Because I agree. I think Jaden Blue is special. I think Jaden Blue, and I think CJ Baxter's special, but I think Jaden Blue has the same skill set and a little more speed. So let's see. Look, first world problems. You got two great backs. But that would be my only hesitation on the 500 plus receiving yards because Bijan had like 346.
Even though Bijan won Doak Walker, he didn't get the ball enough. So that's still one of those. He could have probably had more with how talented he was, and you didn't have that much talent around him, especially not what you had in 2023. But yeah, Jaden Blue, he's a 70-yard gang waiting to happen. And we know Sark loves those screen passes, especially that one where Quinn looks left, it looks right, and it throws it to the other side. Like, yeah, that's my joint. But seems like both of those guys could be utilized in the pass game. And you're going to need that, man. They're going to be focused on Sark going long. With how much speed that you have for the wide receivers, everybody's going to be worried about DeAndre Moore, Jonte Cook, Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, all taking you over the top and trying to take you to the crib. So those dink and dunk, just drop-off passes to your backs that can go pick you up 15 yards when you barely throw it past the yards of scrimmage. Oh, man, that should be Quinn Ewer's best friend. That's what Mac Jones benefited off of when he had Najee Harris. So why not Quinn? You know, again, it's not the beautiful thing. It's not sexy. Everybody want to be sexy. Everybody want to show a little leg.
Major Applewhite said he became a monster at quarterback when he understood the importance of the check down.
See?
Just take the check down, especially when you're checking it down to Ricky Williams. How about checking it down to Jaden Blue?
That's what I'm saying.
So Bijan had 19 catches in 2022 for 314 yards. He actually had the highest yards per catch average outside of Casey Kane, who had only 8 receptions, 4 of them in that bowl game against Washington. But Bijan had 19 catches, 314 yards. He averaged 16 and a half a reception. I can see that for Jaden Blue, maybe for CJ too. But yeah, those, and I know everyone's saying he needs to hold on to the damn ball. I get it. He needs to hold on to the damn ball. Both of them do. Both of them do.
Yeah.
It's a big year. It's a big year. And I love when I asked Jaden Blue, hey, contract year? He's like, yeah, contract year. The plan, have a big year, enter the NFL draft, baby.
Yeah, you don't want to come back. I mean, Ollie Gordon, yeah, he's going to be good in the NFL, but he might lose money just because of his usage and him being beat up going into the National Football League.
Who, Ollie?
Yeah, Ollie Gordon, yeah. Like Jonathan Brooks, he in a good spot. Even though he tore his ACL, he doesn't have much wear and tear on him. So that stuff matters. And if you're Jaden Blue, you're in that same position, especially with the reps that you're going to split with CJ Baxter. So, yeah, this is a contract year for sure. I think he's going to make the most of it. And, yeah, man, take that dump off pass. We don't need to be sexy. You don't need that Sydney Sweeney and Sophia Vergara and stuff. Sometimes you can take the Queen Latifah. Sometimes you can take the Queen Latifah, Chip, the Meryl Streep, the women that just have
Helen Mirren.
That's what I'm saying.
The Judy
That's okay
Dench.
too. Kathy Bates. Those women, they get it done too. So you can take that. I'm all right with that.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah. Kathy Bates misery. Come on.
Scary.
Come on, man. Terrifying. All the awards she won in that. Man, you can't tell me shit about Kathy Bates if you haven't seen Misery. See that movie and then come back to me and ask me about Kathy Bates. And she ain't one of the most underrated actresses of all time.
Octavia Spencer. She won the Academy Award for The Help.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Just take the Octavia Spencer. You don't need the Sydney Sweeney, right, Zay?
Yeah. Even though, shout out to Sydney. We're gonna take that deep shot here now and then, Sark. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We gotta take it. We gotta test them. We gotta open up the field. We gotta let these DBs know, are y'all ready to play? You still gotta let them know. It's just take what the defense gives you too.
Are we going to SEC Media Days? Plant Time is asking. Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the situation exactly, but we're going to be down there.
Yeah. I'll be there. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Texas goes on Wednesday. And then be there on Thursday, too. I want to hear it all. I want to. So here's the rundown for SEC Media Days. We got this. We got this from the SEC yesterday. So on Monday, you've got Greg Sankey, LSU, South Carolina, Ole Miss, and Vanderbilt. So Lane Kiffin. So Zay, we got Lane Kiffin after lunch on Monday. On Tuesday, you got Georgia and Tennessee in the morning. You got Oklahoma and Mizzou in the afternoon. On Wednesday, you got Alabama, Mississippi State in the morning. Florida and Texas Wednesday afternoon. And then on Thursday, you get Arkansas and A&M in the morning and Auburn and Kentucky in the afternoon.
Cool.
So there you
how
go.
they do it.
I mean, it's on.
Oh,
They only allow 3 players.
I like that. And you know what? Finding out that Quinn Ewers, Kelvin Banks, and Jate Cook's going to be there. We talked
Jade
about
Barron.
Jade Barron, excuse me. Thank you. Jade Barron's going to be there. We talked about him yesterday, Jade, and just what his role is going to be in the 2024 season and where we expect them to be. Well, him being that leader and that captain player, that clearly hasn't changed because he wouldn't be coming if it did. Like that, he's the only player that's representing the defense. That says a lot.
It does. It does. It does. Because you could have brought Alfred.
For sure.
You could have brought Alfred Collins, 5th-year senior. Jade Barron, 5th-year senior. So,
yeah,
that's good. All right, CB wants to know, Zay, what's the lodging at SEC Media Days?
I have no information, CB. I think things are still getting trickled around to where we can figure that out. But, yeah, I have no idea. You're going to have to ask Brad tomorrow on their show, him and Buck, what's going on there. But I'm just showing up. BK going to tell me where to go. I'm going to go. I'm going to have a good time, just like Zay Collier does it. So, hey, the Airbnb in New Orleans was dope. It was cool. It was a little run down and it was a little ghetto.
Yeah.
But it was cool.
Didn't y'all have some guys running after you or something?
That was Buck's fault. Like he was provoking the homeless and shit, trying to give them shirts and, be a good person. And nah, that's not the way to go. That was a bad move. That's on Buck. If we would have just mind our business, everything would have been smooth sailing. And that happened at the very end of the trip.
The dude wanted something other than shirts?
Yeah. Yeah, they wanted something, There was some hard brothers down there. Like that's more than crack what they doing. But yeah, I don't think we'll have any of those problems in Dallas. But yeah, that was a good time. I was able to walk to restaurants and stuff. When you can walk to get gumbo, and it's some of the best gumbo you ever had in your life, I don't care where we are. Like that's a good spot to me. I'm good with a little rundown. I'm good with that.
Speaking of gumbo, the Gum Bros.
Yeah, my guy Trey Allen, no longer with us, but I don't know. You might be down there, link up with him.
Never know.
Who knows? That's my guy still.
Yeah. No hard feelings.
Yeah, definitely no hard feelings. But no, it's not what y'all think it is. There's nothing wrong with 2 heterosexual men having a bowl of gumbo. Nothing wrong with it. Just sharing a bowl of gumbo. Different spoons. Nothing wrong with it at all.
Different spoons. That is key. All right, let's get a couple of mentions in here before my man Hank South rolls up in here to give us some breakdown on what's going on with Texas Longhorns football recruiting. Audiovisual consultations, my man Tom McKay. Look, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, there's one number to call, and that is 255-8678. Because Tom McKay's been doing it for 30 years. He's put big screen TVs into 3 different houses for me. He's put them in some of your favorite restaurants like Cover 3. He's the best. And you don't have time. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town in a truck or punching holes in your drywall. So avconsultations.com, but write down this number, 255-8678. And the Brain Vault mouth guard, that's the only mouth guard that should be in your mouth or your competitor's mouths, because designed by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion. I mean, Mark Henry came on the show last week. His son Jacob has the Brain Vault mouth guard. Whether your competitor is in cheerleading or lacrosse or soccer or flag football or tackle football, the Brain Vault mouth guard, just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. You'll be glad you did. Thank us later. And cover three, where you go to hang out with your buds and have a great meal, watch your favorite team. Go say hi to Tiger Brown at Cover 3 on Anderson. Go get a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Go get those Parmesan fries. The $7 social hour menu. I mean, we're talking high-end food and a great place to watch your favorite team. And I mean, that's what it's all about. And we're going to Vegas, Zay. We're going to Vegas. And we're going to Circa. And you need to go to Circa too. You need to go to Vegas and go to Circa. And we're gonna tell you why here. Because the Circa Survivor game and the Circa Millions, come on, man. If you know what you're doing, and if you're listening to this show, you know what you're doing, then listen to this.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
You hear that? Circa Survivor, $10 million. Come on. That's a game changer right there. And all you got to do is buy a $70 ticket to go to Vegas to get into the game. And then you make your picks from home the rest of the season. Come on. That's why we're going to Circa in August. Come with us.
Yo.
We'll be there August 21st to the 24th. Come hang out with us. Get into the Circa Survivor game. Get into the Circa Millions game. You have to go to Vegas to get into the game. So $70 to fly to Vegas. Let's go.
Oh, ain't nothing. You know, the wives are coming. We're going to be at the pool. We're going to be doing shows still, gambling. You know, football season is going to be next week. Like, it's going down. It's a great preview right before the season starts, and it's going to be a great place to be. They got the best pool in Vegas. Like, that screen that they have up there to show the games and basically 6 pools around it. Like, it's dope atmosphere, and everyone should be a part of it. So, yeah, go to Circa. Check it out.
Yeah, check it out, man. You know, enjoy yourself. You've earned that. And then why don't you go win?
Hey, yo, man. We have the most ladies ever watching because they see this dark chocolate shirt off in the pool. Oh, my God. That'd be hilarious, man. I'm about it. I don't want to mess up any equipment, though. That could be a problem. But, yeah, shows will be happening, though. Don't worry.
So Sean and I went to Vegas, did the show from Vegas. He got us into the MGM, whatever that resort pool is. Jay Cutler's wife was like the host of the party.
Okay.
Kristen Cavallari.
Yeah.
And Sean, Sean's all ripped up. I'm like the old guy with socks and sandals. It was a mess, but we had a good time, man. Like the Hawaiian Tropic girls were there. It's Vegas. So
I'm completely on my Trevondre Sweat body right now, and I'm embracing it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm embracing it. Wife loves it. That's all that matters. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all good.
It's all good. Yeah. I know a lot of women that would love to try the chocolate. So I'm gonna flaunt that stuff, Flaunt it, just flaunt it. You got a lovely wife. I'm sure she loves seeing the goodies. Shout out to Sierra. So
let's go. Hey, Matt's in. Matt is in. Let's go, Matt. Come on.
It's gonna be hot as hell. If we could be inside, it's either inside or in the pool.
Don't be trying to discourage people.
I'm not. I'm just saying, like, for us doing the show, that's just, hopefully you have those fans around that spray the water and stuff. That's very popular in Vegas. If we could get that, it's going down. But
hey, they're
gonna hook us up.
I need to get your take on something, and we'll talk to Hank South here in a second from Horns 24/7 about recruiting. But did you see the commitment yesterday that Vic Schaefer got from Aaliyah Crump, the number 4 player in the nation? This girl can handle. I mean, she's 6'1". She's a guard. She's athletic as all get out. And of course, he's still going after Aaliyah Chavez, the number 1 player in the country, who happens.
I've been talking about Aaliyah Chavez for 4 years.
Yeah, who is at Lubbock, Monterey.
Yeah.
And she's getting recruited by everybody. And Vic he's in the fight, baby. And the hope is that you get Aaliyah and Aaliyah in the 2025 class. And then you can say, out, we're out.
Yeah.
Because that would be insane. But Aaliyah Crump.
Well done. Like, that's a long way from home, coming from Minnesota.
Yeah.
So to get
she's
her.
From Prince. She's from Prince Land, Lake Minnetonka. You ever see Purple Rain?
Yep.
When he's out there with Apollonia and he's on his motorcycle.
Yeah, Revolution.
She jumps in the water and she's like, it's so cold. And he's like,
this ain't nothing.
All right, there he is. The man. He is killing it. It's been an interesting week, but my man Hank South, Horns 24/7. I thought I had some scoop on Aaliyah Crump yesterday, and Hank's like, "Yeah, I already got that." I'm like, "Dang, Hank, how you doing?"
Good. How are y'all?
I mean, we're telling everybody, don't panic. Everything, like on Decory and Moore. I mean, Texas wide receiver room is so loaded right now. Let the season play out. Let some things play out. Everyone's saying, why would you go there? They got all these receivers already. Come here, do something different. Oregon maybe offering him a shoe deal or some nonsense. But it's been a little bit of a rough patch. I'm always looking at the defensive lineman, Josiah Sharma. We thought maybe he's a Texas guy, and then there's Oregon again. So give us your take on the defensive lineman first.
Yeah, and I think defensive line is probably the area where, that's kind of been the biggest gut punch, I guess, in this 2-week stretch of kind of feels like endless bad news. Obviously Texas is still getting some commitments where we're seeing guys still join the class, but it's not to the level that, Texas fans are happy with. Obviously they love the guys they got, but yeah, that interior defensive line, we just decision after decision after decision has just felt like it's been going away from Texas. It started with Josiah Sharma picking Oregon in the 11th hour. That one was done to Texas. Oregon came in, obviously, I'm sure NIL was mentioned, but, they were able to get his mind changed last second. He he committed to Oregon. Myron Charles committed to FSU. Kevin Wynn committed to FSU. We saw Zion Williams commit to LSU, who was the big defensive line target from Lufkin. That was a Bo Davis kind of thing, and he has some other ties to the LSU program. And then we saw Brandon Brown commit to or flip to LSU from Texas. That wasn't totally out of left field, but another situation where, Bo Davis played a big role there as well. So yeah, that's kind of been the area we've seen Texas kind of take most of the punches the last couple weeks. There's still scenarios where, they could flip these guys later. Sharma, I've already heard, is still talking to Texas. So that could be a situation where, when it comes time to signing a letter of intent, it could be, one more opportunity for Texas to step in if they wanted to. DJ Sanders is still out there, the big defensive lineman from Belleville. He's a big time player. That's a recruitment that's going to come down to Texas and Michigan. So we've liked Texas's chances. I think Michigan is pushing really hard to try to get him out of state. There is kind of to be determined when he makes an announcement, but that's one that they can still win. And then beyond that, it's kind of, do they go back this year and do some more evaluations? Do they try to circle back on guys that have committed elsewhere? Do they push for guys like, Chase Sims, an in-state defensive lineman that just recently committed to Texas A&M? He was a guy that, has shown a lot of interest in Texas as well. So still a lot to play out. But at the end of the day, maybe this is a cycle where Texas has to go back to the portal like they did this past year. They signed 2 high school guys and went out and got 3 interior guys from the portal. So maybe that plays out again, and they kind of, look forward to 2026 and try to get it back together there. Or, they try to make some guys they try to get some guys to flip this fall. So still a lot to play out, and it'll definitely be probably the top storyline in terms of, how is this class going to come together?
Yeah. Hank, it's so easy to just have an arrogant thought and look at Kenny Baker and be like, you know what, this guy ain't cutting it, when they haven't even played one game yet. Like, let Kenny Baker really get his feet going, because right now it's just, we don't know yet. He's telling some of these guys things that, like, okay, let's wait and see. And I think when the proof is in the pudding and Texas could possibly be that dominant team that we're all expecting them to be, then things are going to shift and there's going to be a new narrative on Kenny Baker. But I've seen a lot of them just, hate on Twitter and just how Texas fans feel about, oh, Kenny Baker, he ain't Bo Davis, this, that. Well, yeah, we knew that, but he still just hasn't had a fair shot,
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah. And I think that's that's the easiest route to take when your school misses on a top recruit is blame the position coach. It must be his fault. But from what I've heard and talked with recruits, they love Kenny Baker. And like you mentioned, he just doesn't have the full resume to fall back on yet. He's been at a lot of different stops. He's been in the NFL. He's been at the college level. So you could look at that and say, well, this guy's been around, he knows what he's doing. But until they see it, play out at Texas, that could always be something that other schools can use against him, particularly a cycle after, you lose Bo Davis to LSU. 2 of your top defensive line targets are big LSU targets as well. They were using that big time. And that was what a big thing that played into Brandon Brown flipping. I got the feeling that Brandon Brown wanted to give Kenny Baker a shot and play for Texas. I think people in his camp wanted him to go with Bo. Just because of, Bo offering him before most and, pushing for him early, which is fair. You can't argue that, really. I mean, he had a connection to Bo Davis as well. But, I think, and I wrote this the other night, like, Texas just needs the season to start. Like, they need, the games to start being played. They need to, show some, success at that interior defensive line, which, they need to continue on. Are they going to match what Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat did? I think that would be asking a lot. But if you can show some development and you show kind of that same pressure you were able to kind of put there last year or similar to, and make that kind of the strength of your defense, it's going to be fine. I think, again, he just needs to be there a little bit longer. This isn't all Kenny Baker's fault. I think a lot of this is NIL. A lot of this is just teams negatively recruiting, saying, oh, he's the first year guy. You don't know what you're getting with him. So again, just give him a year because, from everything all the recruits I've talked to, they love this guy. And, and when he joined the Texas staff too, you couldn't find a person in the coaching circles or anywhere that had anything but positive things to say about him. So, I've heard he's a great coach. He's a great teacher. We just need to see it. I think that recruiting narrative will die down as time goes on.
All right. One more, I guess, piece of not so great news. before we get on to some better news. Riley Pettijohn, what's the latest there?
Yeah, so I guess it was that June 21st weekend we kind of started to hear some buzz that Texas maybe wasn't as much in the driver's seat for him as we thought. I think started this year, I think Texas was the team to beat all the way up until mid-June. I think Texas was in the driver's seat for him. However it unfolded, we were hearing more buzz about A&M for a few days, and then kind of towards that last part of June, it was Ohio State, USC were kind of making the biggest moves for him. And, again, you can know everything about a recruitment or feel like you do at the end of May. Official visit season happens and it all changes. That's when decisions are being made, the final pitch, not final pitches, but the kind of the closing pitches to try to get these guys on board before the season starts. That's when those discussions are being had and things can change. And so, there's a lot of USC buzz, and then, we kept hearing about Ohio State. And interestingly enough, I believe Riley Pettijohn's mom is from Ohio. So there's kind of a connection there. It's not kind of him just, doing his own thing. But we heard, they were making a move for him. And, Texas had Madden Faramo on campus that June 21st weekend. And he's another big linebacker target, along with, obviously the commitment in Bo Barnes. And Pettijohn had been there the weekend prior. So, there was even some chatter, is Texas making a bigger press for Madden than they are Riley? And I don't really buy into that as much. I think Texas, obviously wants both guys if they can. They want to sign more linebackers in 2025. But it was kind of a situation where, if they did end up missing on Riley, which they did, we saw him commit to Ohio State this past Saturday. They have Madden Faramo right there. And, again, Johnny Nansen and his ability to connect with, the Polynesian community and the recruits in that demographic, maybe this could be his first big pull in that regard for Texas outside of what he was able to do in the transfer portal. So we'll see. Notre Dame, there's been a lot of confidence with Notre Dame with Madden Faramo. I think had he not taken that visit to Texas, he'd probably already be in Notre Dame's class. So I think Texas has given him a lot of pause. And he's a guy that, they kind of need to land. Like I never say there's a can't miss guy, but if you miss on Riley Pettijohn, you have Bo Barnes. Obviously he's a great player. You're probably going to get Jonathan Cunningham, but I would imagine you want to take at least 3 linebackers and Faramo's definitely a guy that you would like to bring in. So we'll see what happens with him, but yeah, interesting kind of change up in the linebacker recruiting, situation.
Hold on, Chip. I got more bad news. I just want to hear what Hank's thoughts are on the Collier and MORE situation, because we thought that was a shoo-in. Like once he decommitted from LSU, just his relationship with Colin Simmons. We saw Big Mama. She was there. Hank, Grandma, she was there. The whole family. Like it just seemed like a done deal. And as Chip said, we know that wide receiver room is loaded, but man, like you're homegrown. This is Texas. You're a Texan. I get Phil Knight, but why? What went wrong?
Yeah. I think it's a combination of a few things. When we got word, it was July 3rd, he announced that he was going to make a commitment on the 4th of July. I checked in with some sources and, on my end, there was, they're like, oh, well, we're not sure what he's going to do. And I was like, oh, that's interesting because, the feeling has kind of been, like you said, Texas was in pole position for him. Not that he ever said that, but, his family is all pro Texas. He has family in the Austin area. He visited Texas more than he's visited any other school this year. And he's been their top wide receiver target all along. And so it kind of just all seemed, Texas has done a good job of landing their top guys under Steve Sarkisian, whether it be Colin Simmons, Kelvin Banks, DJ Campbell, like Arch Manning. They usually can zero in and get these guys. Our friend Oregon stepped in and, he took that last visit. He was in Eugene that final weekend. And, maybe we should have given them more credit in that visit. Obviously, he's committed to Oregon now. But, from what I've heard is just, you can say you're from Texas. You're a Texas guy. Sometimes that drives kids away. Sometimes that plays against you. Sometimes they want to do their own thing. That's fair. I think NIL played a huge role here. I think there's, situations where, Oregon's offering one thing with their NIL and, Texas is at another position. And it's, you can't bring in, and Texas's philosophy is, you're not going to have newcomers making more than proven players. And it's easy to say, it's an easy out, but like that's just the case, especially at a position where that's wide receiver is the least of concerns for Texas. They've got a bunch of NFL guys on the roster right now. They can go out in the portal and get another Isaiah Bond or Matthew Golden this offseason if they have to. Not to mention they still have 2 5-star wide receivers in Khalil Lockett and Jamie French that are set to make decisions next month. So, would they have loved to have him? Yes, but they weren't going to, put themselves in a vulnerable spot where, they're bringing in a kid that's never played a snap of college football. And, that can mess. Kids talk. People know where other kids are at. So, you got to look out for that part too. Oregon was more comfortable there. And so I think that's what ultimately pushed it to Oregon. But I think at the same time, I don't want to make it all NIL. He really likes Oregon. Oregon works really hard on the recruiting trail. Dan Lanning is up there with Kirby Smart and, among the best head coach recruiters in the country that kind of just grind. And so I think they did a good job, selling Oregon as well. So definitely a gut punch. And it was like, I was still all Thursday, I was just waiting for Texas to, all the buzz was Oregon, we were hearing it was going to be Oregon, but, I was like, I still couldn't envision, Texas letting him get away. And at the end of the day, they did. And so interesting, definitely something we weren't expecting this time last week.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with the Texas coaches in not giving these massive bags to kids out of high school. Yeah. A&M did that 2 years ago and it all backfired. Those kids are all everywhere else.
Right.
Walter Nolan's gone. Evan Stewart's gone. Like that number 1 recruiting class of all time, they're all gone.
Yeah.
So you gotta stand for something. And I think that Steve Sarkisian has said, we're not going to bring in kids. Jim Schlossnagle has said, we're not bringing in kids whose number 1 priority is NIL because we have a great culture. We got a great team. We're going to win with or without you. I like that. And, and give the NIL to the kids who've earned it. Give it to the kids who've, gone to work, been a big part of your team, have made plays, been a good teammate. Give those kids the NIL because it's getting crazy, Hank. I was going to ask you because someone asked me yesterday in my chat, like it's one thing for the kids in college to have NIL agents, but we're seeing more and more of the high school kids with advisors or agents, right?
Right.
And that's not good because those guys are pushing for money over, hey, if you go to Texas, sure, you're going to make NIL, you're going to have a higher ceiling in NIL, and you're going to have the Longhorn Nation behind you for connections for the rest of your life. These agents don't care about that.
Right.
We just want to be able to say, I got Collier and MORE $1 million.
Right.
Don't you want me as your agent?
Yeah. You just kind of, at that point, you kind of got to hope they're just surrounding themselves with people that truly do have their best interests and not just perhaps a one-time, bag or direct deposit, however we want to say it now, and not putting yourself in the best situation for your future. And, I think Texas has done a good job. They seem to be recruiting the right kind of mindsets. And I wrote about this last week. The kids they have committed fully seem bought in. NIL is a part of it. It's a part of it for everybody. If you can't, if the money is there, if there's opportunities, absolutely, do what you think is best for you. But I think the kids they have committed, are bought in for the right reasons. They know if NIL is not the number or the amount they want there, like now, they have the opportunities to get there. And Texas is a program that, can take care of you beyond, well beyond your football playing days, with all that. So, yeah, it is kind of crazy here. And, I know I was just talking to Diabell the other day. He has an agent, but at the same time, kids in the state of Florida can profit off their NIL in high school. Kids in Texas can't yet. We'll see if that changes down the line, but kids in Florida are already getting NIL deals. And so, it makes sense. You probably want to have some sort of advisor, but you just got to hope that they're getting the right kind of people around them. And I think when Diabell in particular, his dad is a professional athlete. I'm sure he has great advice and knows who to put around him that, for their best interest. But yeah, you kind of it's a crazy area, and it's got to be exhausting for college coaches too. And I know they're making a lot of money, so they're paid to deal with it. But I mean, I can't imagine just you feel like you're in a really good spot for a kid. They're saying all the right things, and then 2 hours before they're supposed to announce, another school steps in and says, "Oh, here you go," and everything changes. So it's a wild time.
Hank, talk to us a little bit about Cade Phillips.
Yeah.
Solid cornerback commitment this past week. What is he about?
Yeah, that's a big get. Definitely, in this past couple of weeks, there have been some wins, sprinkled in there, Smith-Orogbo, then obviously Cade this past weekend. But, a kid that, he's ranked as a cornerback. He's long. I would say he's probably going to start out at safety. I think, they thought he could do both when they were recruiting him. I think he's probably aiming more towards safety to start. Maybe he switches out to corner in the end. But, big time player, a guy that Texas evaluated for most of the spring. He was at Junior Day on January 20th. They didn't offer him. They circled back on him, offered him, I think, like in late February or early March. And at that point, we really started hearing a lot of Texas buzz. LSU was pressing hard to get him. And at times, LSU looked like maybe they had the inside track, but, I think he really connected well with Blake Gideon. His family is very big Texas people. They kind of remind me of Bo Barnes's family. It's like when you talk to them in person, it's like, oh, they're going to Texas. Like, they're about Texas. And that's kind of how Cade Phillips's family is. And so big time addition. They haven't had a lot of wins in the secondary as well. We even saw Oregon get Dorian Brew, and there's been some predictions for Jonah Williams to go out to Oregon as well. I'm not sure if that's going to come to fruition, but and Aiden Anding, another guy that we thought would be in Texas's class by now, is now considering LSU heavier after they offered a couple days ago. So where you can get the wins, you want to get these wins now. And Cade Phillips is definitely a win, a guy they really, really love, and think that he can play all over the secondary. Again, I think he's going to start at safety in his early days, but definitely a guy with a lot of upside.
Hank, this Matt Bilstein says Bo Davis couldn't recruit crap at Texas. At LSU, he's getting everybody. That's probably an oversimplification, but your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely had a good couple weeks, flipping Brandon Brown. Zion Williams is a big-time player. I know the LSU was struggling in the portal as well. They were having some misses on the interior defensive line, so I don't think he's getting everybody, but he is getting two of Texas's big targets, which makes sense. He was recruiting them heavily at Texas. Maybe, again, give Kenny Baker a season, get him out there on the trail a little bit more, building these relationships and having a product on the field he can go show, when he's doing visits and he's hosting guys. And I think that'll even out. But, even Zion Williams, when we talked to him at that April 6th visit, he was talking about how he and how Kenny Baker and Bo Davis were very similar in his eyes. And, he was like, Kenny Baker reminds me of Bo Davis. So Kenny Baker's going to be fine. LSU is always going to recruit at a high level. Texas is always going to recruit at a high level. You can go through rough patches. Doesn't mean everybody's, nobody's coming to Texas anymore. Just kind of have to keep weathering the storm. Remember, last July wasn't great either. We saw some commitments around July 4th, as we have this past week. But it didn't really, pick up with the heavy hitters until, we saw Colin Simmons commit in August. We saw Brandon Baker commit in September. We saw Ryan Wingo commit in October. All 5 stars down the line, and then we saw them really,
wasn't Anthony Hill late too?
What's that?
Wasn't Anthony Hill late too?
Yeah, late flip. And, they flipped Ty Anthony Smith late. So, this is all kind of maybe predicated on Texas having a good year. I think we all assume they will. And so, if they can just parlay that with, the wins with, and just keeping the heat up on recruitments, we saw 4 flips late last cycle: Xavier Filsaime, Wardell Mack, Aaron Butler, Ty Anthony Smith. So, it's possible. You can't count them out. Texas, they're going to have a good class.
Really. Right. Let me ask you where things are with Michael Fasusi.
Yeah. So he's going to announce, we think, he put out a tweet yesterday saying big news on Friday. We believe that's a top 3. And I believe it's going to be Oklahoma, Texas A&M. For sure, Oklahoma and Texas will be in it. the third school we think will be A&M, but we'll see. But this really boils down, in our opinion, and with Texas and Oklahoma. And that's one we still feel good about Texas on. But Oklahoma has really been pressing for him, and for good reason. He's a really talented kid, obviously. He's really young too. I think he's like 15. He might have just turned 16. So he's a young kid. He's still growing, kind of still figuring things out, and all that. So, top three, probably a commitment date at some point in August. So Texas is pushing heavy. That's a guy that, they didn't really press for Ty Haywood, who was the other 5-star in state. He's probably going to Alabama. Lamont Rogers, we saw commit to Mizzou last week, and Texas obviously liked him a lot, would have loved to have him. He chose Mizzou. So, Fasusi is a guy they want to get, along with Nick Brooks, who's the other big offensive tackle from Iowa. So, if they can add that to the group of guys they have, the John Mills, the Jackson Christian, Devin, and Jordan Coleman, to get 2 top-tier tackles like Nick Brooks and Fasusi, I mean, that's a really good offensive line class, and I think one that fans would be really excited about. So still liking Texas on Fasusi, not counting out Oklahoma, but on Friday this announcement we think is going to be his top 3, along with a commitment date.
Okay. Well, you got any thoughts on Aaliyah Crump?
Man, number 4 overall player in the country per ESPN. I saw she's the only women's basketball player that signed a deal with New Balance for NIL. So she's got that going. She's won a under 16 gold medal with the U.S. team last summer. And yeah, I mean, she's big time player. I think you can make the argument that nobody's recruiting better at the University of Texas than Vic Schaefer and his staff. I mean, the talent they're bringing in. I mean, their preseason number 2, or that's kind of the expectation behind South Carolina. Yeah. I mean, all the talent they have coming back, what they got out of the portal, and then this class coming in, and then if they can get Aaliyah Crump, and then obviously their top target is Aaliyah Chavez, who's the number 1 player in the country out of Lubbock. I mean, shoot, that's a couple national championships. I don't even think that's an exaggeration. I mean, that's just what it would be. So. Yeah, I think it's a very exciting time for men's basketball. Recruited well in the portal is also have Trey Johnson coming in. I think basketball should be pretty fun this year.
That's what I'm talking about, Hank.
Yeah,
I like hearing that.
Yeah. All right, Hank, great stuff, my man.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
You and Jordan Scruggs are just knocking it out of the park. And get over to Horns 24/7 because that 50% off annual membership promo for SEC Media Days is going to expire next week. So get in and get on board. Hank, thanks so much, man. Let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Hank.
Now, let's break it down. Bringing the thunder. All right. And you know who else brings the thunder? Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking brings the thunder. How about happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30? Dollar raw oysters. Best selection of raw oysters in Austin, Texas, one of the great food cities in America. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, one of the great seafood restaurants. It's the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend in Austin, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I love the scallops. The scallops melt in your mouth. The snapper. I mean, if you love calamari, salmon, crispy salmon, it's so good. Get to Salt Traders. Have yourself a great meal. And tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right, Zay, let's get into the commentary, the chip shot. I'm just going to talk a little tennis for a moment because Lulu's son, who had the great run, she took down Emma Raducanu, the Great Britain's favorite. She took her down on center court, but today her run came to an end. She lost to Nicole Vesic from Serbia. And it was a 3-set marathon and Lulu's son. So get this. She wins the national championship at Texas. She's the clinching match for the team national championship in 2021, Lulu's son. And then she turns pro. Everyone was like, ooh, okay. And so she's been, grinding out on the challenger circuit. That's like going to Q school as a golfer, playing single A in baseball or hockey. I mean, she's out there playing these little tournaments and God knows where. She's from New Zealand. And then she had a match point against her in the second round of qualifying for Wimbledon. She survives that match. She gets through and qualifies for the main draw. That means you're now in the draw of 128 at Wimbledon. And she gets to the final 8. Her breakthrough comes in the biggest tournament in the world. And she, there she is today playing on court 1. And it didn't go her way, but guess what? Her ranking soared. She's now in the top 123, so she doesn't have to qualify anymore. And if she keeps playing this way, especially going into the hard court season, going into the U.S. Open, her confidence should just keep going up. She has a really good coach, Nick Pelsic, and she's fearless. She's a lefty. She's got a big serve. She's got a flat backhand. And I just want to give her a big old shout out. I also am a big fan of Emma Navarro. She won the national championship in singles in 2021 at Virginia. And another big time college player who also made it to the quarterfinals. She also lost today to Paulini, but great run for these college, former college stars. Lulu's son, who helped win a national championship at Texas in 2021. Peyton Stearns was also on that team, and Peyton Stearns stayed in school. She won another national championship at Texas in 2022, got her name recognition up, got a bunch of sponsor exemptions, got big time sponsors with Nike, and she's been able to play in the bigger tournaments, make more money than Lulu's son. But let's see how they start to progress, because now Lulu's kind of caught up the hard way. And, Peyton has not gotten to the quarterfinals of a major yet. And I'm cheering for both of them, but Lulu kind of fell off the map there for a minute. Now she's back, and awesome run. Wimbledon, biggest tournament in the world. Great week for Lulu's son, for Emma Navarro. So keep up the good work.
Represent.
Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Go check them out down there at the beautiful 42 acres located in Bee Cave. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Covert Bee Cave, they are just great at providing the customer with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. All of those 7 brands I just named. If you want to check them out, go to covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Yeah, for the right call today, I just want to touch up on what Arch Manning putting himself in the new EA Sports college football video game means. This game might be the most anticipated game in the history of any type of sports game, let alone any video game. With the 11-year drought from 2014 that had Denard Robinson on the cover for Michigan, it's been a long time. Like, people have been playing that game up to this point. And that game is on dated-ass graphics and playing with old-ass players. But I think there's versions of where you could update it to where, pick which season that you want that they missed on the real games. But still, it's bootleg if you do that. It's not the same. It's not real. And, man, this is a big deal. Like, salute to Arch Manning. salute to EA for having the promo. And if you haven't seen the promo where Arch is introducing himself to the game, it's pretty cool. It's going around all type of social medias right now, but it's Eli and he's calling out plays and he's at his house and he has his headset on and he's calling out plays to Arch, and Arch is like, "You sure, coach? I mean, Uncle E." And it's cute, just a little banner that they go back and forth, and Arch is wearing his shoulder pads but playing the game, and it's cool. It's cool how EA did that. And yeah, before Chip, knowing that Arch wasn't going to be in the game because we've just kind of heard how his family wanted to go about his NIL situations, I think it's important for him to be in the game. It is, because you're a part of your team. Like, I'm sure everybody on the team is on it. So why would you be that lone guy just because the name on your back is different from the rest of your squad? Like, I get that. They're trying to protect them. They want him to be fair and organic, like the whole, you're not going to get NIL money until you start, and when you do, it's always going to go to charity. Like, yeah, that's cute and stuff, but he's still a college athlete. Like, enjoy it. This is a part of it. This comes with it. There's a lot of guys that weren't even allowed to be in the game because there wasn't no damn game. So now that there is, and you have the opportunity, take advantage of it, young man. And he's doing that. And man, hey, that's what I'm talking about. It puts a little pressure on Quinn Ewers, but Quinn ain't worried about that pressure. That's that outside noise stuff. But at the end of the day, it's big for Arch Manning to be in this game along with his teammates, because he could go in that locker room and say, "Yo, I'm just like one of you guys, but I have a lot of football history with this last name that a lot of people won't ever get to experience. But you can still do some things like your team and have that bond and share it with them through a game like this." And the fact that Arch Manning and the whole family realized that, that's big of him. And I think that's very important for the whole locker room.
I mean, I think it's awesome. And I don't know if people know how close Arch and Quinn are. Quinn flew Arch to the Manning Passing Academy on his, jet deal with Nicholas Air. That's pretty cool, because we know the Mannings have some bread. And so I just think it's cool. I mean, Arch said it, the Manning Passing Academy is one of my best friends. And I think that Arch is really fitting in as a teammate. I think he's a really good teammate. And I think Quinn is too.
Yeah.
And that's, again, Texas fans, thank your lucky stars that you've got these two guys who are great teammates. They're about the team's success at a time where kids are all about me, and NIL. So Arch Manning's a throwback. Quinn is too, kind of. And I just think these two are different dudes. And I hope they have all the success they want, because I think they work hard. I think they grind. I think they're about their teammates. And that makes a big difference. If you've got that culture, that camaraderie, that cohesion, that's going to get you through the adversity. That's going to get you through when things go sideways. You all look at each other and say, "We got this. We got this."
Yeah.
And I think there's some of that going on in that quarterback room.
Yeah, 100%. And to what CB is saying here, like, yeah, you don't got to worry about that toxic energy that Major and Chris Sims were going through. That's the last thing you want. Like,
right.
Oh, hearing about old Matt Stafford's wife dating the backup just to get under his skin during their Georgia days, man. Shit. Ain't no way. Not in my locker room. If I'm a coach, that makes me lose my mind. They never won anything.
I'm sure that Matt Stafford and his wife have joked about that privately 100 times, but the rest of the world didn't need to know about that.
I did. I'm glad she said that.
Well, yeah, because you're Percy Hilton.
Yeah, that was petty.
That's some fresh meat for my man, Thursday Hilton.
Oh, yeah, man. She was hitting her head on the headboard, and Matt Roon was on the other side type stuff.
Hey, don't you know?
That's the shit I want to hear.
Hey, you know some Lions fan, because the Rams open against the Lions. You know some Lions fan is going to dig up a picture of that guy.
Yeah.
And have him on a fat head, hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Here's your old buddy.
Well, and that dude's not the prettiest guy. He has a
already seen
family
him?
and stuff. Yeah, what's his name?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I'm counting on you.
We had it.
You're the king of
it's
petty.
a month-old story by now. We had it.
I can find it in 6 seconds. But
yeah, we can find it in 6 seconds.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, who was the backup? Joe Cox.
Oh.
Joe Cox. Yeah, he looked like
give me that Cox. says what's her name? What's Stafford's wife's name?
Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly.
That's Joe right there. Look at Joe with a sister.
Let me see Joe.
Look at Joe with a
Joe.
sister.
There he is.
Yeah, this is Kelly Stafford's little apology to Joe and the family, because I think Joe was with her in his college days too. And I don't think Joe's wife knew about this. Or maybe she did, who knows? But Kelly tried to be, the same.
Joe looks like a bald Brad Kellner. Right? Am I wrong?
I mean, if all white people look the same, sure.
I don't know. My eyes aren't that good, but I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll let everyone else.
He's white. That's bald.
He's just white.
Yeah, I mean,
he's just white.
Yeah, old Joe Cox though. Hey, Kelly. If you were rocking Joe's world to get back at Matt, make him chase you, that's what you got to do. That's love, baby. That's love.
It worked.
It worked. She bagged him,
She
Georgia
apologized. She
back then.
apologized.
Yeah, she said, I'm sorry.
She said, I'm sorry. She said,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I had a mouthful of Joe, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, though.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm sorry, though. I guess. But Matt's more forgiving than me. He's won a Super Bowl, really good career, borderline Hall of Famer. Play with one of the greatest wide receivers of all time in Calvin Johnson. Matt Stafford's had a good life. So,
Though Kelly is sorry for throwing a spotlight on Joe and his family, she does not regret how dating him led her to marrying Matthew. In fact, she noted in a separate post, it was 16 years ago. And if you asked Matthew and I if we would change anything back then, nope.
I mean, yeah, because it's, I feel like somebody can make a rom-com about it later on, or a bootleg Lifetime version, and keep their names out of it. That get a lot of clicks. But I don't know. Matt was very aggressive. Like the whole him just jumping in her car and he wouldn't leave until he got off his, 2 cents. If he had a knife in his hand, people will mistake him for OJ. I'm just saying. That's a little aggressive. OJ was doing shit like that. You can't tell me OJ wasn't jumping in Nicole's car talking about, this Marcus Allen, he ain't no good. Something ain't right. Like, that's a bold move. I would never jump in another woman's car and she tells me to get out and be like, no. I ain't going nowhere until you hear what I got to say. That ain't romantic. that's abusive. So that's hearing that, and now she's all turned on by it, which, they some freaks. Matt and Kelly.
They some freaks?
Stuff. That sounds freaky.
They some freaks.
That sounds, that sounds like some stuff. And I don't know if she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. I really don't know, Matt, because she was with him in college. So we all knew Matt Stafford was going to be a professional football player.
That was pre-NIL.
I give, when you're in college, you could still be a gold digger then, but she was also a Georgia student too. They met there. That's just a classic story. Brittany Mahomes, who was with Patrick Mahomes back in high school, like she's real faithful. There ain't no gold digging with her. Like it's those.
She had him in the friend zone.
Yeah,
and he was trying to get out of the friend zone. Then he got out of the friend zone, and the rest is history. Did you see Mahomes? He was at Wimbledon.
Yeah, saw him.
Yeah, man.
I also saw your boy Travis Kelce crying at the Taylor Swift concert when she sung the song about him.
Oh yeah,
that's gone viral on TikTok. When's he gonna pop the question? He's got to do it soon, right? I don't know if they've talked about it. Maybe because Taylor. That's the thing. I feel like he should have done it by now, but Taylor, I don't know. She has commitment issues. That's something that you're gonna have to pay attention to. It's just the history. I'm just looking at the history.
Like, do they really have what it takes to go the distance?
I want to say they do. I want to really believe it.
Shouldn't they just keep dating?
What you mean? They've done everything at this point. What haven't they done?
All right.
He's about to retire. He doesn't have many years left.
She needs breakups for new writing material.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is that in the back of his mind on why he just can't get down on that bended knee? That's Boyz II Men said back in the day. You know? He's crying at concerts. She's kissing him after the Super Bowl. It looks like love to me.
All right, let's bring in the fellas from SEC Unfiltered, Chris and Cole. EA Sports, I'm not in the game.
I'm not. I didn't think he was either, but apparently I guess now everyone has a price. $60,000 later, that gets you in the game. Ain't that right, Zay?
Damn, $60,000?
$60,000. All
that
for his name to be in the game this year.
Is that what it took for Arch?
That's what it took for Arch. But for me,
reportedly, yeah.
Allegedly.
For me, it just would have taken, give me a PS5 in the game. I would have gladly just signed up for that. I don't even have that in my house right now.
Oh, man, you could have given me a Sega Genesis, and I would have been good.
Give me something to where I can play the game on. I'll take that. I don't need $60,000. My parents aren't, related to football royalty. I just want the game. I can't afford a PS5 right now, let alone be able to go afford the game. I'm sad.
Yeah, I'm still going back and forth right now whether I'm going to take the PS5 to Dallas. I'm siding towards no, but it's gonna kill me next week being there and not playing it until the weekend. That's gonna be tough. Whatever. It is what it is.
I thought the same thing, Chris. I was like,
I just don't want to risk. I just don't want to risk taking the PS5, traveling, and then I'm like, if I get to the Airbnb and the Wi-Fi isn't great anyways, like it's gonna take who knows how long to actually download the game. So what's the point? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm gonna probably have to be patient, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. So we'll just we'll hang in there. We'll have plenty to keep us distracted. So, but I didn't get 50K either. Just FYI.
Yeah.
Well, you fellas, we will hand it off. Have a great show, and we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, Chip and Zay, appreciate y'all, man. Always a pleasure. Cole, what's going on, man? Great to see you again. What's going on, guys? We are SEC Unfiltered here on this Tuesday, July the 9th. Appreciate you all tuning in and hanging out with us for the next hour. Again, we're live right here Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3
Mountain Time for the fine folks of West Texas as well. Again, of course, I'm Chris Phillips. He is Cole Thompson, and we are here rocking and rolling. Yes, we are less than a week away until EA College Football 25 will officially be out. And I'm kind of nervous, Cole, because it's going to be difficult to get folks to come on this show and create content at all. I think some people are going to be asking for a couple weeks off, a couple weeks leave of absence so they can get some hours in. But no, I'm kidding. Either way, Cole, what's going on, man?
I can't. So yeah, screw
hey,
it.
The beautiful thing is you can kind of tie that into content. So it's going to, I'm not a huge gamer. My gaming more so now, the only time I've played video games where it hasn't really, been for content purposes, I've dabbled in a little bit of the golf games just for fun. I love golf. Like those are some fun games. During COVID, I played a lot of Call of Duty. We had a lot of downtime. Other than that, though, Cole, funny enough, too, when it was when COVID hit, I was like, hey, we got to have some sports to talk about or something to talk about. So I actually bought MLB The Show and NBA 2K, and there were people out there that had like these college mods and they had rosters. And I was sitting there simulating seasons because there was no season. So that was a lot of fun, too. But, the content that's about to hit from EA College Football 25, like the amount of – we're about to get on the timeline, and it's just going to be nothing but clips from the game. Nothing but that. Yeah.
And I have to live vicariously through it because I can afford a PS5, which is so ridiculous. Like, I get it. I know what the reasoning is behind it, but like every other video game still is allowing PS4 people to feel like that they're important and that they don't have to spend an egregious amount of money to enjoy life. Like, everyone says you can't buy happiness, but I've waited, 11 years for this video game to come out, and that buys my happiness. So, like my fandom, it can be bought, and apparently that's what
you know what sucks too, Cole, is if you want to be, you could do definitely the whole Facebook Marketplace or eBay route or whatever. But if you want to get rid of an old gaming console, because I've got a PS4 too, so I've got the PS3, 4, and 5, right? But if I were to take the PS4 to like GameStop, I'm getting like $20, literally. So there's no point.
It's stupid. Like that's the reason. Like I remember there's been. My buddy, when he moved back to New York, gave me all of his video games. He's like, here, you know what? I'm not going to need these anymore. Go to GameStop and sell them. Keep the profit. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I realized that was just an errand for me to do something he didn't want because of all 15 video games that he had came out to a combined $14. So it's like, oh, yeah, this is my life now. I'm glad that I get to buy lunch by doing an errand for you. I appreciate you, Jake Asman, because I know you're watching this program. I can see you through the television screen going, crap, he found out about my malarkey, didn't he? Yeah, I did. Now I'm calling you out.
Cole, it's great to chat with you once again, man. Obviously, you guys did a great job last week. I appreciate you holding down the fort. Again, we got a lot to get into. We'll start with the EA College Ball 25 thing really quickly, Cole. Arch Manning, we found out today, he's in the game. I think it was a masterful job by him to pretend like he wasn't going to be in, wait and get the bag, use his name to promote the game, which is kind of funny based off of what he said a couple months ago. He didn't want to be a distraction or whatever. Either way, I don't care. Whatever. He's in the game. Are you any more or less same excited for the game? I'm the same. I honestly almost got to a point, Cole, where I forgot he wasn't in it. I'll be honest with you. Like I didn't even really think about it, to be honest. So, it's cool that he's in it, but, I'm the same. It doesn't really change my excitement level at all. So,
I think my appreciation for Eli Manning's comedic timing went up. I'll give it that. The dude's actually pretty funny. Like, Peyton gets all the high praise because of what he does. And he's on Saturday Night Live and he's hitting the kids in the back of the head with a football. And meanwhile, Eli, the forgotten brother, sitting over here like, hey, I'm funny too. And yeah, his timing was perfect. No, it doesn't change. You mean now I can play with Arch Manning a year after I play with Quinn Ewers, which by the way, I probably won't do because of why would I play that game unless I'm going up against a friend? I'm going to be in dynasty mode whenever I get the game for, I don't even know how many months, with Kennesaw State winning a championship for the Owls. So it's like, is he transferring to the Owls? Because at that point, yeah, we're good. But until then, he's in the game. All right. Good job, I guess.
Who's going to be your team whenever you do get the game you're going to build a dynasty with? Is that Kennesaw State?
Kennesaw State, 100%. I've accepted the reality that there's three things I love about it. Number one, small stadium, which means that place is going to be rocking when it's jam-packed and a top 25 team comes to town. Number two has to be in the southeastern region, so I want to make sure I'm staying close to my roots. And number three, got to have a cool jersey combination with the logo. I think the K with the flying wings on the outside is awesome, and you can't go wrong with black and yellow. Honestly, there's very few combinations that you can go 100% wrong with. Black and yellow is at the very top of the list.
You and I, Cole, may have had this conversation before when it comes to starting dynasties, building up dynasties. Do you think App State's a cop-out? Is that?
No, here's the reason why. They weren't in the original game. Right. That's why.
See, so that's who I wanted to go with, but I was told that essentially that's not a hard enough challenge, right? Because App State is a solid program. But my thought process was this. I've had a soft spot for App State. Grew up going up there in the mountains, hanging out, whatever. We went to Boone a couple times. I watched the 3 straight national championships with my grandfather, just watching those games. Kind of we'd catch the title games. Either way, I look at it more so as it's getting App State back to what they used to be at the D1 AA level. So, I mean, they're not Kennesaw State. They're not Ohio. They're not Georgia State, but it's still a build. It's still a sizable build, like to beat Georgia, so no, I think I'm gonna roll with App State.
Again, the thing is, dude, they weren't in the original game. That's like me saying I want to play a Coastal. Like if I want to play down in Myrtle Beach, I would, because you want to know why? The shots aren't in the original game. If I want to have them in this game, I'm gonna play with them in this game. But it's like that's where the conversation goes. You can't say, oh, well, I want to play with, I don't know, who's a really good team. Like to me, like saying Troy or saying South Alabama or saying if you really want to, like maybe if you threw in Rice for that matter. Like those are teams that they're not great, they're not terrible, but like they've been in the game. Kansas State's never been in the game. Chanticleers have never been in the game. That automatically kind of crosses it off. It's a first timer. Like I live right up the road from Sam Houston. Like Huntsville is probably about an hour and 15 minutes away. Like if Casey Keeler's offense was so dynamic and they balled out last year the way JMU did when they entered the atmosphere, people were saying, oh, well, that's going to be a cop-out. But they've never been in the game. Like they weren't in the game before. They were at the FCS level. I'm sorry. Last time I checked, if you're new to the game, you get a pass. That's automatically easy. So just because of you have Sean Clark doing great stuff right now up in Boone, North Carolina, doesn't mean that it's a cop-out. In my opinion, if you haven't been in the game, you get to be in the game. That's automatically rule number one for me.
I may have to cop some App State stuff. Just start rocking the the Mountaineers on the EA College Ball 25 content. Now, I was thinking too, Sam Houston. It was cool seeing them in the trailers, and I guess UTEP would fall in that category too, right? A build a dynasty. Would that be fair?
I think so. Jacksonville State would. I know that.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, Jacksonville State would.
There's a lot of Sun Belt teams that would be really fun to play with. Very
honestly, there's a reason why it's called the Fun Belt, because if it really is fun. Like this is where you know that you're a college football sicko and it kind of just destroys your life and even your friendships with people. When it's Monday night, when it's Tuesday night and you're watching Maction and then you're praying to God that there's a good Fun Belt game on Thursday night, that way you don't have to watch the NFL. Like I am a sicko that will watch any game that's on television. Like I am fully invested in Buffalo versus Eastern Michigan in the MAC on a Tuesday, followed up by an App State versus a Troy on a Thursday, followed up by 11:30 rolls around Utah State taking on UNLV, like in the Mountain West. Give me all of that and I'm going to be good. I'm going to be locked in. Like that is my MO.
Especially too, when we've got the gambling side of things. I will be participating heavily in that. We will be, for those that don't know, I've always talked gambling, done SEC gambling picks, whatever. We will talk more gambling this college football season than we ever have before. We will be placing more wagers than we ever have before. So that is going to be a major, major staple of our content this year. We actually released, we'll start there, Cole. Let's switch it up a little bit again. There's some things I want to get into. I want to get your takes on some media day stuff. I want you to grill my SEC power rankings that I dropped late last night that have Even caught the attention of one Lane Kiffin, that was very funny this morning. But some spreads dropping today. I'm going to rattle these off for you here. Our friends over at FanDuel Sportsbook. And you're going to notice there's a couple teams not mentioned because they are playing, I think, FCS opponents. You don't get spreads for those games. So, for example, I think Arkansas and I think it's Alabama A&M. Or maybe, no, that's Auburn.
It's Arkansas Pine Bluff, I think.
Yes. So, like, that one's not listed. Auburn and Alabama A&M is not listed. But the majority of these games are. So, running through it really quickly. Oklahoma minus 41.5 against Temple. Georgia minus 13.5 against Clemson. Vandy plus 13.5 against Va Tech. Tennessee minus 41.5 against Chattanooga. You got Florida plus 2.5 against Miami. Texas minus 35.5 against Colorado State. South Carolina minus 20.5 against Old Dominion. Bama minus 30.5 against Western Kentucky. Ole Miss minus 42.5 against Furman. Texas A&M minus 1.5 against Notre Dame. Kentucky minus 25.5 against Southern Miss. And LSU minus 6.5 against Southern Cal. Those are the SEC spreads we know right now. Cole, let's jump to the one that I know just caught your attention. I saw your face. A&M. What do you think about A&M being a favorite over Notre Dame in Elko's first game?
Home field advantage. That's it. Like that's got to be it. Because in my opinion, there's question marks for Notre Dame. There's question marks for Texas A&M. Like there are. You can go ahead and say, I believe Connor Wegman's going to be really good. There's a buddy of mine that does coverage over at Pro Football Focus, and he ranked as the top quarterback prospect going into this year, Connor Wegman. And it's not that shocking based off of how he plays football. It's not that shocking based off of what he's able to do and what in a small sample size we've seen. But it's a brand new offensive identity headlined by Colin Klein, which completely differs from Jimbo Fisher's attack, which also differs from Bobby Petrino's attack. So it's like, okay, cool. Are we really going to say that now without Anaya Smith also in the fold that there's a legit number one receiver that you immediately trust? Donovan Green's going to be coming off a torn ACL. The offensive line last year was a turnstile. How much better is it with Adam Cushing leading the charge? And then you bring in Mike Denbrock over to Notre Dame, and that, in my opinion, could be a cheat code for the wide receivers and for tight end play. I mean, last year, people again don't want to admit that LSU deserves as much flack when talking about them in a negative light as USC does, because much like USC did in 2022, LSU last year wasted a Heisman Trophy worthy season on a quarterback that could have gone to the college football playoff and dominated. And that's because of Denbrock's offense. So it's like the home field advantage is the only reason why I think that gives you a stable point, because of, yes, it's going to be a new system for Riley Leonard. And yes, it's going to be a new identity for the defense at times. But yes, you're going to have some question marks when it comes to your wide receivers for Notre Dame. But overall, it's like, I still know what I'm getting from an Al Golden-led unit. I still saw what Denbrock did last year against this same defense. New pieces and a new coordinator, but I know what they are. It's got to be home field advantage. Like that, like that's the only way this makes sense, which again, I get 1.5 point line. It's just, toss up, 50-50 call your shot. But I'm guessing that 1.5 points. It's kind of like how we talked about before, Oklahoma, Tennessee. If the game's in Knoxville, I think Tennessee is a favorite by 7.5. I think in Norman, Oklahoma's a favorite by maybe only 2.5.
It did catch my eye as well to see Texas A&M favored in that game, and it really just goes with the theme of A&M catching wild preseason hype. Where would you put, just out of curiosity, where would you put Connor Wegman right now amongst SEC quarterbacks? Would you say he's a top 5? Is he top 8? Is he bottom 3rd until he proves he can stay healthy an entire season? Like where is Wegman? Because I agree with you, or whoever, I guess the NFL draft,
Trevor Sikkema.
Yeah, I mean, I think when if you told me right now Connor Wegman's going to stay healthy the entire year, I think he's a top 5 quarterback in the league. But I just don't know if that's going to happen.
Here's my thing. So, like, you and I know this. SEC Michael Bratton's getting a ton of flack for putting Brady Cook at number 1. Power to you, buddy. Listen, I'm all for going and being against the grain, and my QB1 differs from almost everyone else's. But there is a fine line. But he says at the very beginning, I grade quarterbacks differently. I also grade based off of personnel rooms. Well, my rule is automatically for a quarterback, if you've played less than 2 games in your entire career, you are at the bottom immediately. So like Nico and Jackson Arnold going into my power rankings this year, they're going to be ranked 15 and 16. And so is Brock Vandergriff. I think all of them can be top 5 by the season's end. So it's like, That doesn't mean that I don't think they're good. It means I have no idea what they are. So I'm not even going to try to guess what they are at this point. So I just immediately
enjoy those Tennessee fans in your mentions, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. That's 100% going to be a big deal. And that's the thing. It's power. It's like when everyone says power rankings versus power ratings. Okay, well, there's different. I mean, not really, but still. Wegman to me is bottom 5 because he just isn't healthy. I gotta see it. Like, I know what the floor is on Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt. I know what the ceiling is. I know what the floor is when it comes to Graham Mertz. I know what the ceiling is. I know what these quarterbacks can do. So I'm not guessing going into the year, what can I expect from this guy? But when he's healthy, it's not going to shock me if he's top 7. I mean, I would still probably say Jalen Milrose ahead of him, Carson Beck's ahead of him, Jackson Dart's ahead of him. You could probably throw Garrett Nussmeier on a healthy day if you get the complete version of him ahead of him. Like, all of that aside, the talent's there. I just got to see it. And I got to see it on a consistent basis. Because at one point, he was showing at the very end of the 2022 season that he could be a difference maker. But also, he wasn't fully healthy. Like, I mean, that's what happened. You play 3 games, and then you face off against Auburn, and by the end of the second quarter, your season's done. And much like that, A&M's chances of going 10 wins was done at the same time.
I think I'm curious now to see your quarterback rankings. Mine will drop tonight. Actually, we're doing this essentially every single night. It's list week for me at SEC Unfiltered, so I'll have quarterback rankings tonight. I'll have head coach tomorrow. I'll have predicted order to finish. We're gonna have some fun with some stadium rankings as well. But the power rankings got people going. I think quarterback rankings are going to. I don't even feel like my quarterback rankings are that outlandish. I can tell you Brady Cook ain't number 1.
He's not number 1 for me either.
No. I mean, Diego Pavia is not 16 for me either. So just stay tuned. It'll be fun. Anyways, moving into Cole, the power rankings. I had Ole Miss at 2, Texas is 3. Tell me why I'm just dead wrong.
You're not.
No, okay.
You're not.
Yeah, I feel like that's the one. I feel like that's the one people would balk at. I'm sure many folks tuning to here are going to balk at that. And we're splitting hairs, right? Like those top teams, we're splitting hairs. And I dropped the graphic today, or I dropped the image today of, predict Ole Miss's schedule. And we're going to be dropping predictions in the coming weeks. Dude, if Ole Miss wins less than 10 games, I mean, it's just a complete – things went off the rails for them, I feel like.
Times have changed. I mean, honestly, when you look at how many players they brought in via the portal, especially at running back to make up for and again, there's this fine line that we go with quality versus quantity. The quantity of running back they have to make up for the lost production of the quality of a player in Quinshon Judkins is kind of unnecessary at this point. It really is. Like, it's almost bafflingly bad. And like at the same point, everyone's returning. You didn't lose your starting wide receiver in Trey Harris that balled out last year and would have probably finished with over 1,000 yards if he didn't miss 2 games. You didn't lose Jackson Dart, who, spoiler alert, ladies and gentlemen, that is QB1 for me going into this year. So there we go on that. You didn't lose Caden Prieskorn. He's going to be an all SEC preseason tight end, whether it be first team or second team. You didn't lose anything when it came to your defensive front. In fact, you added more to your defensive front. Like, they also have a manageable schedule. Like, it's 2 games that really you're worried about, and both of them are at home. And then you can maybe throw in LSU as like that trap game. And even still, you're asking to lose 2 and win 1. Go 1-2 in that stretch. Maybe you go 2-1 in that stretch. So it's like, for Texas, the reason why I get your reasoning behind it, they still got to show it. Like, I got to see them in the SEC. And again, Texas is a good team. But the question that I have is the question I've had for a while. Do they play down to the level of competition? Because they did all the time in the Big 12. It doesn't mean that they can't end up having great success in the SEC. And I think that they're a playoff team, top to bottom roster-wise. But when you play down against a Houston or a Wyoming or against a TCU, teams that weren't bowl eligible last year, it's a bad look, but it's not a death sentence. The SEC, it is. You can't go play against a Kentucky squad and have a down game going into the fourth quarter unless you know your offense is going to come to life. So it's a little different. I think both these teams are 10-2 rosters, 11-1 potential. it's really at this point splitting hairs. Like one's established in the SEC and the other one isn't. That doesn't mean though Texas is not as good as Ole Miss. In fact, in my opinion, they could be better than Ole Miss ceiling wise. You just got to see it. There's the whole argument that we have right now, and I've gotten in this fight with people. I said earlier that Jackson Arnold knew he was probably going to compete with Dillon Gabriel for a starting job because BV was never going to let him leave Norman. Like that was the quarterback he brought in. So he was going to be willing to maybe risk losing a guy like Dillon Gabriel. But like when you look at Dillon Gabriel and Quinn Ewers, Oklahoma might have a better feel about them going into the SEC with a veteran quarterback compared to Texas that does have a veteran quarterback. But it's the same thing. Ole Miss is established in the SEC. Texas isn't. That's it.
And I would agree with you, Cole, too. It's going to be, and I know Texas fans are going to get really sick of hearing. Oklahoma fans are already sick of it. But, yeah, talking about the SEC grind, and I was asked about that. I went on an Oklahoma radio station. They were asking me. They made the argument, Cole, I want to get your take on this. They made the argument that it'll actually be easier to stay focused on a week-in, week-out basis because the matchups are bigger, right? Even the smaller matchups are bigger matchups, right? It's going to be even playing Kentucky is a bigger game than playing Iowa State or Kansas State. All due respect to these schools, by the way, but it just is. So, I mean, do you buy that at all? That now that the competition has risen, like all these, Texas and Oklahoma, they'll be locked in more. Like, does that make sense to you? Because I thought it was a really interesting logic they were trying to use.
Yeah, it makes sense. The question is that we've seen teams get complacent before in the SEC. Like, again, that's the whole point is that you talk about getting complacent against an Iowa State or a Baylor or a West Virginia, and then you trip up at the last second. Yeah, that's one thing, but it's the same thing in the SEC. I mean, Alabama got complacent against South Florida. Like, I mean, that's what we're talking about here. You've seen Tennessee get complacent against terrible teams. The South Carolina game a few years ago. You figured, okay, well, we definitely feel good about our chances because you know what? Even though we lost Hendon Hooker, we still have Joe Milton, and he knows the offense because he started and he won the job. And South Carolina ran rampant against them. Like, you get complacent. It happens. So do I think yes, the competition level being raised is going to be a difference maker? Certainly in the sense, because if you know that you aren't allowed to play anything less than A- football to walk away with the victory, but that doesn't mean you still won't get complacent. That doesn't mean that you still won't think at one point in the middle of the third quarter, we got this thing locked up. And then it's the fourth quarter and you're only up by 3 and you're going, we got to get a touchdown now. Like we have to end this and we got to get out of here unscathed. Because that happens for even the best of teams in the SEC. The challenges don't change, just the competition does.
Cole, I realized, by the way, I blew through the week one lines. We're going to go back to those in a second, but I want to get your take on these power rankings. I'm going to go row by row here, and you tell me if and where.
I know where. You already messed up.
Right. You're right.
I know where.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of places where you'll have objections. And again, for the folks tuned in, you've probably seen these on social media. But again, my SEC power rankings, they are on social media. We dropped a YouTube video last night as well that premiered that a lot of you guys tuned into. Appreciate it. But and I know a lot of Texas fans disagree with the rankings in the top 4: Georgia, Ole Miss, Texas, Bama. You going somebody different than Bama? Or do you agree with the top 3? I would assume you agree with the top 3.
Yes, top 3.
Okay,
top 4 I agree with actually.
Is Bama okay? So you agree with Bama in the 4 spot? Okay, I thought maybe you were going to go Mizzou because you've been heavy Mizzou, and this is where we may disagree on the next line because I've got 5 through 8: Tennessee, Mizzou, LSU, Oklahoma. What's your? There's going to be a lot of disagreement with 5 because you could jumble those up, especially 5 through 7. Tennessee, Mizzou with LSU is kind of in their own little bubble, I feel like.
Oh, they're all mixed up. Like, that's it. Immediately, Mizzou's 5. Mizzou's 5. Like.
Okay. All right.
Chris, listen, it's the SEC. There is no such thing as an easy schedule. For any Mizzou fan out here.
I don't know. Look at Ole Miss's schedule we posted today. That one's pretty, one too.
There's no such thing as an easy
manageable.
schedule.
Manageable.
I'll give you this. Manageable is even a strong word for me. But you're talking about 10 wins for Ole Miss. I mean, how are you not saying the same thing about Missouri? Like, I mean, they got Murray State. It's basically the same thing. And they don't have to play LSU. And they don't have to go to Death Valley at night. And they have to play Alabama. but we don't know if Alabama's going to be Alabama just yet entirely. So it's like they also return everyone on offense. They also return a lot of talent on defense. They also got a guy who a lot of people are sleeping on. And by the way, our X Factor series that we're running right now on SEC Unfiltered, I just did the video, so I'll spoil it for you. Corey Batum was a coordinator for a top 20 defense last year. You don't do that if you're not good at your job. I don't care what level you're at. Like, the Sun Belt's a very qualified competition, and Corey Batum went down to the wire with Troy every single time, and his defense was a big reason why John Summerall almost wasn't a back-to-back champion. He's going to do a fine job, I think, replacing Blake Baker. I don't have a question with that. So I'm looking at Mizzou. I'm like, really? Over Tennessee? Like, I get it. The hype is there, but I'm not entirely sold just yet. Or LSU, right in that competition. No, I say Mizzou's right there. I then go LSU. And I get it. I understand that LSU is going to have a lot more question marks on the defensive side. But there's always this rule that I've had in the back of my head, which is if you don't get the quality of the player, you better get the quality of a coach. And that's what they got in Bo Davis on the defensive line. So I already think that, yes, does it stink that you watch Dominic Williams, Derek Harmon, Simeon Barrow all go to other universities for big NIL funds? Yeah, I get that. Sucks. You're LSU. You think that you're supposed to be able to own everything because you kind of do at this point. But you got Bo Davis. And to me, that's like replacing one full-time starter and turning it into a quality overall play. Like Gio Payne coming on over from Wisconsin may not be as good as Dominic Williams, but he still is a pretty damn good player. And on offense, I know what I'm getting in the upside of Garrett Nussmeier. I don't know if it's going to work for a full 12-game season, but I know what the upside is. CJ Daniels is a stud. Kyron Lacey's not going to have to deal with being the third target opposite of Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors. They got the best player in college football for my money in Will Campbell at left tackle. Emory Jones is another top 20 player in college football. So it's like we're splitting hairs at this point of what we're talking about when it comes to LSU. And then I got Tennessee at 7 because for me, Tennessee, as good as their offense is, as good as their defensive line is, I still have question marks in that secondary. And that is going to be what makes or breaks this team this year, is that secondary play. Because they got weapons. I love the addition of Zillian Hurd. I love what they have on the offensive line. Cooper Mays is another one. But, I don't have as many questions around Missouri as I do the other two. And even then, I don't even have as many questions around LSU. For me, the question with LSU is, are they going to be able to have a defense that ranks top 40, top 50? That's all I'm asking for. You could see Tennessee, you could see them lose to NC State, and then they are in win now mode from here on out because they kind of have to be.
Your NC State bias is showing.
I don't care. It's because of it's real. These are Chris. These are two teams. Whether or not we want to admit it, we can sit here and go arm lengths and arms length. They're the tier 2 rosters of their conferences. Now it's different, but we know what Tennessee can be. We know what Tennessee is. Right now, the tier 2. You can lose to a tier 2 team in the ACC if you don't give your A game, especially one like NC State. Great defense, great run game, great overall execution on the offensive line. They punch out players every year in the first round of the NFL draft. That's NC State.
Have you gone on record, made a pick for that game yet?
Not yet. I'm still.
I'll be curious. I'll be curious to see which way you go with that game.
I have gone on record and made the pick for week 4, and I do have Tennessee losing to Oklahoma. So that is on the record.
Okay.
That one is on the record.
Okay. Be a huge win for OU. What's funny enough for me is I feel Tennessee and Mizzou 100% splitting hairs, flip a coin. I'm admittedly buying into the Nico Josh hype a little bit. I'm big on Nico. Love the front 7. Love the weapons on offense. I'm buying what Heupel's building at Tennessee. Like Mizzou a lot. Love Brady Cook. Love Luther Burden. I think Theo Weiss is wildly underrated. I don't know why he doesn't get talked about more. And you obviously did a video on the running back situation with Carroll and Noel. I think they're going to be awesome. I have questions defensively, but Mizzou's going to be very good. LSU is the one I feel the most confident at putting 7. I don't have any faith in the defense. I know you revamped all the coaching staff, but and they're going to be better, but they can't be worse. They were the worst defense in school history. And then I just go back to how are you going to be, and I don't think you're going to have to be as good offensively, obviously, but like you're going to take a step back offensively. You lost the Heisman Trophy winner, your top 2 targets. You're not going to be better on offense. You're just not. So, I think you'll be more balanced. I think Caleb Jackson, the running back, I think he's going to be pretty good. You'll be more balanced. You mentioned the offensive line. You're going to be really stout there. And again, I'm not saying LSU is going to be terrible by any means. I just have them 7 in my power rankings, but I don't know, man. They got problems at D tackle. I know Harold Perkins Jr. should be a lot better this year. He's going to be put in a lot better position to be successful, but LSU is probably the one I felt the best about putting at 7.
You mean we're not going to see a 6'1" edge rusher trying to find his way into the backfield? He's going to play his natural linebacker position. Crazy. I know. Shocker when you get a right defense coordinator in there. Here's the thing, though. Let me ask you. You take away 8 points per game. Because last year, LSU averaged the most points in all the SEC. I think they were number 2 nationally in the country. Maybe they were number 1, if I'm not mistaken. They were number 1 in yards per game, and they were number 1 in passing. But I think they were either number 1 or number 2 in scoring. You take away 6 or 8 points. We'll just go 8 points for fun. You also then take off 8 points per game per defense. You okay with that? Because in my opinion, with the defense that you had last year, you still got 10 wins. You take off 8 points, and instead you take off 8 points defensively. So instead of giving up 31 points per game, you're giving up 26 points per game. I can live with that. I'm not saying it's the greatest thing ever, but I can live with that. Instead of scoring 45 per game, I only score 36 per game. Yeah, I can live with that. And to me, that's where the conversation is with LSU. Also, they have the weapon. They have Foghorn Leghorn, fake Southern Brian Kelly, who's just an actual Brian Kelly down there. He doesn't lose double-digit. I mean, he doesn't finish with less than double-digit wins. He's done so the last 2 years. That, to me, is what makes it happen. I don't know what I'm getting in Josh Heupel just yet. So that's where the flip is for me, is that Mizzou is 5. I'm not even going to argue that one. I'll go LSU 6, and then I would say Tennessee 7. For now. Now, don't get me wrong. You can see any one of those 3, I think, come out on top of it.
And that's what I wanted to clarify, too, is that these are pre-SEC media days. These are subject to change. I mean, guys, admittedly, we go through fall camp, and I could change my mind on one of these the week of kickoff. I reserve the right to do that. So if you don't like it, oh, well, these are my power rankings. That's how I operate. And I drop these weekly, by the way. So you're going to see teams fluctuate up and down. I mean, it's, I know some people have, and I've frustrated some people, admittedly, Cole. I may frustrate you with this because I don't really know that I have a perfect system with it. I think some people say, okay, power rankings are defined as this team would beat this team on a neutral site. I mean, yes, that's part of it, but there's some other factors for me. There's other factors for me, like the week of a game, depending on who you beat. Like I think, it's a very fun talking point type of thing. I'm not saying they don't matter at all, by the way, so nobody clip this and say his power rankings are total bullshit. But I'm just saying that they're subject to change. That's the only point I'm making. Sure. So those 3 teams, though, certainly in the bubble. Oklahoma at 8. You got any problem with OU right there? They a little too high? No,
that's
good.
That's where I have them. That's
okay at 8.
So you got to remember, we did I did the nightmare scenario a few days ago, talking about what would be the ultimate. Just what the hell do we do? SEC, SEC for the playoff. Oklahoma's the 8th team. Like Oklahoma's that 8th team. What if they are better than advertised? What if Bill Beatonbow's offensive line is not beaten and bruised by week 5? Like, what if they can hold their own? Yeah, I have no problem with them at 8.
And to your point, I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but speaking on that Tennessee game, Oklahoma-Tennessee, that is what's kind of interesting about that matchup. If you're Tennessee, it's unfortunate for you because, you're going to be facing a different Oklahoma team than teams 3 or 4 or 5 weeks later are, because they're going to be fresh. That offensive line is going to be we think at least and we hope at its very best. They're not going to be beaten, battered, and bruised yet. So that'll be an interesting dynamic in that game for sure. So my third row down, 9 through 12, Cole, A&M at 9, Kentucky 10, Florida 11, Auburn 12. You got any issues with those?
Hold up. A&M at 9, Kentucky 10.
Florida 11, Auburn 12.
Switch 9 and 10, switch 11 and 12. That'd be it for me.
Kentucky ahead of A&M.
For right now.
Wow, okay. All right.
Listen,
all right.
If Jamon Dumas-Johnson is as advertised with this defense, how the hell are you running? Like, honestly, you're running into a brick wall. Deion
Walker, Octavius Oxendine, yeah.
It's literally running into a Mack truck. That's
Kentucky's being wild. I don't know if underrated is the right word, but
no, it's not.
There's no chatter around them. None. Nobody's talking about Kentucky.
I just did a video today for our X Factor series, and naturally we kind of know what is the X Factor this year for this team, but they're so unknown. Isn't that what makes them so interesting? Mm-hmm. Literally, you don't know what you're gonna get. Because if you don't know who Brock Vandergriff is, you don't know what this rushing attack is going to be. You don't know what this offensive line is going to be. But they have a manageable schedule. And they also might just be as advertised every 3 years. They get double-digit wins. Because that's just a Mark Stoops special. Brings in a new OC, brings in a transfer portal quarterback, and he ends up doing it every third year in the system where he doesn't have to travel. I think he doesn't have to travel to Tennessee this year, and he gets to 10 wins. That's just the norm. Where Texas A&M, good as they are, because they are a good team, I think that there's still question marks around them. How does this offense all stipulate? How does this offense all work together? Is it cohesive? And then you look at, again, Auburn and Florida. Florida, I think, on paper is maybe slightly above Auburn. I don't know if it's entirely true, because if you take Graham Mertz and you put Peyton Thorne in Billy Napier's offense, Graham Mertz and Hugh Freeze's offense, I think Auburn can get to 10 wins. I think easily Auburn can get 10 wins. But that's the question mark I have. I still think that Auburn is a really good team. I feel like that this is what we are talking about Kentucky right now, where we need to be talking more about Kentucky. Kentucky should be what we're talking about with Auburn, being that sleeper team that comes out of nowhere. But I do put them a little bit ahead of Florida. I do have questions on the defensive front.
Cole, I will take it a step further, what you said about Graham Mertz and Peyton Thorne and Auburn and Florida. If Graham Mertz were the starting quarterback on Auburn's football team, I'd probably pick them to win 9 games. Maybe even win 10. I'd pick them to be a sleeper for the college ball playoff. But quarterback is the number one thing for me, for Auburn. And I'll just spoil it for you. I've got Peyton Thorne at 16. I'm not a Peyton Thorne guy, man. I'm not until we see otherwise. There is that glimmer of hope for me where I'm like, okay, Hugh Freeze has taken over the play calling. Peyton Thorne's now got a full year. He went through spring, right? He's going through summer. He got that year of experience, but I don't know, man. I'll be surprised if Peyton Thorne isn't just is what he is. I really will. I really will.
To be at this point. I think that's
I mean, it's he didn't just have a subpar year. He literally was dead last in passing yardage, yardage per game. He was dead last by a wide margin, so it's you were that dude for 13 games. I don't see you being much different than that guy.
It's like the game where Zach Calzado went off and he beat Alabama. That was nearly Peyton Thorne last year against Alabama. Just that one game that immediately you talk about when you're 40, working as a used car dealership salesman. And then it's hey, yeah, I played college. Yeah, okay, cool. You beat the number one team in the country. Go sit down and shut up. Go away. Go back to go ahead and start financing my SUV, please. Thank you very much. That's Peyton Thorne.
It's wild to think, Cole, though, how close we were to talking about Peyton Thorne, the quarterback who finished dead last in passing yardage per game, but also beat Georgia and Alabama. That is insane to think about.
Auburn, listen, Jordan Hare voodoo magic. The shaman man's alive and well when those two come to town. He is.
Built on top of an Indian burial ground.
It is built on top of a shaman man that decided to curse the plains where any opponent that walks on in and his voodoo seeps through the soil every single fall.
Cole, I really and kind of admire you too, because you put Kentucky in that 9 spot, A&M in the 10, and I mean I went on TexAgs this morning and they were asking me obviously about the Aggies, and asking about the power rankings, and I just told them straight up I am admittedly someone listen, we all have our different ways of how we make predictions and how we do power rankings and how we think about teams going into season, stuff like that. I'll be very honest with you when it comes to the process. I'm a big go with your gut guy when it comes to business, it comes to picks, it comes to everything. So and so I'll be transparent with A&M. They've got talent, but I'm admittedly going to be someone going in the season. I am going to be a little more conservative on A&M. I just am. And I'm not saying I'm going to be making picks off rosters and matchups. And so I don't know. I may pick A&M to beat Notre Dame. I don't know yet because I haven't sat down and made those picks. But I'm just not I'm not crowning A&M yet. Like I'm not falling in that trap again. I don't know why. Like I've mentioned to you 1,000 times, let's just let A&M overachieve. I'm going to do that. Let them overachieve, but nobody will take my words or heed my words, obviously. So
I would rather be wrong on A&M than be right and ahead of the schedule. Honestly, at this point, because when I'm wrong, guess what? I'm wrong and I gotta accept it. When I'm right, and I'm thinking I'm right, 7-5, 8-4 is more so a record, then people are going to complain. Well, we should be better than that. Okay. Well, then prove that you're better than that.
I mean, Cole, I think you have to look at it from a standpoint, like what I like to do, and fair or unfair, this has to be part of the equation. And so this is something we can all relate to. Like when you're sitting down and you're locking in your predictions for the season, you look back over years past, like, okay, how many times has this team that I'm making picks for, how many times have they overachieved my predictions? How many times have they met them, and how many times have they underachieved? And it just gets to a point where it's like if every single year you're falling short of you've never overachieved my expectations. Like at some point, I gotta stop setting the target so high.
Sure.
Like I gotta change the handicap. You know what I mean? Like at some point. So that's where I'm at with A&M. I'm not saying I'm picking them to go 4-8, but you ain't gonna see me pick them to go 10-2. I can tell you that right now. And I know there's gonna be people that whatever. You want to be bold, you want to make that play, fine. And Mike Elk, they might win 9 games. I don't know, but I'm not setting that as an expectation if I'm an Aggie or if I'm just obviously myself. So
yeah.
All
right, last row.
Yeah, last row here. Arkansas, South Carolina, Mississippi State, Vandy.
I just put South Carolina and Arkansas.
Okay.
That's just it. And maybe that's because I like Shane Beamer, and that's just me liking a person and wanting him to have good things come his way, and him potentially, being a fan of the show if he ever comes on. Just that way I get to go ahead and be a little bit boastful, and I have all the South Carolina fans flock to me and go, Cole, you're amazing. Thank you for picking us when everyone else thought that we were dog shit. And it's like, yeah, see, I'm the smart one in the room. So like that's really it. I mean, the last two, Does
it feel like, Cole, this last row, like it's interesting, like we have the tiers in the SEC. This last 4 of Arkansas, South Carolina, Mississippi State, Vandy, they kind of feel like they're in their own tier down here.
Yeah, for this year, I would say.
For this, that's what I'm saying. Do you put Florida down there? Like, are they kind of in that same grouping?
Can you though? Like, can you? Because like roster wise, they're better than all 4.
Yeah,
they're 100% better than all 4. But the schedule, like this is
the record might be same, but there'll be a much better team.
That's the way I think about it.
Yeah.
Like they do have talent. Like when you look at Mississippi State and Vanderbilt, they got like 4 players that maybe we're going to be talking about this year.
No, noted non-Jeff Lebby believer right here, Cole Thompson.
Exactly. Appreciate it. Always proud of it. Always going to die on that hill. Very much. So.
Cole, you're going to have a difficult time if we make a trek to Starkville this year.
I want to go. I want to show up and just smile at everybody. Just give you that shit-eating smile like I'm better than you because if I decide to bet against you. Yeah, go ahead and fight me on this one, people. That's the way I feel. So, like, I'm sitting here. Florida's twice the roster as Mississippi State. But Florida might finish with the same record. That to me does not add up as being the same team. Like it would be like saying, hey, 11-1 UNLV is going to take on 11-1 Georgia because they're the same in record. Like who talks like that? Who honestly thinks that that's a good matchup? Who honestly would ever be okay with that kind of stuff? So like, that's the thing for me, dude, is like, there's a separation. There's kind of a separation for me when it comes to good God, look away to, you know what? If they go to a bowl game, good for them. And that's where it's like the South Carolina, Mississippi State line. Like I got to look away from the last 2 and the other 2 I can look at. I got questions. It's like having 3-day-old chicken that's been sitting in your fridge that has been definitely defrosted, which I might do tonight because I'm trying to save money. It's like, go down, close your nose, and hold it, and just pray to God that it ends up being good. Like, I'd much rather that than have what is down in Starkville or in Nashville.
You know, I went with Arkansas 13 over South Carolina at 14. I'm admittedly starting to, I don't want to be someone that's victim of like spring game hype, but I tell you, Bobby Petrino and Taylon Green might do some damage. And I think the defense, you saw what they did last year, I thought took a step forward. If they can do that again, take a slight step forward or, be kind of what they were, which I thought was pretty solid. I think offensively, Bobby P can get them right. I'm just saying, South Carolina, you've got to, and I know Taylor Green hasn't taken a snap in the SEC, but I mean, the guy was Mountain West Freshman of the Year at one point.
Yeah.
Like he's got some experience under his belt. He's got kind of that skill set of KJ Jefferson. If we're being totally honest here. Andrew Armstrong's a fantastic player. I think there's a little bit more knowns with Arkansas than South Carolina. Again, it really is splitting hairs with those two, but that's why I went the Hogs, man. I don't know, Cole. I'm starting to kind of, what is being a surprise in the SEC? Is Arkansas going 6-6 a surprise? Maybe 7-5. But I'm starting to kind of drink some of that Kool-Aid, kind of starting to feel good about Arkansas a little bit. I don't know, man. I'm like, man, what if this Bobby Petrino thing works? You know what I mean? Like, what a story that would be. What's
so crazy is that the way you feel about Arkansas is the way I feel about South Carolina. And the reason why is because I love Josiah Thompson. I love his tape. Kid's phenomenal. 6'5" offensive tackle that could have gone to almost any school in the SEC. High profile kid, stays close to home. He's going to start week 1 at left tackle. And if he is picking up the pace the way that you want him to with the Norris Sellers and the rec specs, I mean, we're talking about NIL deal coming out the wazoo for this kid, number 16, who's also kind of built like KJ Jefferson. He's got a little bit of frame. He's got that physical build. He's got that mobility aspect added to it as well. And the defense returns a lot of starters. I mean, they returned 9 starters this year. 8 were out for the spring game. So you kind of got to throw that to the wayside for right now. I think South Carolina falls in that same category. Like for you, it's Arkansas. For me, it's them. Beamer knows what to do when it comes to beating the game by 2 odds. Like he always gets the 2+ wins. Last year was his first time he did it. They're 5.5 win total this year, 7-5. You know what? Doesn't shock me. It will not shock me in the slightest.
I think there's things to like about both those teams, by the way. You mentioned Arkansas, South Carolina, the similarities. I do think with the Gamecocks as well, there are things to like in regards to, what they add in the front 7 out of the transfer portal. I think the skill set, like you mentioned, Lenora Sellers, they need a wide receiver 1 to step up. Yeah. And they need, I think a guy that's been kind of forgotten, Cole, is Rocket Sanders. He's just been kind of, he didn't participate in spring, obviously, was recovering from the injury. He won't be at SEC Media Days, which we'll talk about in just a second. But, the offensive line, it's another one of those units, right? I mean, there's fan bases in Tuscaloosa, Fayetteville, Columbia. They're all kind of saying the same thing. Well, our offensive line can't be worse than it was last year. That's the good news, right? So, I mean, the offensive line should be slightly better. Again, Cole, I'm skeptical because, as you know, I've watched this program for quite some time. South Carolina just has never been able to run the football. They have not been able to run the football consistently since Steve Spurrier left. So it's just hard for me to fathom. And I mean, last year, Cole, was the first time I think in like 8 or 9 years they finished in the top 100 in rush defense, and they finished like 65th. So there's some things you got to kind of see before you can believe. But they do have the pieces where I think you could see them be one of those teams. Maybe they get to that bowl game, which they need to, obviously. Get to 7-5, maybe. I mean, who knows, man? Nobody thought Mizzou was going to win 10 games. I'm not saying South Carolina's going to go into, but maybe they could win 8. I mean, you never know. So they're going to need Lenora Sellers to be a ball player for those type of results to happen. So, and by the way, guys, for those that missed it again, we shout out to Lane Kiffin. Had Ole Miss at number 2. He reposted that with the rat poison emojis. So
of course he did.
Love that.
Any single time you say anything positive about him, it's rat poison. So
I love it because it's cool that like Lane, obviously unsolicited. We didn't tag Lane. He's seeing that, and we appreciate it. That's cool. That's cool stuff. Yeah, it's and we'll be hanging out with Coach Kiffin next week. Speaking of that, Cole, the attendees were announced. We're all set for SEC Media Days. What are you most looking forward to, man? I mean, obviously we're gonna be hitting this thing, by the way, guys, from so many different angles. When it comes to content, we're gonna have boots on the ground. We're gonna have video being shot. We're gonna have videos, reaction stuff. We're gonna have everything. I feel like every way that you can. We're gonna have social media specific content. Every way you can dice this thing up, we're going to. Cole's gonna be a big part of that. But what are you most looking forward to, just off the top of the dome from the week in Dallas?
I want to hear from Ole Miss. I do. I think that Ole Miss and every one of the players that is joining that, that's coming on over there, that's going to be a really interesting one because you know what this team is expected to be. And honestly, I want to know what with the rat poison are they going to sound like? Because it's always one thing to be on social media. We're trying to go ahead and ignore the outside pressure. We're trying to ignore the outside. But then you get the camera in front of you, and then you get to say something a little cocky. You get to be a little bit more boastful if you want. You get to say, listen, we've been crushing it in all spring practice. We all stayed around campus this past summer, and even though we weren't allowed to work out as a unit with coaches, we were allowed to go work out at the practice facility. We crushed and we built that relationship. We now know how good we are. And then is that going to be ammunition and bulletin board material for, say, an LSU when you got to go and someone asks them about, hey, what's it going to be like this year when you had to go down to the wire to play against the Heisman Trophy winner and he's not there and you get to go in his backyard? And maybe someone like Jackson Dart says, we already know what it's like to play against LSU. Don't worry. Their fan base isn't that loud. That's bulletin board material. Like, you know that it is. So I want to hear from Ole Miss. Are they actually acting like a team going into this year that has their sights only set on the prize? And in my opinion, the prize is not going to the playoff. That changed. When you brought back everybody, that changed from being a playoff team. Now it is multiple playoff wins. Are you going to be a team that can go to the semis? Are you going to be a team that can fight for a national championship? Are you going to be a team that actually lives up to this last dance mantra? And it all starts with that too. That's the number one thing I'm excited to see. I'm also really excited to hear from Tennessee people because you notice whose name is not on that list.
What, Nico, right? He's not going.
Nico's not going.
Yeah.
So how does
I think that's smart. I think that's smart. Young guy, right? You don't want to, I mean, I think it's smart.
But my thing is, if Nico's not going, that's totally cool. But now we get to know everything else about this squad. And that to me is a big deal because there's so much around Nico. There's all about Nico this, Nico. And it's like, you do realize that there is a great defensive front headlined by a player that many believe is going to be the number one pick if the draft were tomorrow. They have a good wide receiver core. They have a great tight end room. They got a great offensive line. They got all of these pieces in play, but it's Nico. Well, what if Nico is a good quarterback? Because there's always good quarterbacks. We know how good the quarterbacks are, but he's not a great one this year. Are you still feeling like this is a team that can actually go far? Or is this more so a team that's 8-4, 9-3? What we've seen over the last few years.
Would you classify Joe Milton as a good quarterback?
No, not at all. I never did. I immediately said that he was awful.
So he would still be an upgrade over Joe Milton.
Yes.
Okay.
Last year, I think that he would have been.
See, that's the thing, though. They went 8-4 with Joe Milton.
Right.
So, and I mean, dude, I'm sitting here like got SEC Network on, and it's Alabama Day on the SEC Network. Dude, I thought it was crazy. They were showing the replay of the Bama-Tennessee game last year. And you forget Tennessee was up 20-7 at half.
Yeah.
With Joe Milton. So, I mean, I think that's where a lot of the optimism for them comes is like Josh Heupel did what he did with Joe Milton. I that's the way I look at it is like he took a guy that lost like 3 quarterback battles in his college career and got the very most out of him. So,
yeah.
You know, but I have seen that a lot, Cole. That's the reason I asked. The combo's been interesting this offseason of who is Hendon or who is Nico more like, Hendon Hooker or Joe Milton. I mean, I just don't even know why we're having the combo, to be honest with you. I think it's silly. But,
I think it's closer to Hendon. I don't know if it is Hendon, and it may be better than Hendon, but it's closer. It's not Joe. I mean, I remember, dude, just how many freaking bad takes last year with Joe Milton. And I'm sorry. I get it. Guys, he won the starting job first. That's my argument. It's the only one I need. He wasn't good enough the first time. You really think I'm going to fall for this shtick a third time? You really think I'm going to go for it a third time? I'm sorry.
But the question is, can Nico throw an orange 100 yards? I don't think he can.
What if he throws it 105? just what if he does? Yeah. What if he throws it 99? Does that mean he's not as good? Does that mean he's nowhere? No, it's not. He can't be that good.
He
can't.
Throw
99 yards.
Cole, what are you expecting from, obviously you just had a great conversation with Jalen Milroe. He will be at SEC Media Days leading the way for Bama. Tyler Booker going to join him and Malachi Moore. And of course, Kalen DeBoer taking the podium for the first time. What are you excited to hear about from Bama, from Milroe, from the Crimson Tide?
Number one, I want to hear about the defense. I honestly do, because if that was Nick Saban's bread and butter, like you got to realize, as much as they made offensive identity changes, it didn't matter who was his defense coordinator. You're running things Nick's way, and you're going to go ahead and say, yes, sir, and smile with your face, going back, like smiling with it, like looking like a clown. Like, that's what you're going to do. Everyone knows it. That's what you are, and that's what it's been. I want to know what this defense looks like, because if there's any question that I have going into this year, it is this defense. It is. You lost them back in the spring game, and I get it. You know, it's a spring game. It's not the end of the world. There's opt-outs. There's players who are coming back from injuries. Final score is 35-32. I mean, that's
not typical Alabama. Not typical Alabama.
That does not happen in Alabama. That doesn't. So I want to hear what Kalen DeBoer can say about this defense moving forward. I want to hear about what this roster looks like moving forward. I want to hear about where this team resides on that side of the ball. I want to hear about the young wide receivers. I want to hear about what Ryan Williams is. I want to hear about what Jeremy Bernard comes in and looks like. I think Bernard, the last time a 6'1" wide receiver that didn't have a lot of playing time at his previous school, touchdown in Tuscaloosa. He ended up becoming a first-round pick and an All-American, but there aren't really that many Jamison Williams. Oh, wait, there might be. So, it's the same kind of story again. Does that happen for Bernard? It's a really interesting matchup, man. I mean, I think Alabama's offense, if you can get Milroe to go from being a guy that hits homers and singles to actually knocking out some doubles and triples and attacking the intermediate part of the field, it's really hard to stop. Like, I get the Alabama kind of conversation where people want to believe that this team is going to fall off a cliff. DeBoer's not letting that happen. Greg Burns not letting that happen. Boosters aren't letting that happen. They'll cheat their way to a 10-win season. They'll pull a Connor Stallions if they have to make sure that they're getting 10 wins. That does not happen down in Tuscaloosa.
Cole, would you rather your team or your coaches or players, whatever, or would you rather at SEC Media Day see guys be, kind of open up to the media and be flamboyant and say bold things? And like you mentioned, Jackson Dart saying like, yeah, we ain't got no problem playing at LSU, whatever, no big deal. Or would you rather them take that business-like approach and keep things really close to the vest? Because I feel like there's like the content creator answer, and then there's the fan or like behind the scenes in the building answer.
I want the correct dialogue from players, because I feel like that's where they are allowed to kind of show themselves off to the next level. You're a head coach, let it fly. Let it freaking fly. Go WWE. Beat Josh Heupel. I mean, not Josh Heupel. Beat Eli Drinkowitz calling out everybody. Be double burden, crack open a natty light, shotgun, throw it down. All right, motherfuckers, what you got? Answer, point, go, move, go. Yeah, we're better than you. Screw off. Nobody cares about you. Boom. Our recruiting is better than everyone else's. You can kiss my ass. Boom. That's what I want from coaches, because you want to know why? You are, at the end of the day, the ones that people are going to be talking about the most. If a player says it, it's going to be taken out of context. You say it, nobody's going to care. That's what I like to see. I want one F you. I want one F-bomb. That's all
I hope we get it. I hope we get it. We very well might too. We got some. Who would do it? I think Drink for sure.
It's Drink.
You mentioned Drink. Yeah, Drink will. He'll probably wear something at the podium. He'll have somebody's name written down to make sure he mentions them. This prediction last year. I mean, they were picked 6th in the freaking SEC East last year when we still had the division. So yeah, I think he might have something to say about that. About the curious to see what you guys' picks are. So
here's the one thing I will say: I want him to sneak in someone's name, like a Lane Kiffin, just like. We're talking about staying in our Lane Kiffin. I mean, Lane, like just like immediately just calling out somebody. Like, I want him to sneak that in there so badly.
Yeah, I would imagine he will. It's going to be a fun week. Cole, appreciate you taking the time. We'll put a pin in it there, guys. Again, we're live right here Monday through Friday, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain as well. You can find us across all social media platforms, podcasts, YouTube, etc. at SEC Unfiltered. And again, stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered for all your coverage, guys. Really excited. We will be live from the Texas Sports Unfiltered table in Dallas, Texas next week. So the show going to look a little bit different, but still going to be the same hard-hitting analysis. And again, we're going to have a lot of fun with it. Guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Appreciate you, Cole. Appreciate you, my man. Always a pleasure joining up with you. And again, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Make sure you check us out, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.